Chapter 37. The little knight, as Basha had foreseen, cried out against her plans at once when he learned them, said he never would agree to them, for he could not go himself and he would not let her go without him. But on all sides began then prayers and insistence which were soon to bend his decision. Basha insisted less, indeed, than he expected, for she wished greatly to go with her husband, and without him the journey lost a part of its charm. But Eva knelt before the little knight, and kissing his hands implored him by his love for Basha to permit her to go. "No other will dare approach my father," said she, "and mention such an affair, neither I, nor Asya, nor even my brother. Basha alone can do it, for he refuses her nothing." "Basha is no matchmaker," said Pan Michael, "and, besides, you must come back here, let her do this at your return." "God knows what will happen before the return," answered Eva, with weeping, "it is certain only that I shall die of suffering, but for such an orphan for whom no one has pity, death is best of all." The little knight had a heart tender beyond measure, hence he began to walk up and down in the room. He wished above all not to part with his Basha, even for a day, and what must it be for 2 weeks? Still, it was clear that the prayers moved him deeply, for in a couple of days after those attacks he said one evening, "If I could only go with you. But that cannot be, for service detains me." Basha sprang to him, and putting her rosy mouth to his cheek began to cry. "Go, Michael, go, go." "It is not possible by any means," answered Pan Michael, with decision. And again 2 days passed. During this time the little knight asked advice of Zagloba as to what he ought to do, but Zagloba refused to give advice. "If there are no other obstacles but your feelings," said he, "what have I to say? Decide yourself. The house will be empty here without the Hayduk. Were it not for my age and the hard road, I would go myself, for there is no life without her. But you see there is really no hindrance, the weather is a little frosty, that is all. For the rest, it is quiet, there are commands along the road everywhere. In that case decide for yourself." After that conversation Pan Michael began to hesitate again, and to weigh 2 things. He was sorry for Eva. He paused also over this: is it proper to send the girl alone with Asya on such a long road? And still more over another point, is it proper to withhold help from devoted people when the opportunity to give it is so easy? For what was the real difficulty? Baja's absence for 2 or 3 weeks. Even if it were only a question of pleasing Basha, by letting her see Mohilov, Yampol, and Rashkov, why not please her? Asya, in one event or another, must go with his squadron to Rashkov, hence there would be a strong and even a superfluous guard in view of the destruction of the robbers, and the quiet during winter from the horde. The little knight yielded more and more, seeing which the ladies renewed their insistence, one representing the affair as a good deed and a duty, the other weeping and lamenting. Finally Asya bowed down before the commandant. He knew, he said, that he was unworthy of such a favor, but still he had shown so much devotion and attachment to the Volodyovskis that he made bold to beg for it. He owed much gratitude to both, since they did not permit men to insult him, even when he was not known as the son of Tugay Bey. He would never forget that the wife of the commandant had dressed his wounds, and had been to him not only a gracious lady, but as it were a mother. He had given proofs of his gratitude recently in the battle with Azba Bey, and with God's help in future he would lay down his head and shed the last drop of his blood for the life of the lady, if need be. Then he began to tell of his old and unfortunate love for Eva. He could not live without that maiden, he had loved her through whole years of separation, though without hope, and he would never cease to love her. But between him and old Pan Novoveski there was an ancient hatred, and the previous relation of servant and master separated them, as it were, by a broad ravine. The lady alone could reconcile them to each other. And if she could not do that, she could at least shelter the dear girl from her father's tyranny, from confinement and the lash. Pan Michael would have preferred, perhaps, that Basha had not interfered in the matter. But as he himself loved to do good to people, he did not wonder at his wife's heart. Still, he did not answer Asya affirmatively yet, He resisted even additional tears from Eva, but he locked himself up in the chancery and fell to thinking. At last he came out to supper on a certain evening with an agreeable expression of face, and after supper he asked Asia suddenly, "Asia, when is it time for you to go?" "In a week, your great mightiness," answered the Tartar, unquietly. "Halim, it must be, will have concluded negotiations with Krachinsky by that time. Give orders to repair the great sleigh, for you must take 2 ladies to Rashkov." When she heard this, Basha began to clap her hands, and rushed headlong to her husband. After her hurried Eva, after Eva, Asia bowed down to the little knight's knees with a wild outburst of delight, so that Pan Michael had to free himself. "Give me peace," said he, "what is there wonderful? When it's possible to help people, it is hard not to help them, unless one is altogether heartless, and I am no tyrant. But do you, Basha, return quickly, my love. And do you, Asia, guard her faithfully, in this way you will thank me best. Well, well, give me peace." Here his mustaches began to quiver, and then he said more joyously, to give himself courage. "The worst are those tears of women. When I see tears there is nothing left of me. But you, Asia, must thank not only me and my wife, but this young lady, who has followed me like a shadow, exhibiting her sorrow continually before my eyes. You must pay her for such affection." I will pay her," said Asia, with a strange voice, and seizing Eva's hands, he kissed them so violently that it might be thought he wished rather to bite them. "Michael!" cried Zagloba, suddenly, pointing to Basha, "what shall we do here without her?" "Indeed it will be grievous," said the little knight, "God knows it will." Then he added more quietly, "But the Lord God may bless my good action later. Do you understand?" Meanwhile Basha pushed in between them her bright head full of curiosity. "What are you saying?" "Nothing," replied Zagloba, "we said that in spring the storks would come surely." Basha began to rub her face to her husband's like a real cat. "Michael dear." "I shall not stay long," said she, in a low voice. After this conversation new councils were held during several days touching the journey. Pan Michael looked after everything himself, gave orders to arrange the sleigh in his presence, and line it with skins of foxes killed in autumn. Zagloba brought his own lap robe, so that she might have wherewith to cover her feet on the road. Sleighs were to go with a bed and provisions, and Beja's pony was to go, so that she might leave her sleigh in dangerous places, for Pan Michael had a particular fear of the entrance to Mohilov, which was really a breakneck descent. Though there was not the slightest likelihood of an attack, the little knight commanded Asia to take every precaution, to send men always a couple of furlongs in advance, and never pass the night on the road but in places where there were commands. To start at daylight, and not to loiter on the way. To such a degree did the little knight think of everything, that with his own hand he loaded the pistols for the holsters in Beja's saddle. The moment of departure came at last. It was still dark when 200 horse of the Lithuanian Tartars were standing ready on the square. In the chief room of the commandant's house movement reigned also. In the chimneys pitchy sticks were shooting up bright flames. The little knight, Pan Zagloba, Pan Michalski, Pan Yenashiniets, Pan Hromika, and Pan Motovidlo, and with them officers from the light squadrons, had come to say farewell. Basha and Eva, warm yet and ruddy from sleep, were drinking heated wine for the road. Pan Michael, sitting by his wife, had his arm around her waist. Zagloba poured out to her, repeating at each addition, "Take more, for the weather is frosty." Basha and Eva were dressed in male costume, for women traveled generally in that guise on the frontiers. Basha had a saber, a wildcat skin shuba bound with weasel skin, an ermine cap with earlaps, very wide trousers looking like a skirt, and boots to her knees, soft and lined. To all this were to be added warm cloaks and shubas with hoods to cover the faces. Beja's face was uncovered yet, and astonished people as usual with its beauty. Some, however, looked appreciatively at Eva, who had a mouth formed as it were for kisses. And others did not know which to prefer, so charming seemed both to the soldiers, who whispered in one another's ears. It is hard for a man to live in such a desert. Happy Commandant, happy Asia. Ah! The fire crackled joyfully in the chimneys. The crowing of cocks began, day approached gradually, rather frosty and clear, the roofs of the sheds and the quarters of the soldiers, covered with deep snow, took on a bright rose color. From the square was heard the snorting of horses and the squeaking steps of soldiers and dragoons who had assembled from the sheds and lodgings to take farewell of Basha and the Tartars. "It is time," said Pan Michael at last. Hearing this, Basha sprang from her place and fell into her husband's arms. He pressed his lips to hers, then held her with all his strength to his breast, kissed her eyes and forehead, and again her mouth. That moment was long, for they loved each other immensely. After the little night the turn came to Zagloba. Then the other officers approached to kiss her hand, and she repeated with her childish voice, resonant as silver. "Be in good health, gentlemen, be in good health." She and Eva put on cloaks with openings instead of sleeves, and then shubas with hoods, and the two vanished altogether under these robes. The broad door was thrown open, a frosty steam rushed in, then the whole assembly found itself on the square. Outside everything was becoming more and more visible from the snow and daylight. Hoarfrost had settled on the hair of the horses and the sheepskin coats of the men. It seemed as though the whole squadron were dressed in white, and were sitting on white horses. Basha and Eva took their seats in the fur-lined sleigh. The dragoons and the soldiers shouted for a happy journey to the departing. At that sound a numerous flock of crows and ravens, which a severe winter had driven in near the dwellings of people, flew from the roofs, and with low croaking began to circle in the rosy air. The little knight bent over the sleigh and hid his face in the hood covering the face of his wife. Long was that moment. At last he tore himself away from Basha, and, making the sign of the cross, exclaimed, "In the name of God." Now Azure rose in the stirrups, his wild face was gleaming from delight and the dawn. He waved his whirlbat, so that his burqa rose like the wings of a bird of prey, and he cried with a piercing voice, "Move on." The hoofs squeaked on the snow. Abundant steam came from the nostrils of the horses. The first rank moved slowly, after that the second, the third, and the fourth, then the sleigh, then the ranks of the whole detachment began to move across the sloping square to the gate. The little knight blessed them with the holy cross. At last, when the sleigh had passed the gate, he put his hands around his mouth, and called, "Be well, Basha." But only the voices of muskets and the loud cawing of the dark birds gave him answer. Chapter 38. A detachment of Cheremis, some 20 in number, marched 5 miles in advance to examine the road and notify commandants of Pani Wołodyjowski's journey, so that quarters might be ready for her in each place. After this detachment came the main force of the Lithuanian Tartars, the sleigh with Basha and Eva, and another sleigh with servant women. A small detachment closed the march. The road was heavy enough because of snowdrifts. Pine woods, which in winter do not lose their needle-like leaves, permit less snow to fall to the earth. But that forest along the bank of the Dniester, formed for the most part of oaks and other deciduous trees, stripped now of their natural covering, was packed halfway to the lower branches with snow. Snow had filled also the narrowest ravines. In places it had been lifted into waves whose curling summits seemed as if ready to tumble in an instant and be lost in the general white expanse. During the passage of difficult ravines and declivities the Tartars held the sleighs back with ropes. Only on the lofty plains, where the wind had smoothed the snow surface, did they drive quickly in the track of the caravan, which with Navarag and the 2 learned Anadrats had started earlier from Hreptyoff. Traveling was difficult. Not so difficult, however, as sometimes in those wild regions full of chasms, rivers, streams, and gullies. The ladies were rejoiced, therefore, that before deep night came they would be able to reach the precipitous ravine in the bottom of which stood Mohilov. Besides, there was promise of continued fair weather. After a ruddy dawn the sun rose, and all at once the plains, the ravines, and the forests were gleaming in its rays. The branches of the trees seemed coated with sparks, sparks glittered on the snow till the eyes ached from the brightness. From high points one could see out through open spaces, as through windows in that wilderness, the gaze reaching down to Moldavia was lost on a horizon white and blue, but flooded with sunlight. The air was dry and sharp. In such an atmosphere men as well as beasts feel strength and health. In the ranks the horses snorted greatly, throwing rolls of steam from their nostrils. And the Tartars, though the frost so pinched their legs that they drew them under their skirts continually, sang joyful songs. At last the sun rose to the very summit of the pavilion of the sky, and warmed the world somewhat. It was too hot for Basha and Eva under the fur in the sleigh. They loosened the covering on their heads, pushed back their hoods, showed their rosy faces to the light, and began to look around, Basha on the country, and Eva searching for Asya. He was not near the sleigh, he was riding in advance with that detachment of Cherimis who were examining the road, and clearing away snow when necessary. Eva frowned because of this. But Basha, knowing military service through and through, said to console her. They are all that way, when there is service, it is service. My Michael will not even look at me when military duty comes. And it would be ill were it otherwise, for if you are to love a soldier, let him be a good one. But will he be with us at the resting place? Asked Eva. See lest you have too much of him. Did you not notice how joyful he was when we started? Light was beaming from him. I saw that he was very glad. But what will he be when he receives permission from your father? Oi, what is in waiting for me? The will of God be done. Though the heart dies in me when I think of father. If he shouts, if he becomes willful and refuses permission, I shall have a fine life when I go home. Do you know, Eva, what I think? What is it? There is no trifling with Asya. Your brother might oppose with his force. But your father has no command. I think that if your father resists, Asya will take you anyhow. How is that? Why, carry you off simply. There is no trifling with him, people say, Tugai Bey's blood. You will be married by the first priest on the road. In another place it would be necessary to have bans, certificates, license, but here it is a wild country, all things are a little in Tartar fashion. Eva's face brightened. This is what I dread. Asya is ready for anything, this is what I dread, said she. But Basha, turning her head, looked at her quickly, and burst out suddenly with her resonant, childlike laugh. You dread that just as a mouse dreads bacon. Oh, I know you. Eva, flushed already from the cold air, flushed still more, and said. I should fear my father's curse, and I know that Asya is ready to disregard everything. Be of good courage, answered Basha, besides me, you have your brother to help you. True love always comes to its own. Pan Zagloba told me that when Michael wasn't even dreaming of me. Conversation once begun, they vied with each other in talking, one about Asya, the other about Michael. Thus a couple of hours passed, till the caravan halted for the first refreshment at Yerishov. Of a hamlet, wretched enough at all times, there remained, after the peasant incursion, only one public house, which was restored from the time that the frequent passage of soldiers began to promise certain profit. Basha and Eva found in it a passing Armenian merchant of Mohilov origin, who was taking Morocco to Kamenets. Asya wished to hurl him out of doors with the Wallachians and Tartars who were with him. But the women permitted him to remain, only his guard had to withdraw. When the merchant learned that the traveling lady was Pani Wołodyjowski, he began to bow down before her and praise her husband to the skies. Basha listened to the man with great delight. At last he went to his packs, and when he returned offered her a package of special sweetmeats and a little box full of odorous Turkish herbs good for various ailments. I bring this through gratitude, said he. Till now we have not dared to thrust our heads out of Mohilov, because Asba Bey ravaged so terribly, and so many robbers infested on this side all the ravines and on the Moldavian bank the meadows. But now the road is safe, and trading secure. Now we travel again. May God increase the days of the commandant of Hreptyoff, and make each day long enough for a journey from Mohilov to Kamenets, and let every hour be extended so as to seem a day. Our commandant, the field secretary, prefers to sit in Warsaw, but the commandant of Hreptyoff watched and swept out the robbers, so that death is dearer to them now than the Dniester. Then is Pan Rawuski not in Mohilov? Asked Basha. He only brought the troops, I do not know if he remained 3 days. Permit, your great mightiness, here are raisins in this packet, and at this edge of it fruit such as is not found even in Turkey. It comes from distant Asia, and grows there on palms. The secretary is not in the town, but now there is no cavalry at all, for yesterday they went on a sudden toward Bratslav. But here are dates, may they be to the health of your great mightiness. Only Pan Gorzensky has remained with infantry. It is a wonder to me that all the cavalry have gone, said Basha, with an inquiring glance at Asya. They moved so the horses might not get out of training, answered Asya, calmly. In the town, people say that Doroshenko advanced unexpectedly, said the merchant. Asya laughed. But with what will he feed his horses, with snow? Said he to Basha. Pan Gorzensky will explain best to your great mightiness, added the merchant. I do not believe that it is anything, said Basha, after a moment's thought, for if it were, my husband would be the first to know. Without doubt the news would be first in Hreptyoff, said Asya, let your grace have no fear. Basha raised her bright face to the Tartar, and her nostrils quivered. I have fear. That is excellent, what is in your head? Do you hear, Eva? I have fear. Eva could not answer, for being by nature fond of dainties, and loving sweets beyond measure, she had her mouth full of dates, which did not prevent her, however, from looking eagerly at Asya. But when she had swallowed the fruit, she said, neither have I any fear with such an officer. Then she looked tenderly and significantly into the eyes of young Tugay Bey. But from the time that she had begun to be an obstacle, he felt for her only secret repulsion and anger. He stood motionless, therefore, and said with downcast eyes, in Rashkov it will be seen if I deserve confidence. And there was in his voice something almost terrible, but as the two women knew so well that the young Tartar was thoroughly different in word and deed from other men, this did not rouse their attention. Besides, Asya insisted at once on continuing the journey, because the mountains before Mohilov were abrupt, difficult of passage, and should be crossed during daylight. They started without delay, and advanced very quickly till they reached those mountains. Basha wished then to sit on her horse. But at Asya's persuasion she stayed with Eva in the sleigh, which was steadied with lariats, and let down from the height with the greatest precaution. All this time Asya walked near the sleigh. But occupied altogether with their safety, and in general with the command, he spoke scarcely a word either to Basha or Eva. The sun went down, however, before they succeeded in passing the mountains. But the detachment of Cheremis, marching in advance, made fires of dry branches. They went down then among the ruddy fires and the wild figures standing near them. Beyond those figures were, in the gloom of the night and in the half-light of the flames, the threatening declivities in uncertain, terrible outlines. All this was new, curious. All had the appearance of some kind of dangerous and mysterious expedition, wherefore Beja's soul was in the seventh heaven, and her heart rose in gratitude to her husband for letting her go on this journey to unknown regions. And to Asya because he had been able to manage the journey so well. Basha understood now, for the first time, the meaning of those military marches of which she had heard so much from soldiers, and what precipitous and winding roads were. A mad joyousness took possession of her. She would have mounted her pony assuredly, were it not that, sitting near Eva, she could talk with her and terrify her. Therefore when moving in a narrow, short turn the detachment in advance vanished from the eye and began to shout with wild voices, the stifled echo of which resounded among overhanging cliffs, Basha turned to Eva, and seizing her hands, cried, "Oh, ho! Robbers from the meadows, or the horde." But Eva, when she remembered Asya, the son of Tugay Bey, was calm in a moment. "The robbers in the horde respect and fear Asya," answered she. And later, bending to Beja's ear, she said, "Even to Belgrade, even to the Crimea, if with him." The moon had risen high in heaven when they were issuing from the mountains. Then they beheld far down, and, as it were, at the bottom of a precipice, a collection of lights. "Mohilov is under our feet," said a voice behind Basha and Eva. They looked around. It was Asia standing behind the sleigh. "But does the town lie like that at the bottom of the ravine?" asked Basha. "It does. The mountains shield it completely from winter winds," answered Asia, pushing his head between their heads. "Notice, your grace, that there is another climate here. It is warmer and calmer. Spring comes here 10 days earlier than on the other side of the mountains, and the trees put forth their leaves sooner. That gray on the slopes is a vineyard. But the ground is under snow yet." Snow was lying everywhere, but really the air was warmer and calmer. In proportion as they descended slowly toward the valley, lights showed themselves one after another, and increased in number every moment. "A respectable place, and rather large," said Eva. "It is because the Tartars did not burn it at the time of the peasant incursion. The Cossack troops wintered here, and Poles have scarcely ever visited the place." "Who live here?" "Tartars, who have their wooden mosque, for in the Commonwealth every man is free to profess his own faith. Wallachians live here, also Armenians and Greeks." "I have seen Greeks once in Kamenets," said Basha. "For though they live far away, they go everywhere for commerce." "This town is composed differently from all others," said Asia. "Many people of various nations come here to trade. That settlement which we see at a distance on one side is called Serbi." "We are entering already," said Basha. They were, in fact, entering. A strange odor of skins and acid met their nostrils at once. That was the odor of Morocco, at the manufacture of which all the inhabitants of Mohilov worked somewhat, but especially the Armenians. As Asia had said, the place was different altogether from others. The houses were built in Asiatic fashion. They had windows covered with thick wooden lattice. In many houses there were no windows on the street, and only in the yards was seen the glitter of fires. The streets were not paved, though there was no lack of stone in the neighborhood. Here and there were buildings of strange form with latticed, transparent walls. Those were drying houses, in which fresh grapes were turned into raisins. The odor of Morocco filled the whole place. Pan Gorzensky, who commanded the infantry, had been informed by the Cheremis of the arrival of the wife of the commandant of Hreptyoff, and rode out on horseback to meet her. He was not young, and he stuttered. He lisped also, for his face had been pierced by a bullet from a long-barreled Janissary gun. Therefore when he began to speak, stuttering every moment, of the star which had risen in the heavens of Mohilov, Basha came near bursting into laughter. But he received her in the most hospitable manner known to him. In the Fort Alice a supper was waiting for her, and a supremely comfortable bed on fresh and clean down, which he had taken by a forced loan from the wealthiest Armenians. Pan Gorzensky stuttered, it is true, but during the evening he related at the supper things so curious that it was worth while to listen. According to him a certain disquieting breeze had begun to blow suddenly and unexpectedly from the steppes. Reports came that a strong Shambul of the Crimean horde, stationed with Doroshenko, had moved all at once toward Hasan in the country above that point. With the Chambuls went some thousands of Cossacks. Besides, a number of other alarming reports had come from indefinite places. Pan Gorzensky did not attach great faith to these rumors, however. "For it is winter," said he. "And since the Lord God has created this earthly circle the Tartars move only in spring, then they form no camp, carry no baggage, take no food for their horses in any place. We all know that war with the Turkish power is held in the Liish by frost alone, and that we shall have guests at the first grass, but that there is anything at present I shall never believe." Basha waited patiently and long till Pan Gorzensky should finish. He stuttered, meanwhile, and moved his lips continually, as if eating. "What do you think yourself of the movement of the horde toward Hasan?" asked she at last. "I think that their horses have pawed out all the grass from under the snow, and that they wish to make a camp in another place. Besides, it may be that the horde, living near Doroshenko's men, are quarreling with them. It has always been so." Though they are allies and are fighting together, only let encampments stand side by side, and they fall to quarreling at once in the pastures and at the bazaars. That is the case surely, said Asia. And there is another point, continued Pan Gorzensky, the reports did not come directly through partisans, but peasants brought them. The Tartars here began to talk without evident reason. 3 days ago Pan Yakubovich brought in from the steppes the first informants who confirmed the reports, and all the cavalry marched out immediately. Then you are here with infantry only, inquired Asia. God pity us. 40 men. There is hardly anyone to guard the Fort Alice, and if the Tartars living here in Mohilov were to rise, I know not how I could defend myself. But why do they not rise against you, inquired Basha. They do not, because they cannot in any way. Many of them live permanently in the Commonwealth with their wives and children, and they are on our side. As to strangers, they are here for commerce, not for war, they are good people. I will leave your grace 50 horse from my force, said Asia. God reward. You will oblige me greatly by this, for I shall have someone to send out to get intelligence. But can you leave them? I can. We shall have in Rashkov the parties of those captains who in their time went over to the Sultan, but now wish to resume obedience to the Commonwealth. Krachinsky will bring 300 horse certainly, and perhaps Adurovich, too, will come. Others will arrive later. I am to take command over all by order of the hetman, and before spring a whole division will be assembled. Pan Gorzensky inclined before Asia. He had known him for a long time, but had had small esteem for him, as being a man of doubtful origin. But knowing now that he was the son of Tugay Bey, for an account of this had been brought by the recent caravan in which Navarag was traveling, Gorzensky honored in the young Tartar the blood of a great though hostile warrior. He honored in him, besides, an officer to whom the hetman had confided such significant functions. Asia went out to give orders, and calling the Sotnik David, said, David, son of Skander, thou wilt remain in Mohilov with 50 horse. Thou wilt see with thy eyes and hear with thy ears what is happening around thee. If the little falcon in Hreptyoff sends letters to me, thou wilt stop his messenger, take the letters from him, and send them with thy own man. Thou wilt remain here till I send an order to withdraw. If my messenger says, it is night, thou wilt go out in peace, but if he says, day is near, thou wilt burn the place, cross to the Moldavian bank, and go whither I command thee. Thou hast spoken, answered David, I will see with my eyes and hear with my ears, I will stop messengers from the little falcon, and when I have taken letters from them I will send those letters through our man to thee. I will remain till I receive an order, and if the messenger says to me, it is night, I will go out quietly, if he says, day is near, I will burn the place, cross to the Moldavian bank, and go whither the command directs. Next morning the caravan, less by 50 horse, continued the journey. Pan Gorzensky escorted Basha beyond the ravine of Mohilov. There, after he had stuttered forth a farewell oration, he returned to Mohilov, and they went on toward Yampol very hurriedly. Asia was unusually joyful, and urged his men to a degree that astonished Basha. Why are you in such haste? Inquired she. Every man hastens to happiness, answered Asia, and mine will begin in Rashkov. Eva, taking these words to herself, smiled tenderly, and collecting courage, answered, but my father? Pan Novovesky will obstruct me in nothing, answered the Tartar, and gloomy lightning flashed through his face. In Yampol they found almost no troops. There had never been any infantry there, and nearly all the cavalry had gone. Barely a few men remained in the castle, or rather in the ruins of it. Lodgings were prepared, but Basha slept badly, for those rumors had begun to disturb her. She pondered over this especially, how alarmed the little knight would be should it turn out that one of Doroshenko's chambuls had advanced really, but she strengthened herself with the thought that it might be untrue. It occurred to her whether it would not be better to return, taking for safety a part of Asia's soldiers, but various obstacles presented themselves. First, Asia, having to increase the garrison at Rashkov, could give only a small guard, hence, in case of real danger, that guard might prove insufficient. Secondly, 2/3 of the road was passed already. In Rashkov there was an officer known to her, and a strong garrison, which, increased by Asia's detachment and by the companies of those captains, might grow to a power quite important. Taking all this into consideration, Basha determined to journey farther. But she could not sleep. For the first time during that journey alarm seized her, as if unknown danger were hanging over her head. Perhaps lodging in Yampol had its share in those alarms, for that was a bloody and a terrible place. Basha knew it from the narratives of her husband and Pan Zagloba. Here had been stationed in Melnitsky's time the main forces of the Podolian cutthroats under Burlai. Hither captives had been brought and sold for the markets of the East, or killed by a cruel death. Finally, in the spring of 1651, during the time of a crowded fair, Pan Stanislav Lanskoronsky, the voevoda of Bratslav, had burst in and made a dreadful slaughter, the memory of which was fresh throughout the whole borderland of the Dniester. Hence, there hung everywhere over the whole settlement bloody memories, hence, here and there were blackened ruins, and from the walls of the half-destroyed castle seemed to gaze white faces of slaughtered Poles and Cossacks. Basha was daring, but she feared ghosts. It was said that in Yampol itself, at the mouth of the Shumilovka, and on the neighboring cataracts of the Dniester, great wailing was heard at midnight and groans, and that the water became red in the moonlight as if colored with blood. The thought of this filled Basha's heart with bitter alarm. She listened, in spite of herself, to hear in the still night, in the sounds of the cataract, weeping and groans. She heard only the prolonged watch call of the sentries. Then she remembered the quiet room in Hreptyov, her husband, Pan Zagloba, the friendly faces of Pan Yenishinets, Mishalsky, Motovidlo, Snitko, and others, and for the first time she felt that she was far from them, very far, in a strange region. And such a homesickness for Hreptyov seized her that she wanted to weep. It was near morning when she fell asleep, but she had wonderful dreams. Burlai, the cutthroats, the Tartars, bloody pictures of massacre, passed through her sleeping head. And in those pictures she saw continually the face of Asia, not the same Asia, however, but as it were a Cossack, or a wild Tartar, or Tugay Bey himself. She rose early, glad that night and the disagreeable visions had ended. She had determined to make the rest of the journey on horseback, first, to enjoy the movement. Second, to give an opportunity for free speech to Asia and Eva, who, in view of the nearness of Rashkov, needed, of course, to settle the way of declaring everything to old Pan Novovesky, and to receive his consent. Asia held the stirrup with his own hand. He did not sit, however, in the sleigh with Eva, but went without delay to the head of the detachment, and remained near Basha. She noticed at once that again the cavalry were fewer in number than when they came to Yampol. She turned therefore to the young Tartar and said, "I see that you have left some men in Yampol." 50 horse, the same as in Mohilov, answered Asia. Why was that? He laughed peculiarly, his lips rose as those of a wicked dog do when he shows his teeth, and he answered only after a while. I wish to have those places in my power, and to secure the homeward road for your grace. If the troops return from the steppes, there will be forces there then. The troops will not come back so soon. Whence do you know that? They cannot, because first they must learn clearly what Doroshenko is doing. That will occupy about 3 or 4 weeks. If that is the case, you did well to leave those men. They rode a while in silence. Asia looked from time to time at the rosy face of Basha, half concealed by the raised collar of her mantle and her cap, and after every glance he closed his eyes, as if wishing to fix that charming picture more firmly in his mind. You ought to talk with Eva, said Basha, renewing the conversation. You talk altogether too little with her, she knows not what to think. You will stand before the face of Pan Novovesky soon, alarm even seizes me. You and she should take counsel together, and settle how you are to begin. I should like to speak first with your grace, said Asia, with a strange voice. Then why not speak at once? I am waiting for a messenger from Rashkov. I thought to find him in Yampol. I expect him every moment. But what, said Basha, has the messenger to do with our conversation? I think that he is coming now, said the Tartar, avoiding an answer. And he galloped forward, but returned after a while. No, that is not he. In his whole posture, in his speech, in his look, in his voice, there was something so excited and feverish that unquietude was communicated to Basha. Still the least suspicion had not risen in her head yet. Asia's unrest could be explained perfectly by the nearness of Rashkov and of Eva's terrible father. Still, something oppressed Basha, as if her own fate were in question. Approaching the sleigh, she rode near Eva for a number of hours, speaking with her of Rashkov, of old Pan Novoveski, of Pan Adam, of Borzobogati, finally of the region about them, which was becoming a wilder and more terrible wilderness. It was, in truth, a wilderness immediately beyond Hreptyoff, but there at least a column of smoke rose from time to time on the horizon, indicating some habitation. Here there were no traces of man. And if Basha had not known that she was going to Rashkov, where people were living, and a Polish garrison was stationed, she might have thought that they were taking her somewhere into an unknown desert, into strange lands at the end of the world. Looking around at the country, she restrained her horse involuntarily, and was soon left in the rear of the sleighs and horsemen. Asia joined her after a while. And since he knew the region well, he began to show her various places, mentioning their names. This did not last very long, however, for the earth began to be smoky. Evidently the winter had not such power in that southern region as in woody Hreptyoff. Snow was lying somewhat, it is true, in the valleys, on the cliffs, on the edges of the rocks, and also on the hillsides turned northward. But in general the earth was not covered, and looked dark with groves, or gleamed with damp withered grass. From that grass rose a light whitish fog, which, extending near the earth, formed in the distance the counterfeit of great waters, filling the valleys and spreading widely over the plains. Then that fog rose higher and higher, till at last it hid the sunshine, and turned a clear day into a foggy and gloomy one. "There will be rain tomorrow," said Asia. "If not today." "How far is it to Rashkov?" Asia looked at the nearest place, barely visibly through the fog, and said, "From that point it is nearer to Rashkov than to Yampol." And he breathed deeply, as if a great weight had fallen from his breast. At that moment the tramp of a horse was heard from the direction of the cavalry, and some horseman was seen indistinctly in the fog. "Halim." "I know him," cried Asia. Indeed, it was Halim, who, when he had rushed up to Asia and Basha, sprang from his horse and began to beat with his forehead toward the stirrup of the young Tartar. "From Rashkov?" inquired Asia. "From Rashkov, my lord," answered Halim. "What is to be heard there?" The old man raised toward Basha his ugly head, emaciated from unheard-of toils, as if wishing to inquire whether he might speak in her presence, but Tugay Bey's son said at once, "Speak boldly. Have the troops gone out?" "They have. A handful remained." "Who led them?" "Pan Novoveski." "Have the Piotroviches gone to the Crimea?" "Long ago. Only 2 women remained, and old Pan Novoveski with them." "Where is Krachinsky?" "On the other bank of the river, he is waiting." "Who is with him?" "A Durovich with his company, both beat with the forehead to thy stirrup, O son of Tugay Bey, and give themselves under thy hand, they, and all those who have not come yet." "'Tis well," said Asia, with fire in his eyes. "Fly to Krachinsky at once, and give the command to occupy Rashkov." "Thy will, lord." Halim sprang on his horse in a moment, and vanished like a phantom in the fog. A terrible, ominous gleam issued from the face of Asia. The decisive moment had come, the moment waited for, the moment of greatest happiness for him, but his heart was beating as if breath were failing him. He rode for a time in silence near Basha. And only when he felt that his voice would not deceive him did he turn toward her his eyes, inscrutable but bright, and say, "Now I will speak to your grace with sincerity." "I listen," said Basha, scanning him carefully, as if she wished to read his changed countenance. Chapter 39. Asia urged his horse up so closely to Beja's pony that his stirrup almost touched hers. He rode forward a few steps in silence. During this time he strove to calm himself finally, and wondered why calmness came to him with such effort, since he had Basha in his hands, and there was no human power which could take her from him. But he did not know that in his soul, despite every probability, despite every evidence, there glimmered a certain spark of hope that the woman whom he desired would answer with a feeling like his own. If that hope was weak, the desire for its object was so strong that it shook him as a fever. The woman would not open her arms, would not cast herself into his embrace, would not say those words over which he had dreamed whole nights, Asya, I am thine. She would not hang with her lips on his lips, he knew this. But how would she receive his words? What would she say? Would she lose all feeling, like a dove in the claws of a bird of prey, and let him take her, just as the hapless dove yields itself to the hawk? Would she beg for mercy tearfully, or would she fill that wilderness with a cry of terror? Would there be something more, or something less, of all this? Such questions were storming in the head of the Tartar. But in every case the hour had come to cast aside feigning, pretenses, and show her a truthful, a terrible face. Here was his fear, here his alarm. One moment more, and all would be accomplished. Finally this mental alarm became in the Tartar that which alarm becomes most frequently in a wild beast, rage, and he began to rouse himself with that rage. Whatever happens, thought he, she is mine altogether. She will be mine tomorrow, and then will not return to her husband, but will follow me. At this thought wild delight seized him by the hair, and he said all at once in a voice which seemed strange to himself, Your Grace has not known me till now. In this fog your voice has so changed, answered Basha, somewhat alarmed, that it seems to me really as if another were speaking. In Mohilov there are no troops, in Yampol none, in Rashkov none. I alone am lord here, Krachinsky, Adurovich, and those others are my slaves, for I am a prince, I am the son of a ruler. I am their vizier, I am their highest Mirza, I am their leader, as Tugay Bey was, I am their Khan, I alone have authority. All here is in my power. Why do you say this to me? Your Grace has not known me hitherto. Rashkov is not far away. I wish to become hetman of the Tartars and serve the Commonwealth, but Sobieski would not permit it. I am not to be a Lithuanian Tartar any longer, I am not to serve under any man's command, but to lead great chambuls myself, against Doroshenko, or the Commonwealth, as your Grace wishes, as your Grace commands. How as I command? Asya, what is the matter with you? This, that here all are my slaves, and I am yours. What is the hetman to me? I care not whether he has permitted or not. Say a word, your Grace, and I will put Ackerman at your feet. And the Dobruja, and those hordes which have villages there, and those which wander in the wilderness, and those who are everywhere in winter quarters will be your slaves, as I am your slave. Command, and I will not obey the Khan of the Crimea, I will not obey the Sultan, I will make war on them with the sword, and aid the Commonwealth. I will form new hordes in these regions, and be Khan over them, and you will be alone over me. To you alone will I bow down, beg for your favor and love. When he had said this, he bent in the saddle, and, seizing the woman, half terrified, and, as it were, stunned by his words, he continued to speak in a hurried, hoarse voice. Have you not seen that I love only you? Ah, but I have suffered my share. I will take you now. You are mine, and you will be mine. No one will tear you from my hands in this place, you are mine, mine, mine. Jesus, Mary, cried Basha. But he pressed her in his arms as if wishing to smother her. Hurried breathing struggled from his lips, his eyes grew misty. At last he drew her out of the stirrups, off the saddle, put her in front of him, pressed her breast to his own, and his bluish lips, opening greedily, like the mouth of a fish, began to seek her mouth. She uttered no cry, but began to resist with unexpected strength. Between them rose a struggle in which only the panting of their breaths was to be heard. His violent movements and the nearness of his face restored her presence of mind. An instant of such clear vision came to Basha as comes to the drowning, she felt everything at once with the greatest vividness. Hence she felt first of all that the earth was vanishing from under her feet, and a bottomless ravine opening, to which he was dragging her. She saw his desire, his treason, her own dreadful fate, her weakness and helplessness. She felt alarm, and a ghastly pain and sorrow, and at the same time there burst forth in her a flame of immense indignation, rage, and revenge. Such was the courage and spirit of that daughter of a knight, that chosen wife of the most gallant soldier of the Commonwealth, that in that awful moment she thought first of all, I will have revenge, then, I will save myself. All the faculties of her mind were strained, as hair is straightened with terror on the head, and that clearness of vision as in drowning became in her almost miraculous. While struggling her hands began to seek for weapons, and found at last the ivory butt of an Eastern pistol. But at the same time she had presence of mind to think of this also, that even if the pistol were loaded, even if she should cock it, before she could bend her hand, before she could point the barrel at his head, he would seize her hand without fail, and take from her the last means of salvation. Hence she resolved to strike in another way. All this lasted one twinkle of an eye. He indeed foresaw the attack, and put out his hand with the speed of a lightning flash, but he did not succeed in calculating her movement. The hands passed each other, and Basha, with all the despairing strength of her young and vigorous arm, struck him with the ivory butt of the pistol between the eyes. The blow was so terrible that Asya was not able even to cry, and he fell backward, drawing her after him in his fall. Basha raised herself in a moment, and, springing on her horse, shot off like a whirlwind in the direction opposite the Dnieper, toward the broad steppes. The curtain of fog closed behind her. The horse, dropping his ears, rushed on at random among the rocks, clefts, ravines, and breaches. Any moment he might run into some cleft, any moment he might crush himself and his rider against a rocky corner, but Basha looked at nothing. For her the most terrible danger was Asya and the Tartars. A wonderful thing it was, that now, when she had freed herself from the hands of the robber, and when he was lying apparently dead among the rocks, dread mastered all her feelings. Lying with her face to the mane of the horse, shooting on in the fog, like a deer chased by wolves, she began to fear Asya more than when she was in his arms. And she felt terror and weakness and that which a helpless child feels, which, wandering where it wished, has gone astray, and is alone and deserted. Certain weeping voices rose in her heart, and began, with groaning, with timidity, with complaint, and with pity, to call for protection. Michael, save me! Michael, save me! The horse rushed on and on. Led by a wonderful instinct, he sprang over breaches, avoided with quick movement prominent cliff corners, until at last the stony ground ceased to sound under his feet. Evidently he had come to one of those open meadows, which stretched here and there among the ravines. Sweat covered the horse, his nostrils were rattling loudly, but he ran and ran. Whither can I go? Thought Basha. And that moment she answered herself, to Hreptyoff. But new alarm pressed her heart at thought of that long road lying through terrible wildernesses. Quickly too she remembered that Asya had left detachments of his men in Mohilov and Yampol. Doubtless these were all in the conspiracy, all served Asya, and would seize her surely, and take her to Rashkov. She ought, therefore, to ride far into the steppe, and only then turn northward, thus avoiding the settlements on the Dniester. She ought to do this all the more for the reason that if men were sent to pursue her, beyond doubt they would go near the river. And meanwhile it might be possible to meet some of the Polish commands in the wide steppes, on their way to the fortresses. The speed of the horse decreased gradually. Basha, being an experienced rider, understood at once that it was necessary to give him time to recover breath, otherwise he would fall. She felt also that without a horse in those deserts she was lost. She restrained, therefore, his speed, and went some time at a walk. The fog was growing thin, but a cloud of hot steam rose from the poor beast. Basha began to pray. Suddenly she heard the neighing of a horse amid the fog a few hundred yards behind. Then the hair rose on her head. Mine will fall dead, but so will that one, said she, aloud, and again she shot on. For some time her horse rushed forward with the speed of a dove pursued by a falcon, and he ran long, almost to the last of his strength, but the neighing was heard continually behind in the distance. There was in that neighing which came out of the fog something at once of immeasurable yearning and threatening. Still, after the first alarm had passed, it came to Baja's mind that if someone were sitting on that horse he would not neigh, for the rider, not wishing to betray the pursuit, would stop the neighing. Can it be that that is only Asia's horse following mine, thought Basia. For the sake of precaution she drew both pistols out of the holsters, but the caution was needless. After a while something seemed black in the thinning mist, and Asia's horse ran up with flowing mane and distended nostrils. Seeing the pony, he began to approach him, giving out short and sudden neighs, and the pony answered immediately. "Horse, horse," cried Basia. The animal, accustomed to the human hand, drew near and let itself be taken by the bridle. Basia raised her eyes to heaven, and said, "The protection of God." In fact, the seizure of Asia's horse was a circumstance for her in every way favorable. To begin with, she had the two best horses in the whole detachment. Secondly, she had a horse to change. And thirdly, the presence of the beast assured her that pursuit would not start soon. If the horse had run to the detachment, the Tartars, disturbed at sight of him, would have turned surely and at once to seek their leader. Now it will not come to their heads that anything could befall him, and they will go back to look for Asia only when they are alarmed at his too prolonged absence. By that time I shall be far away, concluded Basia in her mind. Here she remembered for the second time that Asia's detachments were stationed in Yampol and Mohilov. It is necessary to go past through the broad steppe, and not approach the Dniester until in the neighborhood of Hreptyoff. That terrible man has disposed his troops cunningly, but God will save me. Thus thinking, she collected her spirits and prepared to continue her journey. At the pommel of Asia's saddle she found a musket, a horn with powder, a box of bullets, a box of hemp seed which the Tartar had the habit of chewing continually. Basia, shortening the stirrups of Asia's saddle to her own feet, thought to herself that during the whole way she would live, like a bird, on those seeds, and she kept them carefully near her. She determined to avoid people and farms. For in those wildernesses more evil than good was to be looked for from every man. Fear oppressed her heart when she asked herself, "How shall I feed the horses?" They would dig grass out from under the snow, and pluck moss from the crevices of rocks, but might they not die from bad food and excessive traveling? Still, she could not spare them. There was another fear: would she not go astray in the desert? It was easy to avoid that by traveling along the Dniester, but she could not take that road. What would happen were she to enter gloomy wildernesses, immense and roadless? How would she know whether she was going northward, or in some other direction, if foggy days were to come, days without sunshine, and nights without stars? The forests were swarming with wild beasts. She cared less for that, having courage in her brave heart and having weapons. Wolves, going in packs, might be dangerous, it is true, but in general she feared men more than beasts, and she feared to go astray most of all. "Ah, God will show me the way, and will let me return to Michael," said she, aloud. Then she made the sign of the cross, wiped with her sleeve her face free from the moisture which made her pale cheeks cold, looked with quick eyes around the country, and urged her horse on to a gallop. Chapter 40. No one thought of searching for Tugay Bey's son, therefore he lay on the ground until he recovered consciousness. When he had come to his senses, he sat upright, and wishing to know what was happening to him, began to look around. But he saw the place as if in darkness, then he discovered that he was looking with only one eye, and badly with that one. The other was either knocked out, or filled with blood. Asia raised his hands to his face. His fingers found icicles of blood stiff on his mustaches, his mouth too was full of blood which was suffocating him so that he had to cough and spit it out a number of times. A terrible pain pierced his face at this spitting. He put his fingers above his mustaches, but snatched them away with a groan of suffering. Baja's blow had crushed the upper part of his nose, and injured his cheekbone. He sat for a time without motion. Then he began to look around with that eye in which some sight remained, and seeing a streak of snow in a cleft he crept up to it, seized a handful and applied it to his broken face. This brought great relief straightway. And while the melting snow flowed down in red streaks over his mustaches, he collected another handful and applied it again. Besides, he began to eat snow eagerly, and that also brought relief to him. After a time the immense weight which he felt on his head became so much lighter that he called to mind all that had happened. But at the first moment he felt neither rage, anger, nor despair. Bodily pain had deadened all other feelings, and left but one wish, the wish to save himself quickly. Asya, when he had eaten a number of handfuls more of snow, began to look for his horse. The horse was not there. Then he understood that if he did not wish to wait till his men came to look for him, he must go on foot. Supporting himself on the ground with his hands, he tried to rise, but howled from pain and sat down again. He sat perhaps an hour, and again began to make efforts. This time he succeeded in so far that he rose, and, resting his shoulders against the cliff, was able to remain on his feet. But when he remembered that he must leave the support and make one step, then a second and a third in the empty expanse, a feeling of weakness and fear seized him so firmly that he almost sat down again. Still he mastered himself, drew his saber, leaned on it, and pushed forward. He succeeded. After some steps he felt that his body and feet were strong, that he had perfect command of them, only his head was, as it were, not his own, and like an enormous weight was swaying now to the right, now to the left, now to the front. He had a feeling also as if he were carrying that head, shaky and too heavy, with extraordinary care, and with extraordinary fear that he would drop it on the stones and break it. At times, too, the head turned him around, as if it wished him to go in a circle. At times it became dark in his one eye, then he supported himself with both hands on the saber. The dizziness of his head passed away gradually. But the pain increased always, and bored, as it were, into his forehead, into his eyes, into his whole head, till whining was forced from his breast. The echoes of the rocks repeated his groans, and he went forward in that desert, bloody, terrible, more like a vampire than a man. It was growing dark when he heard the tramp of a horse in front. It was the orderly coming for commands. That evening Asya had strength to order pursuit, but immediately after he lay down on skins, and for 3 days could see no one except the Greek barber 25 who dressed his wounds, and Halim, who assisted the barber. Only on the 4th day did he regain his speech, and with it consciousness of what had happened. Straightway his feverish thoughts followed Basha. He saw her fleeing among rocks and in wild places. She seemed to him a bird that was flying away forever. He saw her nearing Hreptyoff, saw her in the arms of her husband, and at that sight a pain carried him away which was more savage than his wound, and with the pain sorrow, and with the sorrow shame for the defeat which he had suffered. She has fled, repeated he, continually, and rage stifled him so that at times presence of mind seemed to be leaving him again. Woe! Answered he, when Halim tried to pacify him, and give assurance that Basha could not escape pursuit, and he kicked the skins with which the old Tartar had covered him, and with his knife threatened him and the Greek. He howled like a wild beast, and tried to spring up, wishing to fly himself to overtake her, to seize her, and then from anger and wild love stifle her with his own hands. At times he was wandering in delirium, and summoned Halim to bring the head of the little knight quickly, and to confine the commandant's wife, bound, there in that chamber. At times he talked to her, begged, threatened. Then he stretched out his hands to draw her to him. At last he fell into a deep sleep, and slept for 24 hours, when he woke the fever had left him entirely, and he was able to see Kraczynski and Adurovich. They were anxious, for they knew not what to do. The troops which had gone out under young Novoveski were not to return, it is true, before 2 weeks. But some unexpected event might hasten their coming, and then it was necessary to know what position to take. It is true that Kraczynski and Adurovich were simply feigning a return to the service of the Commonwealth. But Asya was managing the whole affair, he alone could give them directions what to do in emergency. He alone could explain on which side was the greatest profit, whether to return to the dominions of the Sultan or to pretend, or how long to pretend, that they were serving the Commonwealth. They both knew well that in the end of ends Asia intended to betray the Commonwealth, but they supposed that he might command them to wait for the war before disclosing their treason, so as to betray most effectively. His indications were to be a command for them, for he had put himself on them as a leader, as the head of the whole affair, the most crafty, the most influential, and, besides, renowned among all the hordes as the son of Tugai Bey. They came hurriedly, therefore, to his bed, and bowed before him. With a bandaged face and only one eye, he was still weak, but his health was restored. "I am sick," began he, at once. "The woman that I wished to take with me tore herself out of my hands, after wounding me with the butt of a pistol. She was the wife of Wołodyjowski, the commandant. May pestilence fall on him and all his race." "May it be as thou hast said," answered the two captains. "May God grant you, faithful men, happiness and success." "And to thee also, O Lord," answered the captains. Then they began to speak of what they ought to do. "It is impossible to delay or to defer the Sultan's service till war begins," said Asia. "After what has happened with this woman they will not trust us, and will attack us with sabers. But before they attack, we will fall upon this place and burn it, for the glory of God. The handful of soldiers we will seize. The townspeople, who are subjects of the Commonwealth, we will take captive, divide the goods of the Wallachians, Armenians, and Greeks, and go beyond the Dniester to the land of the Sultan." Kraczynski and Adurovich had lived as nomads among the wildest hordes for a long time, had robbed with them, and grown wild altogether. Their eyes lighted up therefore. "Thanks to you," said Kraczynski, "we were admitted to this place, which God now gives to us." "Did Novoveski make no opposition?" asked Asia. "Novoveski knew that we were passing over to the Commonwealth, and knew that you were coming to meet us. He looks on us as his men, because he looked on you as his man." "We remained on the Moldavian bank," put in Adurovich. "But Kraczynski and I went as guests to him. He received us as nobles, for he said, 'By your present acts you extinguish former offense, and since the hetman forgives you on Asia's security, 'tis not proper for me to look askance at you.' He even wished us to enter the town, but we said, 'We will not till Asia, Tugai Bey's son, brings the hetman's permission.' But when he was going away he gave us another feast, and begged us to watch over the town. At that feast," added Kraczynski, "we saw his father, and the old woman who is searching for her captive husband, and that young lady whom Novoveski intends to marry." "Ah!" said Asia, "I did not think that they were all here, and I brought Panna Novoveski." He clapped his hands. Halim appeared at once, and Asia said to him, "When my men see the flames in the place, let them fall on those soldiers in the fortalice, and cut their throats, let them bind the women and the old noble, and guard them till I give the order." He turned to Kraczynski and Adurovich. "I will not assist myself, for I am weak, still, I will mount my horse and look on. But, dear comrades, begin." Kraczynski and Adurovich rushed through the doorway at once. Asia went out after them, and gave command to lead a horse to him. Then he rode to the stockade to look from the gate of the high fortalice on what would happen in the town. Many of his men had begun to climb the wall to look through the stockade and sate their eyes with the sight of the slaughter. Those of Novoveski's soldiers who had not gone to the steppe, seeing the Lithuanian Tartars assembling, and thinking there was something to look at in the town, mixed with them without a shadow of fear or suspicion. Moreover, there were barely 20 of those soldiers, the rest were dispersed in the dramshops. Meanwhile the bands of Kraczynski and Adurovich scattered through the place in the twinkle of an eye. The men in those bands were almost exclusively Lithuanian Tartars and Cheremis, therefore former inhabitants of the Commonwealth, for the greater part nobles. But since they had left its borders long before, during that time of wandering they had become much like wild Tartars. Their former clothing had gone to pieces, and they were dressed in sheepskin coats with the wool outside. These coats they wore next to their bodies, which were embrowned from the winds of the steppe and from the smoke of fires, but their weapons were better than those of wild Tartars. All had sabers, all had bows seasoned in fire, and many had muskets. Their faces expressed the same cruelty and thirst for blood as those of their Dobruja, Belgrade, or Crimean brethren. Now scattering through the town, they began to run about in various directions, shouting shrilly, as if wishing by those shouts to encourage one another, and excite one another to slaughter and plunder. But though many of them had put knives in their mouths in Tartar fashion, the people of the place, composed as in Yampol of Wallachians, Armenians, Greeks, and partly of Tartar merchants, looked on them without any distrust. The shops were open. The merchants, sitting in front of their shops in Turkish fashion on benches, slipped their beads through their fingers. The cries of the Lithuanian Tartars merely caused men to look at them with curiosity, thinking that they were playing some game. But all at once smoke rose from the corners of the market square, and from the mouth of all the Tartars came a howling so terrible that pale fear seized the Wallachians, Armenians, and Greeks, and all their wives and children. Straightway a shower of arrows rained on the peaceful inhabitants. Their cries, the noise of doors and windows closed in a hurry, were mingled with the tramp of horses and the howling of the plunderers. The market was covered with smoke. Cries of "Woe, woe," were raised. At the same time the Tartars fell to breaking open shops and houses, dragging out terrified women by the hair, hurling into the street furniture, morocco, merchandise, beds from which feathers went up in a cloud. The groans of slaughtered men were heard, lamentation, the howling of dogs, the bellowing of cattle caught by fire in rear buildings. Red tongues of flame, visible even in the daytime on the black rolls of smoke, were shooting higher and higher toward the sky. In the fortalice Asia's cavalrymen hurled themselves at the very beginning on the infantry, who were defenseless for the greater part. There was no struggle whatever, a number of knives were buried in each Polish breast without warning. Then the heads of the unfortunates were cut off and borne to the hoofs of Asia's horse. Tugay Bey's son permitted most of his men to join their brethren in the bloody work, but he himself stood and looked on. Smoke hid the work of Kraczynski and Adurovich, the odor of burnt flesh rose to the fortalice. The town was burning like a great pile, and smoke covered the view. Only at times in the smoke was heard the report of a musket, like thunder in a cloud, or a fleeing man was seen, or a crowd of Tartars pursuing. Asia stood still and looked on with delight in his heart. A stern smile parted his lips, under which the white teeth were gleaming. This smile was the more savage because it was mingled with pain from the drying wounds. Besides delight, pride, too, rose in the heart of Asia. He had cast from his breast that burden of feigning, and for the first time he gave rein to his hatred, concealed for long years. Now he felt that he was himself, felt that he was the real Asia, the son of Tugay Bey. But at the same time there rose in him a savage regret that Basha was not looking at that fire, at that slaughter, that she could not see him in his new occupation. He loved her, but a wild desire for revenge on her was tearing him. She ought to be standing right here by my horse, thought he, and I would hold her by the hair, she would grasp at my feet, and then I would seize her and kiss her on the mouth, and she would be mine, mine. My slave. Only the hope that perhaps that detachment sent in pursuit, or those which he left on the road, would bring her back, restrained him from despair. He clung to that hope as a drowning man to a plank, and that gave him strength. He could not think of losing her, for he was thinking too much of the moment in which he would find her and take her. He remained at the gate till the slaughtered town had grown still. Stillness came soon, for the bands of Kraczynski and Adurovich numbered almost as many heads as the town, therefore the burning outlasted the groans of men and roared on till evening. Asia dismounted and went with slow steps to a spacious room in the middle of which sheepskins were spread. On these he sat and awaited the coming of the two captains. They came soon, and with them the sotniks. Delight was on the faces of all, for the booty had surpassed expectation. The town had grown much since the time of the peasant incursion, and was wealthy. They had taken about 100 young women, and a crowd of children of 10 years old and upward. These could be sold with profit in the markets of the East. Old women, and children too small and unfit for the road, were slaughtered. The hands of the Tartars were streaming with human blood, and their sheepskin coats had the odor of burning flesh. All took their seats around Asia. Only a pile of glowing embers behind us, said Kraczynski. Before the command returns we might go to Yampol, there is as much wealth of every kind there as in Rashkov, perhaps more. No, answered Asia, men of mine are in Yampol who will burn the place. But it is time for us to go to the lands of the Khan and the Sultan. At thy command. We will return with glory and booty, said the captains and the sergeants. There are still women here in the Fort Alice, and that noble who reared me, said Asia. A just reward belongs to them. He clapped his hands and gave command to bring the prisoners. They were brought without delay, Pani Boski in tears. Zosha, pale as a kerchief, Eva and her father. Old Pan Novoveski's hands and feet were bound with ropes. All were terrified, but still more astonished at what had taken place. Eva was lost in conjectures as to what had become of Pani Wołodyjowski, and wondered why Asia had not shown himself. She, not knowing why there was slaughter in the town, nor why she and her friends were bound as captives, concluded that it was a question of carrying her away. That Asia, not wishing in his pride to beg her hand of her father, had fallen into a rage simply out of love for her, and had determined to take her by violence. This was all terrible in itself, but Eva, at least, was not trembling for her own life. The prisoners did not recognize Asia, for his face was nearly concealed. But all the more did terror seize the knees of the women at the first moment, for they judged that wild Tartars had in some incomprehensible manner destroyed the Lithuanian Tartars and gained possession of Rashkov. But the sight of Krachinsky and Adurovich convinced them that they were still in the hands of Lithuanian Tartars. They looked at one another some time in silence. At last old Pan Novoveski asked, with an uncertain but powerful voice. In whose hands are we? Asia began to unwind the bandages from his head, and from beneath them his face soon appeared, beautiful on a time, though wild, deformed now forever, with a broken nose and a black and blue spot instead of an eye, a face dreadful. Collected in cold vengeance and with a smile like convulsive contortions. He was silent for a moment, then fixed his burning eye on the old man and said. In mine, in the hands of Tugay Bey's son. But old Novoveski knew him before he spoke. And Eva also knew him, though the heart was straitened in her from terror and disgust at sight of that ghastly visage. The maiden covered her eyes with her unbound hands. And the noble, opening his mouth, began to blink with astonishment and repeat. Asia! Asia! Whom your lordship reared, to whom you were a father, and whose back streamed with blood under your parental hand. Blood rushed to the noble's head. Traitor, said he, you shall answer for your deeds before a judge. Serpent! I have a son yet. And you have a daughter, answered Asia, for whose sake you gave command to flog me to death. And this daughter I will give now to the last of the horde, so that he may have service and pleasure from her. Leader, give her to me, cried Adurovich, on a sudden. Asia! Asia! Cried Eva, throwing herself at his feet, I have always. But he kicked her away with one foot, and Adurovich seized her by the arms and began to drag her along the floor. Pan Novoveski from purple became blue. The ropes squeaked on his arms, as he twisted them, and from his mouth came unintelligible words. Asia rose from the skins and went toward him, at first slowly, then more quickly, like a wild beast preparing to bound on its prey. At last he came near, seized with the contorted fingers of one hand the mustaches of old Novoveski, and with the other fell to beating him without mercy on face and head. A hoarse bellow was rent from his throat when the noble fell to the floor. Asia knelt on Novoveski's breast, and suddenly the bright gleam of a knife shone in the room. Mercy! Rescue! Screamed Eva. But Adurovich struck her on the head, and then put his broad hand on her mouth. Meanwhile Asia was cutting the throat of Pan Novoveski. The spectacle was so ghastly that it chilled even the breasts of the Tartars. For Asia, with calculated cruelty, drew his knife slowly across the neck of the ill-fated noble, who gasped and choked awfully. From his open veins the blood spurted more and more violently on the hands of the murderer and flowed in a stream along the floor. Then the rattling and gurgling ceased by degrees. Finally air was wheezing in the severed throat, and the feet of the dying man dug the floor in convulsive quivers. Azya rose. His eyes fell now on the pale and sweet face of Zofia Boski, who seemed dead, for she was hanging senseless on the arm of a Tartar who was holding her, and he said, "I will keep this girl for myself, till I give her away or sell her." Then he turned to the Tartars, "Now only let the pursuit return, and we will go to the lands of the Sultan." The pursuit returned 2 days later, but with empty hands. Tugay Bey's son went, therefore, to the land of the Sultan with despair and rage in his heart, leaving behind him a grey and bluish pile of ruins. Chapter 41. The towns through which Basha passed in going from Hreptyoff to Rashkov were separated from each other by 10 or 12 Ukraine miles 26, and that road by the Dniester was about 30 miles long. It is true that they started each morning in the dark, and did not stop till late in the evening, still, they made the whole journey, including time for refreshment, and in spite of difficult crossings and passages, in 3 days. People of that time and troops did not make such quick journeys usually, but whoso had the will, or was put to it, could make them. In view of this, Basha calculated that the journey back to Hreptyoff ought to take less time, especially as she was making it on horseback, and as it was a flight in which salvation depended on swiftness. But she noted her error the first day, for unable to escape on the road by the Dniester, she went through the steppes and had to make broad circuits. Besides, she might go astray, and it was probable that she would. She might meet with thawed rivers, impassable, dense forests, swamps not freezing even in winter. She might come to harm from people or beasts. Therefore, though she intended to push on continually, even at night, she was confirmed in the conviction in spite of herself that, even if all went well with her, God knew when she would be in Hreptyoff. She had succeeded in tearing herself from the arms of Azya, but what would happen farther on? Doubtless anything was better than those infamous arms. Still, at thought of what was awaiting her the blood became icy in her veins. It occurred at once to her that if she spared the horses she might be overtaken by Azya's men, who knew those steppes thoroughly, and to hide from discovery, from pursuit, was almost impossible. They pursued Tartars whole days even in spring and summer when horses' hoofs left no trace on the snow or in soft earth. They read the steppe as an open book, they gazed over those plains like eagles. They knew how to sniff a trail in them like hunting dogs. Their whole life was passed in pursuing. Vainly had Tartars gone time and again in the water of streams so as not to leave traces. Cossacks, Lithuanian Tartars, and Cheremis, as well as Polish raiders of the steppe, knew how to find them, to answer their methods with methods, and to attack as suddenly as if they had sprung up through the earth. How was she to escape from such people unless to leave them so far in the rear that distance itself would make pursuit impossible? But in such an event her horses would fall. They will fall dead without fail, if they continue to go as they have gone so far, thought Basha, with terror, looking at their wet, steaming sides, and at the foam which was falling in flakes to the ground. Therefore she slackened their speed from time to time and listened. But in every breath of wind, in the rustling of leaves on the edge of ravines, in the dry rubbing of the withered steppe reeds against one another, in the noise made by the wings of a passing bird, even in the silence of the wilderness, which was sounding in her ears, she heard voices of pursuit, and terrified urged on her horses again, and ran with wild impetus till their snorting declared that they could not continue at that speed. The burden of loneliness and weakness pressed her down more and more. Ah! What an orphan she felt herself, what regret, as immense as unreasoning, rose in her heart for all people, the nearest and dearest, who had so forsaken her. Then she thought that surely it was God punishing her for her passion for adventures, for her hurrying to every hunt, to expeditions, frequently against the will of her husband, for her giddiness and lack of sedateness. When she thought of this she wept, and raising her head began to repeat, sobbing, "Chastise, but do not desert me. Do not punish Michael. Michael is innocent." Meanwhile night was approaching, and with it cold, darkness, uncertainty of the road, and alarm. Objects had begun to efface themselves, grow dim, lose definite forms, and also to become, as it were, mysteriously alive and expectant. Protuberances on lofty rocks looked like heads in pointed and round caps, heads peering out from behind gigantic walls of some kind, and gazing in silence and malignity to see who was passing below. Tree branches, stirred by the breeze, made motions like people. Some of these beckoned to Basha as if wishing to call her and confide to her some terrible secret, others seemed to speak and give warning, "Do not come near." The trunks of uprooted trees seemed like monstrous creatures crouching for a spring. Basha was daring, very daring, but, like all people of that period, she was superstitious. When darkness came down completely, the hair rose on her head, and shivers passed through her body at thought of the unclean powers that might dwell in those regions. She feared vampires especially. Belief in them was spread particularly in the Dniester country by reason of nearness to Moldavia, and just the places around Yampol and Rashkov were ill-famed in that regard. How many people there left the world day by day through sudden death, without confession or absolution. Basha remembered all the tales which the knights had told at Hreptyoff, on evenings at the fireside, stories of deep valleys in which, when the wind howled, sudden groans were heard of "Jesus, Jesus," of pale lights in which something was snorting. Of laughing cliffs, of pale children, suckling infants with green eyes and monstrous heads, infants which implored to be taken on horseback, and when taken began to suck blood, finally, of heads without bodies, walking on spider legs. And most terrible of all those ghastlinesses, vampires of full size, or brukolaki, so called in Wallachia, who hurled themselves on people directly. Then she began to make the sign of the cross, and she did not stop till her hand had grown weak. But even then she repeated the litany, for no other weapons were effective against unclean powers. The horses gave her consolation, for they showed no fear, snorting briskly. At times she patted her pony, as if wishing in that way to convince herself that she was in a real world. The night, very dark at first, became clearer by degrees, and at last the stars began to glimmer through the thin mist. For Basha this was an uncommonly favorable circumstance, first, because her fear decreased, and secondly, because by observing the Great Bear, she could turn to the north, or in the direction of Hreptyoff. Looking on the region about, she calculated that she had gone a considerable distance from the Dniester, for there were fewer rocks, more open country, more hills covered with oak groves, and frequently broad plains. Time after time, however, she was forced to cross ravines, and she went down into them with fear in her heart, for in the depths of those places it was always dark, and a harsh, piercing cold was there. Some were so steep that she was forced to go around them. From this came great loss of time and an addition to the journey. It was worse, however, with streams and rivers, and a whole system of these flowed from the east to the Dniester. All were thawed, and the horses snorted with fear when they went at night into strange water of unknown depth. Basha crossed only in places where the sloping bank allowed the supposition that the water, widely spread there, was shallow. In fact, it was so in most cases. At some crossings, however, the water reached halfway to the backs of her horses. Basha then knelt, in soldier fashion, on the saddle, and, holding to the pommel, tried not to wet her feet. But she did not succeed always in this, and soon a piercing cold seized her from feet to knees. "God give me daylight, I will go more quickly," repeated she, from time to time. At last she rode out onto a broad plain with a sparse forest, and seeing that the horses were barely dragging their legs, she halted for rest. Both stretched their necks to the ground at the same time, and putting forward one foot, began to pluck moss and withered grass eagerly. In the forest there was perfect silence, unbroken save by the sharp breathing of the horses and the crunching of the grass in their powerful jaws. When they had satisfied, or rather deceived, their first hunger, both horses wished evidently to roll, but Basha might not indulge them in that. She dared not loosen the girths and come to the ground herself, for she wished to be ready at every moment for further flight. She sat on Asia's horse, however, for her own had carried her from the last resting place, and though strong, and with noble blood in his veins, he was more delicate than the other. When she had changed horses, she felt a hunger after the thirst which she had quenched a number of times while crossing the rivers. She began therefore to eat the seeds which she had found in the bag at Asia's saddlebow. They seemed to her very good, though a little bitter. She ate, thanking God for the unlooked-for refreshment. But she ate sparingly, so that they might last to Hreptyoff. Soon sleep began to close her eyelids with irresistible power. And when the movement of the horse ceased to give warmth, a sharp cold pierced her. Her feet were perfectly stiff. She felt also an immeasurable weariness in her whole body, especially in her back and shoulders, strained with struggling against Asia. A great weakness seized her, and her eyes closed. But after a while she opened them with effort. No. In the daytime, in time of journeying, I will sleep, thought she, but if I sleep now I shall freeze. But her thoughts grew more confused, or came helter-skelter, presenting disordered images, in which the forest, flight and pursuit, Asia, the little night, Eva, and the last event were mingled together half in a dream, half in clear vision. All this was rushing on somewhere as waves rush driven by the wind, and she, Basha, runs with them, without fear, without joy, as if she were traveling by contract. Asia, as it were, was pursuing her, but at the same time was talking to her, and anxious about the horse. Pan Zagloba was angry because supper would get cold, Michael was showing the road, and Eva was coming behind in the sleigh, eating dates. Then those persons became more and more effaced, as if a foggy curtain or darkness had begun to conceal them, and they vanished by degrees. There remained only a certain strange darkness, which, though the eye did not pierce it, seemed still to be empty, and to extend an immeasurable distance. This darkness penetrated every place, penetrated Basia's head, and quenched in it all visions, all thoughts, as a blast of wind quenches torches at night in the open air. Basha fell asleep. But fortunately for her, before the cold could stiffen the blood in her veins, an unusual noise roused her. The horses started on a sudden, evidently something uncommon was happening in the forest. Basha, regaining consciousness in one moment, grasped Asia's musket, and bending on the horse, with collected attention and distended nostrils, began to listen. Hers was a nature of such kind that every peril roused wariness at the first twinkle of an eye, daring and readiness for defense. The noise which roused her was the grunting of wild pigs. Whether beasts were stealing up to the young pigs, or the old boars were going to fight, it is enough that the whole forest resounded immediately. That uproar took place beyond doubt at a distance. But in the stillness of night, and the general drowsiness, it seemed so near that Basha heard not only grunting and squeals, but the loud whistle of nostrils breathing heavily. Suddenly a breaking and tramp, the crash of broken twigs, and a whole herd, though invisible to Basha, rushed past in the neighborhood, and sank in the depth of the forest. But in that incorrigible Basha, notwithstanding her terrible position, the feeling of a hunter was roused in a twinkle, and she was sorry that she had not seen the herd rushing by. One would like to see a little, said she, in her mind. But no matter. Riding in this way through forests, surely I shall see something yet. And only after that thought did she push on, remembering that it was better to see nothing and flee with all speed. It was impossible to halt longer, because the cold seized her more acutely, and the movement of the horse warmed her a good deal, while wearying her comparatively little. But the horses, having snatched merely some moss and frozen grass, moved very reluctantly, and with drooping heads. The hoarfrost in time of halting had covered their sides, and it seemed that they barely dragged their legs forward. They had gone, moreover, since the afternoon rest almost without drawing breath. When she had crossed the plain, with her eyes fixed on the great bear in the heavens, Basha disappeared in the forest, which was not very dense, but in a hilly region intersected with narrow ravines. It became darker too. Not only because of the shade cast by spreading trees, but also because a fog rose from the earth and hid the stars. She was forced to go at random. The ravines alone gave some indication that she was taking the right course, for she knew that they all extended from the east toward the Dniester, and that by crossing new ones, she was going continually toward the north. But in spite of this indication, she thought, I am ever in danger of approaching the Dniester too nearly, or of going too far from it. To do either is perilous. In the first case, I should make an enormous journey. In the second, I might come out at Yampol, and fall into the hands of my enemies. Whether she was yet before Yampol, or just on the heights above it, or had left that place behind, of this she had not the faintest idea. There is more chance to know when I pass Mohilov, said she, for it lies in a great ravine, which extends far, perhaps I shall recognize it. Then she looked at the sky and thought, God grant me only to go beyond Mohilov. For there Michael's dominion begins, there nothing will frighten me. Now the night became darker. Fortunately snow was lying in the forest, and on the white ground she could distinguish the dark trunks of trees, see the lower limbs and avoid them. But Basha had to ride more slowly, therefore that terror of unclean powers fell on her soul again, that terror which in the beginning of the night had chilled her blood as if with ice. But if I see gleaming eyes low down, said she to her frightened soul, that's nothing. It will be a wolf. But if at the height of a man, at that moment, she cried aloud, in the name of the Father, Son. Was that, perhaps, a wildcat sitting on a limb? It is sufficient that Basha saw clearly a pair of gleaming eyes, at the height of a man. From fear, her eyes were covered with a mist, but when she looked again there was nothing to be seen, and nothing heard beyond a rustle among the branches, but her heart beat as loudly as if it would burst open her bosom. And she rode farther. Long, long, she rode, sighing for the light of day, but the night stretched out beyond measure. Soon after, a river barred her road again. Basha was already far enough beyond Yampol, on the bank of the Roseva. But without knowledge of where she was, she thought merely that if she continued to push forward to the north, she would soon meet a new river. She thought too that the night must be near its end. For the cold increased sensibly, the fog fell away, and stars appeared again, but dimmer, beaming with uncertain light. At length darkness began to pale. Trunks of trees, branches, twigs, grew more visible. Perfect silence reigned in the forest, the dawn had come. After a certain time Basha could distinguish the color of the horses. At last in the east, among the branches of the trees, a bright streak appeared, the day was there, a clear day. Basha felt weariness immeasurable. Her mouth opened in continual yawning, and her eyes closed soon after. She slept soundly but a short time, for a branch, against which her head came, roused her. Happily the horses were going very slowly, nipping moss by the way, hence the blow was so slight that it caused her no harm. The sun had risen, and was pale, its beautiful rays broke through leafless branches. At sight of this, consolation entered Baja's heart. She had left between her and pursuit so many steppes, mountains, ravines, and a whole night. If those from Yampol, or Mohilov, do not seize me, others will not come up, said she to herself. She reckoned on this too, that in the beginning of her flight she had gone by a rocky road, therefore hoofs could leave no traces. But doubt began to seize her again. The Lithuanian Tartars will find tracks even on stones, and will pursue stubbornly, unless their horses fall dead. This last supposition was most likely. It was sufficient for Basha to look at her own beasts. Their sides had fallen in, their heads were drooping, their eyes dim. While moving along, they dropped their heads to the ground time after time, to seize moss, or nip in passing red leaves withering here and there on the low oak bushes. It must be too that fever was tormenting Basha, for at all crossings she drank eagerly. Nevertheless, when she came out on an open plain between two forests, she urged the wearied horses forward at a gallop, and went at that pace to the next forest. After she had passed that forest she came to a second plain, still wider and more broken. Behind hills at a distance of a mile or more smoke was rising, as straight as a pine tree, toward the sky. That was the first inhabited place that Basha had met. For that country, excepting the river bank itself, was a desert, or rather had been turned into a desert, not only in consequence of Tartar attacks, but by reason of continuous Polish-Cossack wars. After the last campaign of Pan Charnetsky, to whom Bussia fell a victim, the small towns came to be wretched settlements, the villages were overgrown with young forests. But after Charnetsky, there were so many expeditions, so many battles, so many slaughters, down to the most recent times, in which the great Sobieski had wrested those regions from the enemy. Life had begun to increase. But that one tract through which Basha was fleeing was specially empty, only robbers had taken refuge there, but even they had been well nigh exterminated by the commands at Rashkov, Yampol, and Hreptyov. Basia's first thought at sight of this smoke was to ride toward it, find a house or even a hut, or if nothing more, a simple fire, warm herself and gain strength. But soon it occurred to her that in those regions it was safer to meet a pack of wolves than to meet men there were more merciless and savage than wild beasts. Nay, it behooved her to urge forward her horses, and pass that forest haunt of men with all speed, for only death could await her in that place. At the very edge of the opposite forest Basha saw a small stack of hay. So, paying no attention to anything, she stopped at it to feed her horses. They ate greedily, thrusting their heads at once to their ears in the hay, and drawing out great bunches of it. Unfortunately their bits hindered them greatly. But Basha could not unbridle them, reasoning correctly in this way. Where smoke is there must be a house, as there is a stack here, they must have horses there on which they could follow me, therefore I must be ready. She spent, however, about an hour at the stack, so that the horses ate fairly well, and she herself ate some seeds. She then moved on, and when she had travelled a number of furlongs, all at once she saw before her two persons carrying bundles of twigs on their backs. One was a man not old, but not in his first youth, with a face pitted with smallpox, and with crooked eyes, ugly, repulsive, with a cruel, ferocious expression of face. The other, a stripling, was idiotic. This was to be seen at the first glance, by his stupid smile and wandering look. Both threw down their bundles of twigs at sight of the armed horsemen, and seemed to be greatly alarmed. But the meeting was so sudden, and they were so near, that they could not flee. "Glory be to God," said Basha. "For the ages of ages. What is the name of this farm? What should its name be? There is the cabin. Is it far to Mohilov? We know not." Here the man began to scrutinize Basia's face carefully. Since she wore man's apparel he took her for a youth, insolence and cruelty came at once to his face instead of the recent timidity. "But why are you so young, Pan Knight? What is that to you? And are you traveling alone?" asked the peasant, advancing a step. "Troops are following me." He halted, looked over the immense plain, and answered. "Not true. There is no one." He advanced 2 steps. His crooked eyes gave out a sullen gleam, and arranging his mouth he began to imitate the call of a quail, evidently wishing to summon someone in that way. All this seemed to Basha very hostile, and she aimed a pistol at his breast without hesitation. "Silence, or thou'lt die." The man stopped, and, what is more, threw himself flat on the ground. The idiot did the same, but began to howl like a wolf from terror. Perhaps he had lost his mind on a time from the same feeling, for now his howling recalled the most ghastly terror. Basha urged forward her horses, and shot on like an arrow. Fortunately there was no undergrowth in the forest, and trees were far apart. Soon a new plain appeared, narrow, but very long. The horses had gained fresh strength from eating at the stack, and rushed like the wind. "They will run home, mount their horses, and pursue me," thought Basha. Her only solace was that the horses travelled well, and that the place where she met the men was rather far from the house. "Before they can reach the house and bring out the horses, I, riding in this way, shall be 5 miles or more ahead." That was the case. But when some hours had passed, and Basha, convinced that she was not followed, slackened speed, great fear, great depression, seized her heart and tears came perforce to her eyes. This meeting showed her what people in those regions were, and what might be looked for from them. It is true that this knowledge was not unexpected. From her own experience, and from the narratives at Hreptyov, she knew that the former peaceful settlers had gone from those wilds, or that war had devoured them. Those who remained were living in continual alarm, amid terrible civil disturbance and Tartar attacks, in conditions in which one man is a wolf toward another. They were living without churches or faith, without other principles than those of bloodshed and burning, without knowing any right but that of the strong hand. They had lost all human feelings, and grown wild, like the beasts of the forest. Basha knew this well. Still, a human being, astray in the wilderness, harassed by cold and hunger, turns involuntarily for aid first of all to kindred beings. So did Basha when she saw that smoke indicating a habitation of people. Following involuntarily the first impulse of her heart, she wished to rush to it, greet the inhabitants with God's name, and rest her wearied head under their roof. But cruel reality bared its teeth at her quickly, like a fierce dog. Hence her heart was filled with bitterness, tears of sorrow and disappointment came to her eyes. Help from no one but God, thought she, may I meet no person again. Then she fell to thinking why that man had begun to imitate a quail. There must be others there surely, and he wanted to call them. It came to her head that there were robbers in that tract, who, driven out of the ravines near the river, had betaken themselves to the wilds farther off in the country, where the nearness of broad steppes gave them more safety and easier escape in case of need. But what will happen, inquired Basha, if I meet a number of men, or more than a dozen? The musket, that is 1, 2 pistols, 2, a saber, let us suppose 2 more, but if the number is greater than this, I shall die a dreadful death. And as in the previous night with its alarms she had wished day to come as quickly as possible, so now she looked with yearning for darkness to hide her more easily from evil eyes. Twice more, during persistent riding, did it seem to her that she was passing near people. Once she saw on the edge of a high plain a number of cabins. Maybe robbers by vocation were not living in them, but she preferred to pass at a gallop, knowing that even villagers are not much better than robbers. Another time she heard the sound of axes cutting wood. The wished-for night covered the earth at last. Basha was so wearied that when she came to a naked steppe, free from forest, she said to herself, "Here I shall not be crushed against a tree, I will sleep right away, even if I freeze." When she was closing her eyes it seemed to her that far off in the distance, in the white snow, she saw a number of black points which were moving in various directions. For a while longer she overcame her sleep. "Those are surely wolves," muttered she, quietly. Before she had gone many yards, those points disappeared, then she fell asleep so soundly that she woke only when Asia's horse, on which she was sitting, neighed under her. She looked around. She was on the edge of a forest, and woke in time, for if she had not waked she might have been crushed against a tree. Suddenly she saw that the other horse was not near her. "What has happened?" cried she, in great alarm. But a very simple thing had happened. Basha had tied, it is true, the reins of her horse's bridle to the pommel of the saddle on which she was sitting, but her stiffened hands served her badly, and she was not able to knot the straps firmly. Afterward the reins fell off, and the wearied horse stopped to seek food under the snow or lie down. Fortunately Basha had her pistol at her girdle, and not in the holsters. The powder horn and the bag with the rest of the seeds were also with her. Finally the misfortune was not too appalling, for Asia's horse, though he yielded to hers in speed, surpassed him undoubtedly in endurance of cold and labor. Still, Basha was grieved for her favorite horse, and at the first moment determined to search for him. She was astonished, however, when she looked around the steppe and saw nothing of the beast, though the night was unusually clear. "He has stopped behind," thought she, "surely not gone ahead, but he must have lain down in some hollow, and that is why I cannot see him." Asia's horse neighed a second time, shaking himself somewhat and putting back his ears. But from the steppe he was answered by silence. "I will go and find him," said Basha. And she turned, when a sudden alarm seized her, and a voice precisely as if human called, "Basha, do not go back." That moment the silence was broken by other and ill-omened voices near, and coming, as it were, from under the earth, howling, coughing, whining, groaning, and finally a ghastly squeal, short, interrupted. This was all the more terrible since there was nothing to be seen on the step. Cold sweat covered Basha from head to foot, and from her blue lips was wrested the cry. "What is that? What has happened?" She divined at once, it is true, that wolves had killed her horse, but she could not understand why she did not see him, since, judging by the sounds, he was not more than 500 yards behind. There was no time to fly to the rescue, for the horse must be torn to pieces already. Besides, she needed to think of her own life. Basha fired the pistol to frighten the wolves, and moved forward. While going she pondered over what had happened, and after a while it shot through her head that perhaps it was not wolves that had taken her horse, since those voices seemed to come from under the ground. At this thought a cold shiver went along her back, but dwelling on the matter more carefully, she remembered that in her sleep it had seemed to her that she was going down and then going up again. "It must be so," said she. "I must have crossed in my sleep some ravine, not very steep. There my horse remained, and there the wolves found him. The rest of the night passed without accident. Having eaten hay the morning before, the horse went with great endurance, so that Basha herself was amazed at his strength. That was a Tartar horse, a wolf hunter, of great stock, and of endurance almost without limit. During the short halts which Basha made, he ate everything without distinction, moss, leaves, he gnawed even the bark of trees, and went on and on. Basha urged him to a gallop on the plains. Then he began to groan somewhat, and to breathe loudly when reined in. He panted, trembled, and dropped his head low from weariness, but did not fall. Her horse, even had he not perished under the teeth of the wolves, could not have endured such a journey. Next morning Basha, after her prayers, began to calculate the time. "I broke away from Asya on Tuesday in the afternoon," said she to herself. "I galloped till night, then one night passed on the road, after that a whole day, then again a whole night, and now the third day has begun. A pursuit, even had there been one, must have returned already, and Hreptyoff ought to be near, for I have not spared the horses." After a while she added, "It is time, it is time. God pity me." At moments a desire seized her to approach the Dniester, for at the bank it would be easier to learn where she was, but when she remembered that 50 of Asya's men had remained with Pan Gorzensky in Mohilov, she was afraid. It occurred to her that because she had made such a circuit she might not have passed Mohilov yet. On the road, in so far as sleep had not closed her eyes, she tried, it is true, to note carefully whether she did not come on a very wide ravine, like that in which Mohilov was situated, but she did not see such a place. However, the ravine in the interior might be narrow and altogether different from what it was at Mohilov, might have come to an end or contracted at some furlongs beyond the town. In a word, Basha had not the least idea of where Mohilov was. Only she implored God without ceasing that it might be near, for she felt that she could not endure toil, hunger, sleeplessness, and cold much longer. During 3 days she had lived on seeds alone, and though she had spared them most carefully, still she had eaten the last kernel that morning, and there was nothing in the bag. Now she could only nourish and warm herself with the hope that Hreptyoff was near. In addition to hope, fever was warming her. Basha felt perfectly that she had a fever. For though the air was growing colder, and it was even freezing, her hands and feet were as hot then as they had been cold at the beginning of the journey. Thirst too tormented her greatly. "If only I do not lose my presence of mind," said she to herself, "if I reach Hreptyoff, even with my last breath, see Michael, and then let the will of God be done." Again she had to pass numerous streams or rivers, but these were either shallow or frozen, on some water was flowing, and there was ice underneath, firm and strong. But she dreaded these crossings most of all because the horse, though courageous, feared them evidently. Going into the water or onto the ice he snorted, put forward his ears, sometimes resisted, but when urged went warily, putting foot before foot slowly, and sniffing with distended nostrils. It was well on in the afternoon when Basha, riding through a thick pine wood, halted before some river larger than others, and above all much wider. According to her supposition this might be the LIII or the XLIII. At sight of this her heart beat with gladness. In every case Hreptyoff must be near. Had she passed it even, she might consider herself saved, for the country there was more inhabited and the people less to be feared. The river, as far as her eye could reach, had steep banks, only in one place was there a depression, and the water, dammed by ice, had gone over the bank as if poured into a flat and wide vessel. The banks were frozen thoroughly. In the middle a broad streak of water was flowing, but Basha hoped to find the usual ice under it. The horse went in, resisting somewhat, as at every crossing, with head inclined, and smelling the snow before him. When she came to running water Basha knelt on the saddle, according to her custom, and held the saddlebow with both hands. The water plashed under his hoofs. The ice was really firm, his hoof struck it as stone. But evidently the shoes had grown blunt on the long road, which was rocky in places, for the horse began to slip, his feet went apart, as if flying from under him. All at once he fell forward, and his nostrils sank in the water. Then he rose, fell on his rump, rose again, but being terrified, began to struggle and strike desperately with his feet. Basha grasped the bridle, and with that a dull crack was heard. Both hind legs of the horse sank through the ice as far as the haunches. "Jesus, Jesus!" cried Basha. The beast, with 4 legs still on firm ice, made desperate efforts. But evidently the pieces on which he was resting began to move from under his feet, for he fell deeper, and began to groan hoarsely. Basha had still time sufficient and presence of mind to seize the mane of the horse and reach the unbroken ice in front of him. She fell and was wet in the water, but rising and feeling firm ground underfoot, she knew that she was saved. She wished to save the horse, and bending forward caught the bridle, and going toward the bank she pulled it with all her might. But the horse sank deeper, could not free even his 4 legs to grapple the ice, which was still unmoved. The reins were pulled harder every instant, but he sank more and more. He began to groan with a voice almost human, baring his teeth the while. His eyes looked at Basha with indescribable sadness, as if wishing to say to her, "There is no rescue for me, drop the reins ere I drag thee in." There was, in truth, no rescue for him, and Basha had to drop the reins. When the horse disappeared beneath the ice she went to the bank, sat down under a bush without leaves, and sobbed like a child. Her energy was thoroughly broken for the moment. And besides that, the bitterness and pain which, after meeting with people, had filled her heart, overflowed it now with still greater force. Everything was against her, uncertain roads, darkness, the elements, men, beasts. The hand of God alone had seemed to watch over her. In that kind, fatherly care she had put all her childlike trust, but now even that hand had failed her. This was a feeling to which Basha had not given such clear expression. But if she had not, she felt it all the more strongly in her heart. What remained to her? Complaint and tears. And still she had shown all the valor, all the courage, all the endurance which such a poor, weak creature could show. Now, see, her horse is drowned, the last hope of rescue, the last plank of salvation, the only thing living that was with her. Without that horse she felt powerless against the unknown expanse which separated her from Hreptyoff, against the pine woods, ravines, and steppes. Not only defenseless against the pursuit of men and beasts, but she felt far more lonely and deserted than before. She wept till tears failed her. Then came exhaustion, weariness, and a feeling of helplessness so great that it was almost equal to rest. Sighing deeply once and a second time, she said to herself, "Against the will of God I am powerless. I will die where I am." And she closed her eyes, aforetime so bright and joyous, but now hollow and sunken. In its own way, though her body was becoming more helpless every moment, thought was still throbbing in her head like a frightened bird, and her heart was throbbing also. If no one in the world loved her, she would have less regret to die. But all loved her so much. And she pictured to herself what would happen when Asyu's treason and his flight would become known, how they would search for her. How they would find her at last, blue, frozen, sleeping the eternal sleep under a bush at the river. And all at once she called out, "Oh, but poor Michael will be in despair. ei. Then she implored him, saying that it was not her fault. Michael, said she, putting her arms around his neck, mentally, I did all in my power, but, my dear, it was difficult. The Lord God did not will it. And that moment such a heartfelt love for Michael possessed her, such a wish even to die near that dear head, that, summoning every force she had, she rose from the bank and walked on. At first it was immensely difficult. Her feet had become unaccustomed to walking during the long ride, she felt as if she were going on stilts. Happily she was not cold, she was even warm enough, for the fever had not left her for a moment. Sinking in the forest, she went forward persistently, remembering to keep the sun on her left hand. It had gone, in fact, to the Moldavian side, for it was the second half of the day, perhaps 4 o'clock. Basha cared less now for approaching the Dniester, for it seemed to her always that she was beyond Mohilov. If only I were sure of that, if I knew it, repeated she, raising her blue, and at the same time inflamed, face to the sky. If some beast or some tree would speak and say, it is a mile to Hreptyoff, 2 miles, I might go there perhaps. But the trees were silent, nay more, they seemed to her unfriendly, and obstructed the road with their roots. Basha stumbled frequently against the knots and curls of those roots covered with snow. After a time she was burdened unendurably, she threw the warm mantle from her shoulders and remained in her single coat. Relieving herself in this way, she walked and walked still more hurriedly, now stumbling, now falling at times in deeper snow. Her fur-lined Morocco boots without soles, excellent for riding in a sleigh or on horseback, did not protect her feet well against clumps or stones. Besides, soaked through repeatedly at crossings, and kept damp by the warmth of her feet now inflamed from fever, these boots were torn easily in the forest. I will go barefoot to Hreptyoff or to death, thought Basha. And a sad smile lighted her face, for she found comfort in this, that she went so enduringly, and that if she should be frozen on the road, Michael would have nothing to cast at her memory. Therefore she talked now continually with her husband, and said once, Michael dear. Another would not have done so much, for example, Eva. Of Eva she had thought more than once in that time of flight, more than once had she prayed for Eva. It was clear to her now, seeing that Asia did not love the girl, that her fate, and the fate of all the other prisoners left in Rashkov, would be dreadful. It is worse for them than for me, repeated she, from moment to moment, and that thought gave fresh strength to her. But when 1, 2, and 3 hours had passed, this strength decreased at every step. Gradually the sun sank behind the Dniester, and flooding the sky with a ruddy twilight, was quenched, the snow took on a violet reflection. Then that gold and purple abyss of twilight began to grow dark, and became narrower every moment, from a sea covering half the heavens it was changed to a lake, from a lake to a river, from a river to a stream. And finally gleaming as a thread of light stretched on the west, yielded to darkness. Night came. An hour passed. The pinewood became black and mysterious, but, unmoved by any breath, it was as silent as if it had collected itself, and were meditating what to do with that poor, wandering creature. But there was nothing good in that torpor and silence, nay, there was insensibility and callousness. Basha went on continually, catching the air more quickly with her parched lips. She fell, too, more frequently, because of darkness and her lack of strength. She had her head turned upward, but not to look for the directing Great Bear, for she had lost altogether the sense of position. She went so as to go. She went because very clear and sweet visions before death had begun to fly over her. For example, the 4 sides of the wood begin to run together quickly, to join and form a room, the room at Hreptyoff. Basha is in it. She sees everything clearly. In the chimney a great fire is burning, and on the benches officers are sitting as usual. Pan Zagloba is chaffing Pan Snitko. Pan Motovidlo is sitting in silence looking into the flames, and when something hisses in the fire he says, in his drawling voice, "Oh, soul in purgatory, what needst thou?" Pan Michalski and Pan Hromika are playing dice with Michael. Basha comes up to them and says, Michael, I will sit on the bench and nestle up to you a little, for I am not myself. Michael puts his arm around her. What is the matter, kitten? But maybe, and he inclines to her ear and whispers something. But she answers, Ai, how I am not myself. What a bright and peaceful room that is, and how beloved is that Michael. But somehow Basha is not herself, so that she is alarmed. Basha is not herself to such a degree that the fever has left her suddenly, for the weakness before death has overcome it. The visions disappear, presence of mind returns, and with it memory. I am fleeing before Asya, said Basha to herself. I am in the forest at night. I cannot go to Hreptyoff. I am dying. After the fever, cold seizes her quickly, and goes through her body to the bones. The legs bend under her, and she kneels at last on the snow before a tree. Not the least cloud darkens her mind now. She is terribly sorry to lose life, but she knows perfectly that she is dying. And wishing to commend her soul to God, she begins to say, in a broken voice, in the name of the Father and the Son. Suddenly certain strange, sharp, shrill, squeaking voices interrupt further prayer. They are disagreeable and piercing in the stillness of the night. Basha opens her mouth. The question, what is that, is dying on her lips. For a moment she places her trembling fingers to her face, as if not wishing to lend belief, and from her mouth a sudden cry is wrested. O Jesus, O Jesus! Those are the well sweeps, that is Hreptyoff. O Jesus! Then that being who was dying a little before springs up, and panting, trembling, with eyes full of tears, and with swelling bosom runs through the forest, falls, rises again, repeating. They are watering the horses. That is Hreptyoff. Those are our well sweeps. Even to the gate, even to the gate. O Jesus! Hreptyoff, Hreptyoff! But here the forest grows thin, the snowfields open, and with them the slope, from which a number of glittering eyes are looking on the running Basha. But those were not wolves' eyes, those were Hreptyoff windows looking with sweet, bright, and saving light. That is the Fort Alice there on the eminence, just that eastern side turned to the forest. There was still a distance to go, but Basha did not know when she passed it. The soldiers standing at the gate on the village side did not know her in the darkness. But they admitted her, thinking her a boy sent on some message, and returning to the commandant. She rushed in with her last breath, ran across the square near the wells where the dragoons, returning just before from a reconnaissance, had watered their horses for the night, and stood at the door of the main building. The little knight and Zagloba were sitting just then astride a bench before the fire, and drinking Krupnik .27. They were talking of Basha, thinking that she was down there somewhere, managing in Rashkov. Both were sad, for it was terribly dreary without her, and every day they were discussing about her return. God ward off sudden thaws and rains. Should they come? He alone knows when she would return, said Zagloba, gloomily. The winter will hold out yet, said the little knight, and in 8 or 10 days I shall be looking toward Mohilov for her every hour. I wish she had not gone. There is nothing for me here without her in Hreptyoff. But why did you advise the journey? Don't invent, Michael. That took place with your head. If only she comes back in health. Here the little knight sighed, and added. In health, and as soon as possible. With that the door squeaked, and a small, pitiful, torn creature, covered with snow, began to pipe plaintively at the threshold. Michael, Michael. The little knight sprang up, but he was so astonished at the first moment that he stopped where he stood, as if turned to stone. He opened his arms, began to blink, and stood still. Michael. Asya betrayed, he wanted to carry me away. But I fled, and, save, rescue. When she had said this, she tottered and fell as if dead, on the floor. Pan Michael sprang forward, raised her in his arms as if she had been a feather, and cried shrilly. Merciful Christ! But her poor head hung without life on his shoulder. Thinking that he held only a corpse in his arms, he began to cry with a ghastly voice. Basha is dead. Dead. Rescue. Chapter 42. News of Basha's arrival flew like a thunderbolt through Hreptyoff, but no one except the little knight, Pan Zagloba, and the serving women saw her that evening, or the following evenings. After that swoon on the threshold she recovered presence of mind sufficiently to tell in a few words at least what had happened, and how it had happened. But suddenly a new fit of fainting set in, and an hour later, though they used all means to revive her, though they warmed her, gave her wine, tried to give her food, she did not know even her husband. And there was no doubt that for her a long and grievous illness was beginning. Meanwhile excitement rose in all Hreptyoff. The soldiers, learning that the lady had come home half alive, rushed out to the square like a swarm of bees. All the officers assembled, and whispering in low voices were waiting impatiently for news from the bedroom where Basha was lying. For a long time, however, it was impossible to learn anything. It is true that at times waiting women hurried past, one to the kitchen for hot water, another to the dispensary for plasters, ointments, and herbs, but they let no one detain them. Uncertainty was weighing like lead on all hearts. Increasing crowds, even from the village, collected on the square, inquiries passed from mouth to mouth, men described Asia's treason, and said that the lady had saved herself by flight, had fled a whole week without food or sleep. At these tidings the breasts of all swelled with rage. At last a wonderful and terrible frenzy seized the assembly of soldiers, but they repressed it through fear of injuring the sick woman by an outburst. At last, after long waiting, Pan Zagloba went out to the officers, his eyes red, and the remnant of the hair on his head standing up. They sprang to him in a crowd, and covered him at once with anxious questions in low tones. "Is she alive? Is she alive?" "She is alive," said the old man, "but God knows whether she will live an hour." Here the voice stuck in his throat, his lower lip quivered. Seizing his head with both hands, he dropped heavily on the bench, and suppressed sobbing heaved his breast. At sight of this, Pan Michalski caught in his embrace Pan Yenashinyets, though he cared not much for him ordinarily, and began to moan quietly. Pan Yenashinyets seconded him at once. Pan Motovidlo stared as if he were trying to swallow something, but could not. Pan Snitko fell to unbuttoning his coat with quivering fingers. Pan Hromika raised his hands, and walked through the room. The soldiers, seeing through the windows these signs of despair, and judging that the lady had died already, began an outcry and lamentation. Hearing this, Zagloba fell into a sudden fury, and shot out like a stone from a sling to the square. "Silence, you scoundrels! May the thunderbolt split you," cried he, in a suppressed voice. They were silent at once, understanding that the time for lamentation had not come yet, but they did not leave the square. Zagloba returned to the room, quieted somewhat, and sat again on the bench. At that moment a waiting woman appeared again at the door of the room. Zagloba sprang toward her. "How is it there?" "She is sleeping." "Is she sleeping?" "Praise be to God. Maybe the Lord will grant." "What is the Pan Commandant doing?" "The Pan Commandant is at her bedside." "That is well. Go now for what you were sent." Zagloba turned to the officers and said, repeating the words of the woman. "May the Most High God have mercy. She is sleeping. Some hope is entering me, UF. And they sighed deeply in like manner. Then they gathered around Zagloba in a close circle and began to inquire. "For God's sake, how did it happen? What happened? How did she escape on foot?" "At first she did not escape on foot," whispered Zagloba, "but with 2 horses, for she threw that dog from his saddle, may the plague slay him. I cannot believe my ears. She struck him with the butt of a pistol between the eyes. And as they were some distance behind no one saw them, and no one pursued. The wolves ate one horse, and the other was drowned under the ice. O merciful Christ! She went, the poor thing, alone through forests, without eating, without drinking." Here Pan Zagloba burst out crying again, and stopped his narrative for a time. The officers too sat down on benches, filled with wonder and horror and pity for the woman who was loved by all. When she came near Hreptyoff, continued Zagloba, after a while, she did not know the place, and was preparing to die. Just then she heard the squeak of the well sweeps, knew that she was near us, and dragged herself home with her last breath. God guarded her in such straits, said Pan Motovidlo, wiping his moist mustaches. He will guard her further. It will be so. You have touched the point, whispered a number of voices. With that a louder noise came in from the square. Zagloba sprang up again in a rage, and rushed out through the doorway. Head was thrust up to head on the square, but at sight of Zagloba and two other officers the soldiers pushed back into a half-circle. Be quiet, you dog souls. Began Zagloba, or I'll command. But out of the half-circle stepped Zydor Lusnia, a sergeant of dragoons, a real Mazovian, and one of Pan Michael's favorite soldiers. This man advanced a couple of steps, straightened himself out like a string, and said with a voice of decision. Your Grace, since such a son has injured Our Lady, as I live, we cannot but move on him and take vengeance. All beg to do this. And if the colonel cannot go, we will go under another command, even to the Crimea itself, to capture that man, and remembering Our Lady, we will not spare him. A stubborn, cold, peasant threat sounded in the voice of the sergeant. Other dragoons and attendants in the accompanying squadrons began to grit their teeth, shake their sabers, puff, and murmur. This deep grumbling, like the grumbling of a bear in the night, had in it something simply terrible. The sergeant stood erect waiting for an answer, behind him whole ranks were waiting, and in them was evident such obstinacy and rage that in presence of it even the ordinary obedience of soldiers disappeared. Silence continued for a while. All at once some voice in a remoter line called out. The blood of that one is the best medicine, forth the lady. Zagloba's anger fell away, for that attachment of the soldiers to Basha touched him. And at that mention of medicine another plan flashed up in his head, namely, to bring a doctor to Basha. At the first moment in that wild Hreptyoff no one had thought of a doctor. But nevertheless there were many of them in Kamenets, among others a certain Greek, a famous man, wealthy, the owner of a number of stone houses, and so learned that he passed everywhere as almost skilled in the black art. But there was a doubt whether he, being wealthy, would be willing to come at any price to such a desert, he to whom even magnates spoke with respect. Zagloba meditated for a short time, and then said. A fitting vengeance will not miss that arch-hound, I promise you that, and he would surely prefer to have his Grace, the King, swear vengeance against him than to have Zagloba do it. But it is not known whether he is alive yet, for the lady, in tearing herself out of his hands, struck him with the butt of her pistol right in the brain. But this is not the time to think of him, for first we must save the lady. We should be glad to do it, even with our own lives, answered Lusnia. And the crowd muttered again in support of the sergeant. Listen to me, said Zagloba. In Kamenets lives a doctor named Rodopol. You will go to him. You will tell him that the Starosta of Podolia has sprained his leg at this place and is waiting for rescue. And if he is outside the wall, seize him, put him on a horse, or into a bag, and bring him to Hreptyoff without stopping. I will give command to have horses disposed at short distances apart, and you will go at a gallop. Only be careful to bring him alive, for we have no business with dead doctors. A mutter of satisfaction was heard on every side. Lusnia moved his stern mustaches and said. I will bring him surely, and I will not lose him till we come to Hreptyoff. Move on. I pray your Grace. What more? But if he should die of fright? He will not. Take 6 men and move. Lusnia shot away. The others were glad to do something for the lady, they ran to saddle the horses, and in a few, our fathers, 6 men were racing to Kamenets. After them others took additional horses, to be disposed along the road. Zagloba, satisfied with himself, returned to the house. After a while Pan Michael came out of the bedroom, changed, half-conscious, indifferent to words of sympathy and consolation. When he had informed Zagloba that Basha was sleeping continually, he dropped on the bench, and gazed with wandering look on the door beyond which she was lying. It seemed to the officers that he was listening. Therefore all restrained their breathing, and a perfect stillness settled down in the room. After a certain time Zagloba went on tiptoe to the little knight. "Michael," said he, "I have sent to Kamenets for a doctor. But maybe it is well to send for someone else." Wołodyjowski was collecting his thoughts, and apparently did not understand. "For a priest," said Zagloba. "Father Kaminsky might come by morning." The little knight closed his eyes, turned toward the fire, his face as pale as a kerchief, and said in a hurried voice, "Jesus, Jesus, Jesus." Zagloba inquired no further, but went out and made arrangements. When he returned, Pan Michael was no longer in the room. The officers told Zagloba that the sick woman had called her husband, it was unknown whether in a fever or in her senses. The old noble convinced himself soon, by inspection, that it was in a fever. Beja's cheeks were bright red, her eyes, though glittering, were dull, as if the pupils had mingled with the white. Her pale hands were searching for something before her, with a monotonous motion, on the coverlet. Pan Michael was lying half alive at her feet. From time to time the sick woman muttered something in a low voice, or uttered uncertain phrases more loudly. Among them, Hreptyoff was repeated most frequently. Evidently it seemed to her at times that she was still on the road. That movement of her hands on the coverlet disturbed Zagloba especially, for in its unconscious monotony he saw signs of coming death. He was a man of experience, and many people had died in his presence. But never had his heart been cut with such sorrow as at sight of that flower withering so early. Understanding that God alone could save that quenching life, he knelt at the bed and began to pray earnestly. Meanwhile Beja's breath grew heavier, and changed by degrees to a rattling. Wołodyjowski sprang up from her feet, Zagloba rose from his knees. Neither said a word to the other. They merely looked into each other's eyes, and in that look there was terror. It seemed to them that she was dying, but it seemed so only for some moments. Soon her breathing was easier and even slower. Thenceforth they were between fear and hope. The night dragged on slowly. Neither did the officers go to rest. They sat in the room, now looking at the door of the bedroom, now whispering among themselves, now dozing. At intervals a boy came in to throw wood on the fire. And at each movement of the latch they sprang from the bench, thinking that Wołodyjowski or Zagloba was coming, and they would hear the terrible words, "She is living no longer." At last the cocks crowed, and she was still struggling with the fever. Toward morning a fierce rainstorm burst forth, it roared among the beams, howled on the roof, at times the flames quivered in the chimney, casting into the room puffs of smoke and sparks. About daylight Pan Motovidlo stepped out quietly, for he had to go on a reconnaissance. At last day came pale and cloudy, and lighted weary faces. On the square the usual movement began. In the whistling of the storm were heard the tramp of horses on the planking of the stable, the squeak of the well sweeps, and the voices of soldiers, but soon a bell sounded. Father Kaminsky had come. When he entered, wearing his white surplice, the officers fell on their knees. It seemed to all that the solemn moment had come, after which death must follow undoubtedly. The sick woman had not regained consciousness. Therefore the priest could not hear her confession. He only gave her extreme unction, then he began to console the little knight, and to persuade him to yield to the will of God. But there was no effect in that consolation, for no words could reach his pain. For a whole day death hovered over Basha. Like a spider, which secreted in some gloomy corner of the ceiling crawls out at times to the light, and lets itself down on an unseen web, death seemed at times to come down right there over Beja's head. And more than once it seemed to those present that his shadow was falling on her forehead, that bright soul was just opening its wings to fly away out of Hreptyoff, somewhere into endless space, to the other side of life. Then again death, like a spider, hid away under the ceiling, and hope filled their hearts. But that was merely a partial and temporary hope, for no one dared to think that Basha would survive the attack. Pan Michael himself had no hope of her recovery, and this pain of his became so great that Zagloba, though suffering severely himself, began to be afraid, and to commend him to the care of the officers. "For God's sake, look after him," said the old man. "He may plunge a knife into his body." This did not come, indeed, to Pan Michael's head, but in that rending sorrow and pain he asked himself continually, "How am I to stay behind when she goes? How can I let that dearest love go alone? What will she say when she looks around and does not find me near her?" Thinking thus, he wished with all the powers of his soul to die with her. For as he could not imagine life for himself on earth without her, in like manner he did not understand that she could be happy in that life without him, and not yearn for him. In the afternoon the ill-omened spider hid again in the ceiling. The flush in Basia's cheeks was quenched, and the fever decreased to a degree that some consciousness came back to her. She lay for a time with closed eyes, then, opening them, looked into the face of the little knight, and asked, "Michael, am I in Hreptyoff?" "Yes, my love," answered Wołodyjowski, closing his teeth. "And are you really near me?" "Yes." "How do you feel?" "Ai, well." It was clear that she herself was not certain that the fever had not brought before her eyes deceptive visions, but from that moment she regained consciousness more and more. In the evening Lusnia and his men came and shook out of a bag before the fort the doctor of Kamenets, together with his medicines. He was barely alive. But when he learned that he was not in robber hands, as he thought, but was brought in that fashion to a patient, after a passing faintness he went to the rescue at once, especially as Zagloba held before him in one hand a purse filled with coin, in the other a loaded pistol, and said, "Here is the fee for life, and there is the fee for death." That same night, about daybreak, the spider of ill omen hid away somewhere for good. Thereupon the decision of the doctor, "She will be sick a long time, but she will recover," sounded with joyful echo through Hreptyoff. When Pan Michael heard it first, he fell on the floor and broke into such violent sobbing that it seemed as though his bosom would burst. Zagloba grew weak altogether from joy, so that his face was covered with sweat, and he was barely able to exclaim, "A drink." The officers embraced one another. On the square the dragoons assembled again, with the escort and the Cossacks of Pan Motovidlo. It was hardly possible to restrain them from shouting. They wanted absolutely to show their delight in some fashion, and they began to beg for a number of robbers imprisoned in the cellars of Hreptyoff, so as to hang them for the benefit of the lady. But the little knight refused. Chapter 43. Basha suffered so violently for a week yet, that had it not been for the assurance of the doctor both Pan Michael and Zagloba would have admitted that the flame of her life might expire at any moment. Only at the end of that time did she become notably better. Her consciousness returned fully, and though the doctor foresaw that she would lie in bed a month, or a month and a half, still it was certain that she would return to perfect health, and gain her former strength. Pan Michael during her illness went hardly one step from her pillow. He loved her after these perils still more, if possible, and did not see the world beyond her. At times when he sat near her, when he looked on that face, still thin and emaciated but joyous, and those eyes, into which the old fire was returning each day, he was beset by the wish to laugh, to cry, and to shout from delight. "My only Basha is recovering. She is recovering." And he rushed at her hands, and sometimes he kissed those poor little feet which had waded so valiantly through the deep snows to Hreptyoff. In a word, he loved her and honored her beyond estimation. He felt wonderfully indebted to Providence, and on a certain time he said in presence of Zagloba and the officers, "I am a poor man, but even were I to work off my arms to the elbows, I will find money for a little church, even a wooden one. And as often as they ring the bells in it, I will remember the mercy of God, and the soul will be melting within me from gratitude." "God grant us first to pass through this Turkish war with success," said Zagloba. "The Lord knows best what pleases him most," replied the little knight. "If he wishes for a church he will preserve me, and if he prefers my blood, I shall not spare it, as God is dear to me." Basha with health regained her humor. 2 weeks later she gave command to open the door of her chamber a little one evening, and when the officers had assembled in the room, she called out with her silvery voice. "Good evening, gentlemen. I shall not die this time, aha!" "Thanks to the Most High God," answered the officers, in chorus. "Glory be to God, dear child," exclaimed Pan Motovidlo, who loved Basha particularly with a fatherly affection, and who in moments of great emotion spoke always in Russian. 28. "See, gentlemen," continued Basha, "what has happened. Who could have hoped for this? Lucky that it ended so. God watched over innocence," called the chorus again through the door. But Pan Zagloba laughed at me more than once, because I have more love for the saber than the distaff. Well, a distaff or a needle would have helped me greatly. But didn't I act like a cavalier, didn't I? An angel could not have done better. Zagloba interrupted the conversation by closing the door of the chamber, for he feared too much excitement for Basha. But she was angry as a cat at the old man, for she had a wish for further conversation, and especially to hear more praises of her bravery and valor. When danger had passed, and was merely a reminiscence, she was very proud of her action against Asya, and demanded praise absolutely. More than once she turned to the little knight, and pushing his breast with her finger said, with the mien of a spoiled child, "Praise for the bravery." And he, the obedient, praised her and fondled her, and kissed her on the eyes and on the hands, till Zagloba, though he was greatly affected himself in reality, pretended to be scandalized, and muttered, "Ah! Everything will be as lax as grandfather's whip." The general rejoicing in Hreptyoff over Baja's recovery was troubled only by the remembrance of the injury which Asya's treason had wrought in the Commonwealth, and the terrible fate of old Pan Novoveski, of Pani and Punnaboski, and of Eva. Basha was troubled no little by this, and with her everyone, for the events at Rashkov were known in detail, not only in Hreptyoff, but in Kamenets and farther on. A few days before, Pan Myslashevsky had stopped in Hreptyoff. Notwithstanding the treason of Asya, Krachinsky, and Adurovich, he did not lose hope of attracting to the Polish side the other captains. After Pan Myslashevsky came Pan Bogush, and later, news directly from Mohilov, Yampol, and Rashkov itself. In Mohilov, Pan Gorzensky, evidently a better soldier than orator, did not let himself be deceived. Intercepting Asya's orders to the Tartars whom he left behind, Pan Gorzensky fell upon them, with a handful of Mazovian infantry, and cut them down or took them prisoners. Besides, he sent a warning to Yampol, through which that place was saved. The troops returned soon after. So Rashkov was the only victim. Pan Michael received a letter from Pan Bialoglovsky himself, giving a report of events there and other affairs relating to the whole Commonwealth. "It is well that I returned," wrote Pan Bialoglovsky, among other things, "for Novoveski, my second, is not in a state now to do duty. He is more like a skeleton than a man, and we shall be sure to lose a great cavalier, for suffering has crushed him beyond the measure of his strength. His father is slain. His sister, in the last degree of shame, given to Adurovich by Asya, who took Punnaboski for himself. Nothing can be done for them, even should there be success in rescuing them from captivity. We know this from a Tartar who sprained his shoulder in crossing the river, taken prisoner by our men, he was put on the fire, and divulged everything. Asya, Krachinsky, and Adurovich have gone to Adrianople. Novoveski is struggling to follow without fail, saying that he must take Asya, even from the center of the Sultan's camp, and have vengeance. He was always obstinate and daring, and there is no reason now to wonder at him, since it is a question of Punnaboski, whose evil fate we all bewail with tears, for she was a sweet maiden, and I do not know the man whose heart she did not win. But I restrain Novoveski, and tell him that Asya himself will come to him, for war is certain, and this also, that the hordes will move in the vanguard. We have news from Moldavia from the Perculabs, and from Turkish merchants as well, that troops are assembling already near Adrianople, a great many of the horde. The Turkish cavalry, which they call Spahis, are mustering too. And the Sultan himself is to come with the Janissaries. My benefactor, there will be untold myriads of them, for the whole Orient is in movement, and we have only a handful of troops. Our whole hope is in the rock of Kamenets, which, God grant, is provisioned properly. In Adrianople it is spring, and with us almost spring, for tremendous rains are falling and grass is appearing. I am going to Yampol. For Rashkov is only a heap of ashes, and there is no place to incline one's head, or anything to put into the mouth. Besides, I think that we shall be withdrawn from all the forts. The little knight had information of equal and even greater certainty, since it came from Houghton. He had sent it a short time before to the hetman. Still, Bialoglovsky's letter, coming from the remotest boundary, made a powerful impression on him, precisely because it confirmed that intelligence. But the little knight had no fears touching war, his fears were for Basha. The order of the hetman to withdraw the garrisons may come any day, said he to Zagloba, and service is service. It will be necessary to move without delay, but Basha is in bed yet, and the weather is bad. If 10 orders were to come, said Zagloba, Basha is the main question, we will stay here until she recovers completely. Besides, the war will not begin before the end of the thaws, much less before the end of winter, especially as they will bring heavy artillery against Kamenets. That old volunteer is always sitting within you, replied the little knight, with impatience. You think an order may be delayed for private matters. Well, if an order is dearer to you than Basha, pack her into a wagon and march. I know, you are ready at command to put her in with forks, if it appears that she is unable to sit in the wagon with her own strength. May the hangman take you with such discipline. In old times a man did what he could, and what he couldn't he didn't do. You have kindness on your lips, but just let them cry, Haida on the Turk. Then you'll spit out your kindness as you would a peach stone, and you will take that unfortunate woman on horseback with a lariat. I without pity for Basha. Fear the wounds of the crucified, cried the little knight. Zagloba puffed angrily for a time, then looking at the suffering face of Pan Michael, he said. Michael, you know that I say what I say out of love really parental for Basha. Otherwise would I be sitting here under the Turkish axe, instead of enjoying leisure in a safe place, which at my years no man could take ill of me? But who got Basha for you? If it shall be seen that it was not I, then command me to drink a vat of water without a thing to give taste to it. I could not repay you in a lifetime for Basha, cried the little knight. Then they took each other by the shoulders, and the best harmony began between them. I have planned, said the little knight, that when war comes, you will take Basha to Pan Yen's place. Chambuls do not go that far. I will do so for you, though it would delight me to go against the Turk, for nothing disgusts me like that swinish nation which does not drink wine. I fear only one thing, Basha will try to be at Kamenets, so as to be near me. My skin creeps at thought of this, but as God is God she will try. Do not let her try. Has little evil come already, because you indulge her in everything, and let her go on that expedition to Rashkov, though I cried out against it immediately. But that is not true. You said that you would not advise. When I say that I will not advise a thing, that is worse than if I had spoken against it. Basha ought to be wise now, but she will not. When she sees the sword over my head she will resist. Do not let her resist, I repeat. For God's sake, what sort of a straw husband are you? I confess that when she puts her fists in her eyes and begins to cry, or just let her pretend to cry, the heart in me is like butter on a frying pan. It must be that she has given me some herb. As to sending her, I will send her, for her safety is dearer to me than my own life, but when I think that I must torture her so the breath stops in me from pity. Michael, have God in your heart. Don't be led by the nose. Bah! Don't be led yourself. Who, if not you, said that I have no pity for her? What's that? Asked Zagloba. You do not lack ingenuity, but now you are scratching behind your ear yourself. Because I'm thinking what better argument to use. But if she puts her fists in her eyes at once? She will, as God is dear to me, said Zagloba, with evident alarm. And they were perplexed, for, to tell the truth, Basha had measured both perfectly. They had petted her to the last degree in her sickness, and loved her so much that the necessity of opposing her wish and desire filled them with fear. That Basha would not resist, and would yield with submission to the decree, both knew well. But not to mention Pan Michael, it would have been pleasanter for Zagloba to rush himself the third man on a whole regiment of Janissaries, than to see her putting her little fists into her eyes. Chapter 44. On that same day there came to them aid infallible, as they thought, in the persons of guests unexpected and dear above all. The Kedlings came toward evening, without any previous intimation. The delight and astonishment at seeing them in Hreptyoff was indescribable, and they, learning on the first inquiry that Basha was returning to health, were comforted in an equal degree. Krishna rushed at once to the bedroom, and at the same moment exclamations and cries from there announced Basha's happiness to the little knight. Kedling and Pan Michael embraced each other a long time. Now they put each other out at arm's length, now they embraced again. "For God's sake," said the little knight. "I should be less pleased to receive the baton than to see you, but what are you doing in these parts?" "The hetman has made me commander of the artillery at Kamenets," said Kedling, "therefore I went with my wife to that place. Hearing there of the trials that had met you, I set out without delay for Hreptyoff. Praise be to God, Michael, that all has ended well. We traveled in great suffering and uncertainty, for we knew not whether we were coming here to rejoice or to mourn." To rejoice," broke in Zagloba. "How did it happen?" asked Kedling. The little knight and Zagloba vied with each other in narrating, and Kedling listened, raising his eyes and his hands to heaven in wonderment at Basha's bravery. When they had talked all they wished, the little knight fell to inquiring of Kedling what had happened to him, and he made a report in detail. After their marriage they had lived on the boundary of Kurland. They were so happy with each other that it could not be better in heaven. Kedling in taking Krishna knew perfectly that he was taking a being above earth, and he had not changed his opinion so far. Zagloba and Pan Michael, remembering by this expression the former Kedling who expressed himself always in a courtly and elevated style, began to embrace him again. And when all three had satisfied their friendship, the old noble asked, "Has there come to that being above earth any earthly case which kicks with its feet and looks for teeth in its mouth with its finger?" "God gave us a son," said Kedling. "And now again." "I have noticed," interrupted Zagloba. "But here everything is on the old footing." Then he fixed his seeing eye on the little knight, whose mustaches quivered repeatedly. Further conversation was interrupted by the coming of Krishna, who pointed to the door and said, "Basha invites you." All went to the chamber together, and their new greetings began. Kedling kissed Basha's hand, and Pan Michael kissed Krishna's again, then all looked at one another with curiosity, as people do who have not met for a long time. Kedling had changed in almost nothing, except that he had his hair cut closely, and that made him seem younger, but Krishna had changed greatly, at least considering the time. She was not so slender and willowy as before, and her face was paler, for which reason the down on her lip seemed darker, but she had the former beautiful eyes with unusually long lashes, and the former calmness of countenance. Her features, once so wonderful, had lost, however, their previous delicacy. The loss might be, it is true, only temporary. Still, Pan Michael, looking at her and comparing her with his Basha, could not but think, "For God's sake, how could I fall in love with her when both were together? Where were my eyes?" On the other hand, Basha seemed beautiful to Kedling. For she was really beautiful, with her golden, wayward forelock dropping toward her brows, with her complexion which, losing some of its ruddiness, had become after her illness like the leaf of a white rose. But now her face was enlivened somewhat by delight, and her delicate nostrils moved quickly. She seemed as youthful as if she had not yet reached maturity. And at the first glance it might be thought that she was some 10 years younger than Kedling's wife. But her beauty acted on the sensitive Kedling only in this way, that he began to think with more tenderness of his wife, for he felt guilty with regard to her. Both women related to each other all that could be told in a short space of time. And the whole company, sitting around Basha's bed, began to recall former days. But that conversation did not move somehow, for there were in those former days delicate subjects, the confidences of Pan Michael with Krisia, and the indifference of the little knight for Basha, loved later, and various promises and various despairs. Life in Kettling's house had a charm for all, and left an agreeable memory behind, but to speak of it was awkward. Kettling changed the subject soon after. I have not told you yet that on the road we stopped with Pan Yen, who would not let us go for 2 weeks, and entertained us so that in heaven it could not be better. By the dear God, how are they? Cried Zagloba. Then you found them at home? We did, for Pan Yen had returned for a time from the hetmans with his 3 elder sons, who serve in the cavalry. I have not seen Pan Yen nor his family since the time of your wedding, said the little knight. He was here in the wilderness, and his sons were with him, but I did not happen to meet them. They are all very anxious to see you, said Kettling, turning to Zagloba. And I to see them, replied the old man. But this is how it is, if I am here, I am sad without them, if I go there, I shall be sad without this weasel. Such is human life. If the wind doesn't blow into one ear it will into the other. But it is worse for the lone man, for if I had children I should not be loving a stranger. You would not love your own children more than us, said Basha. When he heard this Zagloba was greatly delighted, and casting off sad thoughts, he fell at once into jovial humor. When he had puffed somewhat he said. Ha, I was a fool there at Kettling's. I got Krisia and Basha for you too, and I did not think of myself. There was still time then. Here he turned to the women. Confess that you would have fallen in love with me, both of you, and either one would have preferred me to Michael or Kettling. Of course we should, exclaimed Basha. Helena, Pan Yan's wife, too in her day would have preferred me. Ha! It might have been. I should then have a sedate woman, none of your tramps, knocking teeth out of Tartars. But is she well? She is well, but a little anxious, for their 2 middle boys ran away to the army from school at Lukov, said Kettling. Pan Yen himself is glad that there is such mettle in the boys, but a mother is a mother almost always. Have they many children? Inquired Basha, with a sigh. 12 boys, and now the fair sex has begun, answered Kettling. Ha, cried Zagloba, the special blessing of God is on that house. I have reared them all at my own breast, like a pelican. I must pull the ears of those middle boys, for if they had to run away why didn't they come here to Michael? But wait, it must be Michael and Jacek who ran away. There was such a flock of them that their own father confounded their names. And you couldn't see a crow for 3 miles around, for the rogues had killed every crow with their muskets. Bah, bah. You would have to look through the world for another such woman. Halska, I used to say to her, the boys are getting too big for me, I must have new sport. Then she would, as it were, frown at me, but the time came as if written down. Imagine to yourself, it went so far that if any woman in the country about could not get consolation, she borrowed a dress from Halska, and it helped her, as God is dear to me, it did. All wondered greatly, and a moment of silence followed. Then the voice of the little knight was heard on a sudden. Basha, do you hear? Michael, will you be quiet? Answered Basha. But Michael would not be quiet, for various cunning thoughts were coming to his head. It seemed to him above all that with that affair another equally important might be accomplished. Hence he began to talk, as it were to himself, carelessly, as about the commonest thing in the world. As God lives, it would be well to visit Pan Yen and his wife, but he will not be at home now, for he is going to the hetman. But she has sense, and is not accustomed to tempt the Lord God, therefore she will stay at home. Here he turned to Krisia. The spring is coming, and the weather will be fine. Now it is too early for Basha, but a little later I might not be opposed, for it is a friendly obligation. Pan Zagloba would take you both there, in the fall, when all would be quiet, I would go after you. That is a splendid idea, exclaimed Zagloba, I must go anyhow, for I have fed them with ingratitude. Indeed, I have forgotten that they are in the world, until I am ashamed. What do you say to this? Inquired Pan Michael, looking carefully into Krysia's eyes. But she answered most unexpectedly, with her usual calmness. I should be glad, but I cannot, for I will remain with my husband in Kamenets, and will not leave him for any cause. In God's name, what do I hear? Cried Pan Michael. You will remain in the fortress, which will be invested surely, and that by an enemy knowing no moderation. I should not talk if the war were with some civilized enemy, but this is an affair with barbarians. But do you know what a captured city means, what Turkish or Tartar captivity is? I do not believe my ears. Still, it cannot be otherwise, replied Krysia. Ketling, cried the little knight, in despair, is this the way you let yourself be mastered? O man, have God in your heart. We deliberated long, answered Ketling, and this was the end of it. And our son is in Kamenets, under the care of a lady, a relative of mine. Is it certain that Kamenets must be captured? Here Krysia raised her calm eyes. God is mightier than the Turk, he will not betray our confidence. And because I have sworn to my husband not to leave him till death, my place is with him. The little knight was terribly confused, for from Krysia he had expected something different altogether. Basha, who from the very beginning of the conversation saw whither Michael was tending, laughed cunningly. She fixed her quick eyes on him, and said, Michael, do you hear? Basha, be quiet! Exclaimed the little knight, in the greatest embarrassment. Then he began to cast despairing glances at Zagloba, as if expecting salvation from him. But that traitor rose suddenly, and said, We must think of refreshment, for it is not by word alone that man liveth. And he went out of the chamber. Pan Michael followed quickly, and stopped him. Well, and what now? Asked Zagloba. Well, and what? But may the bullet strike that Ketling woman. For God's sake, how is this commonwealth not to perish when women are managing it? Cannot you think out something? Since you fear your wife, what can I think out for you? Get the blacksmith to shoe you, that's what. Chapter 45. The Ketling stayed about 3 weeks. At the expiration of that time Basha tried to leave her bed, but it appeared that she could not stand on her feet yet. Health had returned to her sooner than strength. And the doctor commanded her to lie till all her vigor came back to her. Meanwhile spring came. First a strong and warm wind, rising from the side of the wilderness and the Black Sea, rent and swept away that veil of clouds as if it were a robe which had rotted from age, and then began to gather and scatter those clouds through the sky. As a shepherd dog gathers and scatters flocks of sheep. The clouds, fleeing before it, covered the earth frequently with abundant rain, which fell in drops as large as berries. The melting remnant of snow and ice formed lakes on the flat steppe, from the cliffs ribbons of water were falling. Along the beds of ravine streams rose, and all those waters were flying with a noise and an outbreak and uproar to the Dniester, just as children fly with delight to their mother. Through the rifts between the clouds the sun shone every few moments, bright, refreshed, and as it were wet from bathing in that endless abyss. Then bright green blades of grass began to rise through the softened ground. The slender twigs of trees put forth buds abundantly, and the sun gave heat with growing power. In the sky flocks of birds appeared, hence rows of cranes, wild geese, and storks, then the wind began to bring crowds of swallows. The frogs croaked in a great chorus in the warmed water, the small birds were singing madly, and through pine woods and forests and steppes and ravines went one great outcry, as if all nature were shouting with delight and enthusiasm. Spring! Yuha! Spring! But for those hapless regions spring brought mourning, not rejoicing, death, not life. In a few days after the departure of the Ketlings the little knight received the following intelligence from Pan Myslashevsky. On the plain of Kachunkori the conflux of troops increases daily. The Sultan has sent considerable sums to the Crimea. The Khan is going with 50,000 of the horde to assist Doroshenko. As soon as the floods dry, the multitude will advance by the Black Trail and the Trail of Kuchman. God pity the Commonwealth. Wołodyjowski sent Pyenka, his attendant, to the hetman at once with these tidings. But he himself did not hasten from Chreptyoff. First, as a soldier, he could not leave that stanitsa without command of the hetman. Second, he had spent too many years at tricks with the Tartars not to know that Chambuls would not move so early. The waters had not fallen yet, grass had not grown sufficiently, and the Cossacks were still in winter quarters. The little knight expected the Turks in summer at the earliest. For though they were assembling already at Adrianople, such a gigantic tabor, such throngs of troops, of camp servants, such burdens, so many horses, camels, and buffaloes, advanced very slowly. The Tartar cavalry might be looked for earlier, at the end of April or the beginning of May. It is true that before the main body, which counted tens of thousands of warriors, there fell always on the country detached chambuls and more or less numerous bands, as single drops of rain come before the great downpour. But the little knight did not fear these. Even picked Tartar horsemen could not withstand the cavalry of the Commonwealth in the open field. And what could bands do which at the mere report that troops were coming scattered like dust before a whirlwind? In every event there was time enough. And even if there were not, Pan Michael would not have been greatly averse to rubbing against some chambuls in a way which for them would be equally painful and memorable. He was a soldier, blood and bone, a soldier by profession. Hence the approach of a war roused in him thirst for the blood of his enemy, and brought to him calmness as well. Pan Zagloba was less calm, though inured beyond most men to great dangers in the course of his long life. In sudden emergencies he found courage, he had developed it besides by long though often involuntary practice, and had gained in his time famous victories. Still, the first news of coming war always affected him deeply. But now when the little knight explained his own view, Zagloba gained more consolation, and even began to challenge the whole Orient, and to threaten it. When Christian nations war with one another, said he, the Lord Jesus himself is sad, and all the saints scratch their heads, for when the master is anxious the household is anxious, but whoso beats the Turk gives heaven the greatest delight. I have it from a certain spiritual personage that the saints simply grow sick at sight of those dog brothers, and thus heavenly food and drink does not go to their profit, and even their eternal happiness is marred. That must be really so, answered the little knight. But the Turkish power is immense, and our troops might be put on the palm of your hand. Still, they will not conquer the whole Commonwealth. Had Carolus Gustavus little power? In those times there were wars with the Northerners and the Cossacks and Rakotzy and the Elector, but where are they today? Besides, we took fire and sword to their hearths. That is true. Personally I should not fear this war, because, as I said, I must do something notable to pay the Lord Jesus and the Most Holy Lady for their mercy to Basha, only God grant me opportunity. But the question for me is this country, which with Kamenets may fall into pagan hands easily, even for a time. Imagine what a desecration of God's churches there would be, and what oppression of Christian people. But don't talk to me of the Cossacks. The ruffians. They raised their hands against the mother, let that meet them which they wished for. The most important thing is that Kamenets should hold out. What do you think, Michael, will it hold out? I think that the Starosta of Podolia has not supplied it sufficiently, and also that the inhabitants, secure in their position, have not done what behooved them. Kedling said that the regiments of Bishop Trubitsky came in very scant numbers. But as God lives, we held out at Zbaraj behind a mere wretched trench, against great power. We ought to hold out this time as well, for that Kamenets is an eagle's nest. An eagle's nest truly. But it is unknown if an eagle is in it, such as was Prince Yeremy, or merely a crow. Do you know the Starosta of Podolia? He is a rich man and a good soldier, but rather careless. I know him, I know him. More than once have I reproached him with that. The Pototskis wished at one time that I should go abroad with him for his education, so that he might learn fine manners from me. But I said, I will not go because of his carelessness, for never has he 2 straps to his boot. He was presented at court in my boots, and Morocco is dear. Later, in the time of Maria Ludovica, he wore the French costume. But his stockings were always down, and he showed his bare calves. He will never reach as high as Prince Yeremy's girdle. Another thing, the shopkeepers of Kamenets fear a siege greatly, for trade is stopped in time of it. They would rather belong even to the Turks, if they could only keep their shops open. The scoundrels, said Zagloba. And he and the little knight were sorely concerned, over the coming fate of Kamenets. It was a personal question concerning Basha, who in case of surrender would have to share the fate of all the inhabitants. After a while Zagloba struck his forehead. For God's sake, cried he, why are we disturbed? Why should we go to that mangy Kamenets, and shut ourselves up there? Isn't it better for you to stay with the hetman, and act in the field against the enemy? And in such an event Basha would not go with you to the squadron, and would have to go somewhere besides Kamenets, somewhere far off, even to Pan Yan's house. Michael, God looks into my heart and sees what a desire I have to go against the pagans. But I will do this for you and Basha, I will take her away. I thank you, said the little knight. The whole case is this, if I had not to be in Kamenets, Basha would not insist, but what's to be done when the hetman's command comes? What's to be done when the command comes? May the hangman tear all the commands. What's to be done? Wait. I am beginning to think quickly. Here it is. We must anticipate the command. How is that? Write on the spot to Pan Sobieski, as if reporting news to him, and at the end say that in the face of the coming war you wish, because of the love which you bear him, to be near his person and act in the field. By God's wounds, this is a splendid thought. For, first of all, it is impossible that they will shut up such a partisan as you behind a wall, instead of using him in the field. And secondly, for such a letter the hetman will love you still more, and will wish to have you near him. He too will need trusty soldiers. Only listen, if Kamenets holds out, the glory will fall to the starosta of Podolia. But what you accomplish in the field will go to the praise of the hetman. Never fear. The hetman will not yield you to the starosta. He would rather give someone else, but he will not give either you or me. Write the letter. Remind him of yourself. Ha! My wit is still worth something, too good to let hens pick it up on the dust heap. Michael, let us drink something on the occasion, or what? Write the letter first. Wołodyjowski rejoiced greatly indeed. He embraced Zagloba, and thinking a while said, And I shall not tempt hereby the Lord God, nor the country, nor the hetman, for surely I shall accomplish much in the field. I thank you from my heart. I think too that the hetman will wish to have me at hand, especially after the letter. But not to abandon Kamenets. Do you know what I'll do? I'll fit up a handful of soldiers at my own cost, and send them to Kamenets. I'll write at once to the hetman of this. Still better. But, Michael, where will you find the men? I have about 40 robbers in the cellars, and I'll take those. As often as I gave command to hang someone, Basha tormented me to spare his life, more than once she advised me to make soldiers of those robbers. I was unwilling, for an example was needed. But now war is on our shoulders, and everything is possible. Those are terrible fellows, who have smelt powder. I will proclaim, too, that whoso from the ravines or the thickets elects to join the regiment, will receive forgiveness for past robberies. There will be about 100 men, Basha too will be glad. You have taken a great weight from my heart. That same day the little knight dispatched a new messenger to the hetman, and proclaimed life and pardon to the robbers if they would join the infantry. They joined gladly, and promised to bring in others. Baja's delight was unbounded. Tailors were brought from Ashitsa, from Kamenets, and from whenceever possible, to make uniforms. The former robbers were mustered on the square of Hreptyoff. Pan Michael was rejoiced in heart at the thought that he would act himself in the field against the enemy, would not expose his wife to the danger of a siege, and besides would render Kamenets and the country noteworthy service. This work had been going on a number of weeks when one evening the messenger returned with a letter from Pan Sobieski. The hetman wrote as follows. Beloved and very dear Wołodyjowski, because you send all news so diligently. I cherish gratitude to you, and the country owes you thanks. War is certain. I have news also from elsewhere that there is a tremendous force in Kachunkory. Counting the horde, there will be 300,000. The horde may march any moment. The Sultan values nothing so much as Kamenets. The Tartar traders will show the Turks every road, and inform them about Kamenets. I hope that God will give that serpent, Tugay Bey's son, into your hands, or into Novoveski's, over whose wrong I grieve sincerely. As to this, that you be near me, God knows how glad I should be, but it is impossible. The Starosta of Podolia has shown me, it is true, various kindnesses since the election. I wish, therefore, to send him the best soldiers, for the rock of Kamenets is to me as my own eyesight. There will be many there who have seen war once or twice in their lives, and are like a man who on a time has eaten some peculiar food which he remembers all his life afterward. A man, however, who has used it as his daily bread, and might serve with experienced counsel, will be lacking, or if there shall be such he will be without sufficient weight. Therefore I will send you. Ketling, though a good soldier, is less known. The inhabitants will have their eyes turned to you, and though the command will remain with another, I think that men will obey you with readiness. That service in Kamenets may be dangerous, but with us it is a habit to be drenched in that rain from which others hide. There is reward enough for us in glory, and a grateful remembrance. But the main thing is the country, to the salvation of which I need not excite you. This letter, read in the assembly of officers, made a great impression, for all wished to serve in the field rather than in a fortress. Wołodyjowski bent his head. "What do you think now, Michael?" asked Zagloba. He raised his face, already collected, and answered with a voice as calm as if he had met no disappointment in his hopes. "I will go to Kamenets. What have I to think?" And it might have seemed that nothing else had ever been in his head. After a while his mustaches quivered, and he said, "Hey! Dear comrades, we will go to Kamenets, but we will not yield it. Unless we fall there," said the officers. "One death to a man." Zagloba was silent for some time, casting his eyes on those present, and seeing that all were waiting for what he would say, he puffed all at once, and said, "I will go with you. Devil take it." Chapter 46. When the earth had grown dry, and grass was flourishing, the Khan moved in person, with 50,000 of the Crimean and Astrakhan hordes, to help Doroshenko and the insurgents. The Khan himself and his relatives, the petty sultans, and all the more important mirzas and beys, wore kaftans as gifts from the Padishah, and went against the Commonwealth, not as they went usually, for booty and captives, but for a holy war with fate and the destruction of Lehistan, Poland, and Christianity. Another and still greater storm was gathering at Adrianople, and against this deluge only the rock of Kamenets was standing erect. For the rest of the Commonwealth lay like an open steppe, or like a sick man, powerless not only to defend himself, but even to rise to his feet. The previous Swedish, Prussian, Moscow, Cossack, and Hungarian wars, though victorious finally, had exhausted the Commonwealth. The army confederations and the insurrections of Lubomirsky of infamous memory had exhausted it, and now it was weakened to the last degree by court quarrels, the incapacity of the king, the feuds of magistrates, the blindness of a frivolous nobility, and the danger of civil war. In vain did the great Sobieski forewarn them of ruin, no one would believe in war. They neglected means of defense, the treasury had no money, the hetman no troops. To a power against which alliances of all the Christian nations were hardly able to stand, the hetman could oppose barely a few thousand men. Meanwhile in the Orient, where everything was done at the will of the Padishah, and nations were as a sword in the hand of one man, it was different altogether. From the moment that the great standard of the Prophet was unfurled, and the Horsdale standard planted on the gate of the Seraglio and the tower of the Saraskirit, and the ulama began to proclaim a holy war, half Asia and all northern Africa had moved. The Padishah himself had taken his place in spring on the plain of Kachunkory, and was assembling forces greater than any seen for a long time on earth. 100,000 Spahis and Janissaries, the pick of the Turkish army, were stationed near his sacred person, and then troops began to gather from all the remotest countries and possessions. Those who inhabited Europe came earliest. The legions of the mounted bays of Bosnia came with colors like the dawn, and fury like lightning. The wild warriors of Albania came, fighting on foot with daggers. Bands of Mohammedanized Serbs came. People came who lived on the banks of the Danube, and farther to the south beyond the Balkans, as far as the mountains of Greece. Each pasha led a whole army, which alone would have sufficed to overrun the defenseless Commonwealth. Moldavians and Wallachians came, the Dobruja and Belgrade Tartars came in force. Some thousands of Lithuanian Tartars and Cheremis came, led by the terrible Asya, son of Tugay Bey, and these last were to be guides through the unfortunate country, which was well known to them. After these the general militia from Asia began to flow in. The pashas of Shivas, Brusa, Aleppo, Damascus, and Baghdad, besides regular troops, led armed throngs, beginning with men from the cedar-covered mountains of Asia Minor, and ending with the swarthy dwellers on the Euphrates and the Tigris. Arabians too rose at the summons of the Caliph, their burnouses covered as with snow the plains of Kachunquori. Among them were also nomads from the sandy deserts, and inhabitants of cities from Medina to Mecca. The tributary power of Egypt did not remain at its domestic hearths. Those who dwelt in populous Cairo, those who in the evening gazed on the flaming twilight of the pyramids, who wandered through Theban ruins, who dwelt in those murky regions whence the sacred Nile issues forth. Men whom the sun had burned to the color of soot, all these planted their arms on the field of Adrianople, praying now to give victory to Islam and destruction to that land which alone had shielded for ages the rest of the world against the adherents of the Prophet. There were legions of armed men, hundreds of thousands of horses were neighing on the field, hundreds of thousands of buffaloes, of sheep and of camels, fed near the herds of horses. It might be thought that at God's command an angel had turned people out of Asia, as once he had turned Adam out of paradise, and commanded them to go to countries in which the sun was paler and the plains were covered in winter with snow. They went then with their herds, an innumerable swarm of white, dark, and black warriors. How many languages were heard there, how many different costumes glittered in the sun of spring. Nations wondered at nations. The customs of some were foreign to others, their arms unknown, their methods of warfare different, and faith alone joined those traveling generations. Only when the muezzins called to prayer did those many-tongued hosts turn their faces to the east, calling on Allah with one voice. There were more servants at the court of the Sultan than troops in the Commonwealth. After the army and the armed bands of volunteers marched throngs of shopkeepers, selling goods of all kinds. Their wagons, together with those of the troops, flowed on like a river. 2 pashas of 3 tails, at the head of 2 armies, had no other work but to furnish food for those myriads, and there was abundance of everything. The Sanjak of Sangretan watched over the whole supply of powder. With the army went 200 cannon, and of these 10 were stormers, so large that no Christian king had the like. The Beglerbes of Asia were on the right wing, the Europeans on the left. The tents occupied so wide an expanse that in presence of them Adrianople seemed no very great city. The Sultan's tents, gleaming in purple silk, satin, and gold embroidery, formed, as it were, a city apart. Around them swarmed armed guards, black eunuchs from Abyssinia, in yellow and blue kaftans, gigantic porters from the tribes of Kurdistan, intended for bearing burdens, young boys of the Uzbeks, with faces of uncommon beauty, shaded by silk fringes. And many other servants, varied in color as flowers of the steppe. Some of these were equerries, some served at the tables, some bore lamps, and some served the most important officials. On the broad square around the Sultan's court, which in luxury and wealth reminded the faithful of paradise, stood courts less splendid, but equal to those of kings, those of the vizier, the ulama, the pasha of Anatolia, and of Kara Mustafa. The young Kaimakan, on whom the eyes of the Sultan and all were turned as upon the coming son of war. Before the tents of the Padishah were to be seen the sacred guard of infantry, with turbans so lofty that the men wearing them seemed giants. They were armed with javelins fixed on long staffs, and short crooked swords. Their linen dwellings touched the dwellings of the Sultan. Farther on were the camps of the formidable Janissaries armed with muskets and lances, forming the kernel of the Turkish power. Neither the German emperor or the French king could boast of infantry equal in number and military accuracy. In wars with the Commonwealth the nations of the Sultan, more enervated in general, could not measure strength with cavalry in equal numbers, and only through an immense numerical preponderance did they crush and conquer. But the Janissaries dared to meet even regular squadrons of cavalry. They roused terror in the whole Christian world, and even in Tsargrad itself. Frequently the Sultan trembled before such praetorians, and the chief Aga of those lambs was one of the most important dignitaries in the Divan. After the Janissaries came the Spahis. After them the regular troops of the Pashas, and farther on the common throng. All this camp had been for a number of months near Constantinople, waiting till its power should be completed by legions coming from the remotest parts of the Turkish dominions until the sun of spring should lighten the march to Lehistan by sucking out dampness from the earth. The sun, as if subject to the will of the Sultan, had shone brightly. From the beginning of April until May barely a few warm rains had moistened the meadows of Kachumkori. For the rest, the blue tent of God hung without a cloud over the tent of the Sultan. The gleams of day played on the white linen, on the turbans, on the many-colored caps, on the points of the helmets and banners and javelins, on the camp and the tents and the people and the herds, drowning all in a sea of bright light. In the evening on a clear sky shone the moon, unhidden by fog, and guarded quietly those thousands who under its emblem were marching to win more and more new lands. Then it rose higher in the heaven, and grew pale before the light of the fires. But when the fires were gleaming in the whole immeasurable expanse, when the Arab infantry from Damascus and Aleppo, called Masala Jalari, lighted green, red, yellow, and blue lamps at the tents of the Sultan in the Vizier, it might seem that a tract of heaven had fallen to the earth, and that those were stars glittering and twinkling on the plain. Exemplary order and discipline reigned among those legions. The Pashas bent to the will of the Sultan, like a reed in a storm, the army bent before them. Food was not wanting for men and herds. Everything was furnished in superabundance, everything in season. In exemplary order also were passed the hours of military exercise, of refreshment, of devotion. When the muezzins called to prayer from wooden towers, built in haste, the whole army turned to the east, each man stretched before himself a skin or a mat, and the entire army fell on its knees, like one man. At sight of that order and those restraints the hearts rose in the throngs, and their souls were filled with sure hope of victory. The Sultan, coming to the camp at the end of April, did not move at once on the march. He waited more than a month, so that the waters might dry. During that time he trained the army to camp life, exercised it, arranged it, received envoys, and dispensed justice under a purple canopy. The Cacica, his chief wife, accompanied him on this expedition, and with her too went a court resembling a dream of paradise. A gilded chariot bore the lady under a covering of purple silk. After it came other wagons and white Syrian camels, also covered with purple, bearing packs. Houris and bayadirs sang songs to her on the road. When, wearied with the road, she was closing the silky lashes of her eyes, the sweet tones of soft instruments were heard at once, and they lulled her to sleep. During the heat of the day fans of peacock and ostrich feathers waved above her. Priceless perfumes of the East burned before her tents in bowls from Hindostan. She was accompanied by all the treasures, wonders, and wealth that the Orient and the power of the Sultan could furnish, houris, bayadirs, black eunuchs, pages beautiful as angels, Syrian camels, horses from the desert of Arabia. In a word, a whole retinue was glittering with brocade, cloth of silver and gold, it was gleaming like a rainbow from diamonds, rubies, emeralds, and sapphires. Nations fell prostrate before it, not daring to look at that face, which the Padishah alone had the right to see. And that retinue seemed to be either a supernatural vision or a reality, transferred by Allah himself from the world of visions and dream illusions to the earth. But the sun warmed the world more and more, and at last days of heat came. On a certain evening, Therefore, the banner was raised on a lofty pole before the Sultan's tent, and a cannon shot informed the army and the people of the march to Lihistan. The great sacred drum sounded, all the others sounded. The shrill voices of pipes were heard, the pious, half-naked dervishes began to howl, and the river of people moved on in the night, to avoid the heat of the sun during daylight. But the army itself was to march only in a number of hours after the earliest signal. First of all went the tabor, then those pashas who provided food for the troops, then whole legions of handicraftsmen, who had to pitch tents, then herds of pack animals, then herds destined for slaughter. The march was to last 6 hours of that night and the following nights, and to be made in such order that when soldiers came to a halt they should always find food and a resting place ready. When the time came at last for the army to move, the Sultan rode out on an eminence, so as to embrace with his eyes his whole power, and rejoice at the sight. With him were his vizier, the ulama, the young Kaimakan, Kara Mustafa, the rising son of war, and a company of the infantry guard. The night was calm and clear, the moon shone brightly. And the Sultan might embrace with the eye all his legions, were it not that no eye of man could take them all in at once, for on the march, though going closely together, they occupied many miles. Still he rejoiced in heart, and passing the beads of odorous sandalwood through his fingers, raised his eyes to heaven in thanks to Allah, who had made him lord of so many armies and so many nations. All at once, when the front of the tabor had pushed almost out of sight, he interrupted his prayer, and turning to the young Kaimakan, Kara Mustafa, said, "I have forgotten who marches in the vanguard." "Light of Paradise," answered Kara Mustafa, "in the vanguard are the Lithuanian Tartars and the Cherimis, and thy dog Asya, son of Tugay Bey, is leading them." Chapter 47. Asya, the son of Tugay Bey, after a long halt on the plain of Kachunkori, was really marching with his men at the head of all the Turkish forces toward the boundary of the Commonwealth. After the grievous blow which his plans and his person had received from the valiant hand of Basha, a fortunate star seemed to shine on him anew. First of all, he had recovered. His beauty, it is true, was destroyed forever, one eye had trickled out altogether, his nose was mashed, and his face, once like the face of a falcon, had become monstrous and terrible. But just that terror with which it filled people gave him still more consideration among the wild Tartars of the Dobruja. His arrival made a great noise in the whole camp, his deeds grew in the narratives of men, and became gigantic. It was said that he had brought all the Lithuanian Tartars and Cherimis into the service of the Sultan, that he had outwitted the Poles, as no one had ever outwitted them. That he had burned whole towns along the Dniester, had cut off their garrisons, and had taken great booty. Those who were to march now for the first time to Lihistan. Those who, coming from distant corners of the east, had not tried Polish arms hitherto. Those whose hearts were alarmed at the thought that they would soon stand eye to eye with the terrible cavalry of the unbeliever, saw in the young Asya a warrior who had conquered them, and made a fortunate beginning of war. The sight of the hero filled their hearts straightway with comfort. Besides, as Asya was son of the terrible Tugay Bey, whose name had thundered through the Orient, all eyes were turned on him the more. "The Poles reared him," said they. "But he is the son of a lion," he bit them and returned to the Padishah's service. The vizier himself wished to see him. And the rising son of war, the young Kaimakan, Kara Mustafa, enamored of military glory in wild warriors, fell in love with him. Both inquired diligently of him concerning the Commonwealth, the hetman, the armies, and Kamenets. They rejoiced at his answers, seeing from them that war would be easy, that to the Sultan it must bring victory, to the Poles defeat, and to them the title of Ghazi, conqueror. Hence Asya had frequent opportunities later to fall on his face to the vizier, to sit at the threshold of the Kaimakan's tent, and receive from both numerous gifts in camels, horses, and weapons. The Grand Vizier gave him a kaftan of silver brocade, the possession of which raised him in the eyes of all Lithuanian Tartars and Cherimis. Krachinsky, Adurovich, Moravsky, Groholsky, Tarasovsky, Alexandrovich, in a word, all those captains who had once dwelt in the Commonwealth and served it. But now returned to the Sultan, placed themselves without a question under the command of Tugay Bey's son, honoring in him both the prince by descent and the warrior who had received a kaftan. He became, therefore, a notable Mirza, and more than 2,000 warriors, incomparably better than the usual Tartars, obeyed his nod. The approaching war, in which it was easier for the young Mirza to distinguish himself than for anyone else, might carry him high, he might find in it dignities, renown, power. But still Asya bore poison in his soul. To begin with, it pricked his pride that the Tartars, in comparison with the Turks themselves, especially the Janissaries and Spahis, had little more significance than dogs compared with hunters. He had significance himself, but the Tartars in general were considered worthless cavalry. The Turk used them, at times he feared them, but in the camp he despised them. Asya, noticing this, kept his men apart from the general Tartar mass, as if they formed a separate, a better kind of army. But with this he brought on himself straightway the indignation of the Dobruja and Belgrade Mirzas, and was not able to convince various Turkish officers that the Lithuanian Tartars were really better in any way than Chambuls of the horde. On the other hand, reared in a Christian country, among nobles and knights, he could not inure himself to the manners of the East. In the Commonwealth he was only an ordinary officer and of the last arm of the service. But still, when meeting superiors or even the hetman, he was not obliged to humble himself as here, where he was a Mirza and the leader of all the companies of Lithuanian Tartars. Here he had to fall on his face before the vizier. He had to touch the ground with his forehead in the friendly tent of the Kaimakan, he had to prostrate himself before the pashas, before the ulama, before the chief aga of the Janissaries. Asya was not accustomed to this. He remembered that he was the son of a hero, he had a wild soul full of pride, aiming high, as eagles aim, hence he suffered sorely. But the recollection of Basha burned him with fire most of all. He cared not that one weak hand had hurled from his horse him who at Bratslav, at Kalnik, and 100 other places had challenged to combat and stretched in death the most terrible skirmishers of the Zaporozhia. He cared not for the shame, the disgrace. But he loved that woman beyond measure and thought, he wanted her in his tent, to look at her, to beat her, to kiss her. If it were in his choice to be Padishah and rule half the world, or to take her in his arms, feel with his heart the warmth of her blood, the breath of her face, her lips with his lips, he would prefer her to Tsargrad, to the Bosphorus, to the title of Caliph. He wanted her because he loved her, he wanted her because he hated her. The more she was foreign to him, the more he wanted her, the more she was pure, faithful, untainted, the more he wanted her. More than once when he remembered in his tent that he had kissed those eyes one time in his life, in the ravine after the battle with Azba Bey, and that at Rashkov he had felt her breast on his, the madness of desire carried him away. He knew not what had become of her, whether she had perished on the road or not. At times he found solace in the thought that she had died. At times he thought, it had been better not to carry her away, not to burn Rashkov, not to come to the service of the Sultan, but to stay in Hreptyoff, and even look at her. But the unfortunate Zozha Bosky was in his tent. Her life passed in low service, in shame and continual terror, for in Asya's heart there was not a drop of pity for her. He simply tormented her because she was not Basha. She had, however, the sweetness and charm of a field flower. She had youth and beauty, therefore he sated himself with that beauty, but he kicked her for any cause, or flogged her white body with rods. In a worse hell she could not be, for she lived without hope. Her life had begun to bloom in Rashkov, to bloom like spring with the flower of love for Pan Adam. She loved him with her whole soul, she loved that knightly, noble, and honest nature with all her faculties. And now she was the plaything and the captive of that one-eyed monster. She had to crawl at his feet and tremble like a beaten dog, look into his face, look at his hands to see if they were not about to seize a club or a whip. She had to hold back her breath and her tears. She knew well that there was not and could not be mercy for her. For though a miracle were to wrest her from those terrible hands, she was no longer that former Zozha, white as the first snows, and able to repay love with a clean heart. All that had passed beyond recovery. But since the dreadful disgrace in which she was living was not due to the least fault of hers, on the contrary, she had been hitherto a maiden stainless as a lamb, innocent as a dove, trusting as a child, simple, loving, she did not understand why this fearful injustice was wrought on her, an injustice which could not be recompensed. Why such inexorable anger of God was weighing upon her, and this mental discord increased her pain, her despair. And so days, weeks, and months passed. Asia came to the plain of Kachunkwari in winter, and the march to the boundary of the Commonwealth began only in June. All this time passed for Zosia in shame, in torment, in toil. For Asia, in spite of her beauty and sweetness, and though he kept her in his tent, not only did not love her, but rather he hated her because she was not Basha. He looked on her as a common captive, therefore she had to work like a captive. She watered his horses and camels from the river, she carried water for his ablutions, wood for the fire, she spread the skins for his bed, she cooked his food. In other divisions of the Turkish armies women did not go out of the tents through fear of the Janissaries, or through custom. But the camp of the Lithuanian Tartars stood apart, and the custom of hiding women was not common among them, for having lived formerly in the Commonwealth, they had grown used to something different. The captives of common soldiers, in so far as soldiers had captives, did not even cover their faces with veils. It is true that women were not free to go beyond the boundaries of the square, for beyond those boundaries they would have been carried off surely. But on the square itself they could go everywhere safely, and occupy themselves with camp housekeeping. Notwithstanding the heavy toil, there was for Zosia even a certain solace in going for wood, or to the river to water the horses and camels. For she feared to cry in the tent, and on the road she could give vent to her tears with impunity. Once, while going with arms full of wood, she met her mother, whom Asia had given to Halim. They fell into each other's arms, and it was necessary to pull them apart, and though Asia flogged Zosia afterward, not sparing even blows of rods on her head, still the meeting was dear to her. Another time, while washing handkerchiefs and foot-cloths for Asia at the ford, Zosia saw Eva at a distance going with pails of water. Eva was groaning under the weight of the pails. Her form had changed greatly and grown heavier, but her features, though shaded with a veil, reminded Zosia of Adam, and such pain seized her heart that consciousness left her for the moment. Still, they did not speak to each other from fear. That fear stifled and mastered gradually all Zosia's feelings, till at last it stood alone in place of her desires, hopes, and memory. Not to be beaten had become for her an object. Basha in her place would have killed Asia with his own knife on the first day, without thinking of what might come afterwards, but the timid Zosia, half a child yet, had not Basha's daring. And it came at last to this, that she considered it fondness if the terrible Asia, under the influence of momentary desire, put his deformed face near her lips. Sitting in the tent, she did not take her eyes from him, wishing to learn whether he was angry or not, following his movements, striving to divine his wishes. When she foresaw evil, and when from under his mustaches, as in the case of Tugay Bey, the teeth began to glitter, she crept to his feet almost senseless from terror, pressed her pale lips to them, embracing convulsively his knees and crying like an afflicted child. "Do not beat me, Asia. Forgive me, do not beat." He forgave her almost never, he gloated over her, not only because she was not Basha, but because she had been the betrothed of Novoveski. Asia had a fearless soul. Yet so awful were the accounts between him and Pan Adam that at thought of that giant, with vengeance hardened in his heart, a certain disquiet seized the young Tartar. There was to be war, they might meet, and it was likely that they would meet. Asia was not able to avoid thinking of this, and because these thoughts came to him at sight of Zosia, he took vengeance on her, as if he wished to drive away his own alarm with blows of rods. At last the time came when the Sultan gave command to march. Asia's men were to move in the vanguard, and after them the whole legion of Dobruja and Belgrade Tartars. That was arranged between the Sultan, the Vizier, and the Kaimakan. But in the beginning all went to the Balkans together. The march was comfortable, for by reason of the heat which was setting in, they marched only in the night, 6 hours from one resting place to the other. Tar barrels were burning along their road, and the Masala Jirali lighted the way for the Sultan with colored lights. The swarms of people flowed on like a river, through boundless plains. Filled the depressions of valleys like locusts, covered the mountains. After the armed men went the tabors, in them the harems, after the tabors herds without number. But in the swamps at the foot of the Balkans the gilded and purple chariot of the cacique was mired so that 12 buffaloes were unable to draw it from the mud. "That is an evil omen, Lord, for thee and for the whole army," said the chief mufti to the Sultan. "An evil omen," repeated the half-mad dervishes in the camp. The Sultan was alarmed, and decided to send all women out of the camp with the marvelous cacique. The command was announced to the armies. Those of the soldiers who had no place to which they might send captives, and from love did not wish to sell them to strangers, preferred to kill them. Merchants of the caravanserai bought others by the thousand, to sell them afterward in the markets of Stambul and all the places of Nearer Asia. A great fair, as it were, lasted for 3 days. Asya offered Zosha for sale without hesitation. An old Stambul merchant, a rich person, bought her for his son. He was a kindly man, for at Zosha's entreaties and tears he bought her mother from Halim. It is true that he got her for a trifle. The next day both wandered on toward Stambul, in a line with other women. In Stambul Zosha's lot was improved, without ceasing to be shameful. Her new owner loved her, and after a few months he raised her to the dignity of wife. Her mother did not part from her. Many people, among them many women, even after a long time of captivity, returned to their country. There was also some person, who by all means, through Armenians, Greek merchants, and servants of envoys from the Commonwealth, sought Zosha too, but without result. Then these searches were interrupted on a sudden. And Zosha never saw her native land, nor the faces of those who were dear to her. She lived till her death in a harem. Chapter 48. Even before the Turks marched from Adrianople, a great movement had begun in all the stanitsas on the Dniester. To Hreptyoff, the stanitsa nearest to Kamenets, couriers of the hetman were hastening continually, bringing various orders. These the little knight executed himself, or if they did not relate to him, he forwarded them through trusty people. In consequence of these orders the garrison of Hreptyoff was reduced notably. Pan Motovidlo went with his Cossacks to Uman to aid Hanenko, who, with a handful of Cossacks faithful to the Commonwealth, struggled as best he could with Doroshenko and the Crimean horde which had joined him. Pan Michalski, the incomparable bowman, Pan Snitko of the escutcheon Hidden Moon, Pan Yenishiniets, and Pan Hromika, led a squadron and Linkhaus dragoons to Batig of unhappy memory, where was stationed Pan Lujetsky, who, aided by Hanenko, was to watch Doroshenko's movements. Pan Bogush received an order to remain in Mohilov till he could see Chambuls with the naked eye. The instructions of the hetman were seeking eagerly the famous Pan Rushchits, whom Volodyovsky alone surpassed as a partisan. But Pan Rushchits had gone to the steppes at the head of a few tens of men, and vanished as if in water. They heard of him only later, when wonderful tidings were spread, that around Doroshenko's tabor in the companies of the horde an evil spirit, as it were, was hovering, which carried away daily single warriors and smaller companies. It was suspected that this must be Pan Rushchits, for no other except the little knight could attack in that manner. In fact, it was Pan Rushchits. As decided before, Pan Michael had to go to Kamenets. The hetman needed him there, for he knew him to be a soldier whose coming would comfort the hearts, while it roused the courage, of the inhabitants and the garrison. The hetman was convinced that Kamenets would not hold out. With him the question was simply that it should hold out as long as possible, that is, till the Commonwealth could assemble some forces for defense. In this conviction he sent to evident death, as it were, his favorite soldier, the most renowned cavalier of the Commonwealth. He sent the most renowned warrior to death, and he did not grieve for him. The hetman thought always, what he said later on at Vienna, that Pani Wajnina 29 might give birth to people, but that Wajna, war, only killed them. He was ready himself to die. He thought that to die was the most direct duty of a soldier, and that when a soldier could render famous service by dying, death was to him a great reward and favor. The hetman knew also that the little knight was of one conviction with himself. Besides, he had no time to think of sparing single soldiers when destruction was advancing on churches, towns, the country, the whole commonwealth. When, with forces unheard of, the Orient was rising against Europe to conquer all Christendom, which, shielded by the breast of the commonwealth, had no thought of helping that commonwealth. The only question possible for the hetman was that Kamieniec should cover the commonwealth, and then the commonwealth the remainder of Christendom. This might have happened had the commonwealth been strong, had disorder not exhausted it. But the hetman had not troops enough even for reconnaissances, not to mention war. If he hurried some tens of soldiers to one place, there was an opening made in another, through which an invading wave might pour in without obstacle. The detachments of sentries posted by the Sultan at night in his camp outnumbered the squadrons of the hetman. The invasion moved from two directions, from the Dnieper and the Danube. Because Doroshenko, with the whole horde of the Crimea, was nearer, and had inundated the country already, burning and slaying, the chief squadrons had gone against him. On the other hand, people were lacking for simple reconnaissances. While in such dire straits the hetman wrote the following few words to Pan Michael. I did think to send you to Rashkov near the enemy, but grew afraid, because the horde, crossing by 7 fords from the Moldavian bank, will occupy the country. And you could not reach Kamieniec, where there is absolute need of you. Only yesterday I remembered Novoveski, who is a trained soldier and daring, and because a man in despair is ready for everything, I think that he will serve me effectively. Send him whatever light cavalry you can spare. Let him go as far as possible, show himself everywhere, and give out reports of our great forces, when before the eyes of the enemy, let him appear here and there suddenly, and not let himself be captured. It is known how they will come. But if he sees anything new, he is to inform you at once, and you will hurry off without delay an informant to me, and to Kamieniec. Let Novoveski move quickly, and be you ready to go to Kamieniec, but wait where you are till news comes from Novoveski in Moldavia. Since Pan Adam was living at Mohilov for the time, and, as report ran, was to come to Hreptyoff in any case, the little knight merely sent word to him to hasten, because a commission from the hetman was waiting for him. Pan Adam came 3 days later. His acquaintances hardly knew him, and thought that Pan Bialoglovsky had good reason to call him a skeleton. He was no longer that splendid fellow, high-spirited, joyous, who on a time used to rush at the enemy with outbursts of laughter, like the neighing of a horse, and gave blows with just such a sweep as is given by the arm of a windmill. He had grown lean, sallow, dark, but in that leanness he seemed a still greater giant. While looking at people, he blinked as if not recognizing his nearest acquaintances. It was needful also to repeat the same thing 2 or 3 times to him, for he seemed not to understand at first. Apparently grief was flowing in his veins instead of blood. Evidently he strove not to think of certain things, preferring to forget them, so as not to run mad. It is true that in those regions there was not a man, not a family, not an officer of the army, who had not suffered evil from pagan hands, who was not bewailing some acquaintance, friend, near and dear one. But on Pan Adam there had burst simply a whole cloud of misfortunes. In one day he had lost father and sister, and besides, his betrothed, whom he loved with all the power of his exuberant spirit. He would rather that his sister and that dearly beloved girl had both died, he would rather they had perished from the knife or in flames. But their fate was such that in comparison with the thought of them the greatest torment was nothing for Pan Adam. He strove not to think of their fate, for he felt that thinking of it bordered on insanity. He strove, but he failed. In truth, his calmness was only apparent. There was no resignation whatever in his soul, and at the first glance it was evident to any man that under the torpor there was something ominous and terrible, and, should it break forth, that giant would do something awful. Just as a wild element would. That was as if written on his forehead explicitly, so that even his friends approached him with a certain timidity. In talking with him, they avoided reference to the past. The sight of Basha in Hreptyoff opened closed wounds in him, for while kissing her hands in greeting, he began to groan like an aurochs that is mortally wounded, his eyes became bloodshot, and the veins in his neck swelled to the size of cords. When Basha, in tears and affectionate as a mother, pressed his head with her hands, he fell at her feet, and could not rise for a long time. But when he heard what kind of office the hetman had given him, he became greatly enlivened. A gleam of ominous joy flashed up in his face, and he said, "I will do that, I will do more. And if you meet that mad dog, give him a skinning," put in Zagloba. Pan Adam did not answer at once, he only looked at Zagloba. Sudden bewilderment shone in his eyes, he rose and began to go toward the old noble, as if he wished to rush at him. "Do you believe," said he, "that I have never done evil to that man, and that I have always been kind to him?" I believe," said Zagloba, pushing behind the little knight hurriedly. "I would go myself with you, but the gout bites my feet." "Novoveski," asked the little knight, "when do you wish to start?" "Tonight. I will give you 100 dragoons. I will remain here myself with another 100 and the infantry. Go to the square." They went out to give orders. Zidor Lusnia was waiting at the threshold, straightened out like a string. News of the expedition had spread already through the square, the sergeant therefore, in his own name and the name of his company, began to beg the little colonel to let him go with Pan Adam. "How is this? Do you want to leave me?" asked the astonished Wołodyjowski. "Pan Commandant, we made a vow against that son of a such a one, and perhaps he may come into our hands." "True. Pan Zagloba has told me of that," answered the little knight. Lusnia turned to Novoveski. "Pan Commandant. What is your wish? If we get him, may I take care of him?" Such a fierce, beastly venom was depicted on the face of the Mazovian that Novoveski inclined at once to Wołodyjowski, and said entreatingly, "Your Grace, let me have this man." Pan Michael did not think of refusing. And that same evening, about dusk, 100 horsemen, with Novoveski at their head, set out on the journey. They marched by the usual road through Mohilov and Yampol. In Yampol they met the former garrison of Rashkov, from which 200 men joined Novoveski by order of the hetman. The rest, under command of Pan Bialoglovsky, were to go to Mohilov, where Pan Bogusz was stationed. Pan Adam marched to Rashkov. The environs of Rashkov were a thorough waste, the town itself had been turned into a pile of ashes, which the winds had blown to the four sides of the world. Its scant number of inhabitants had fled before the expected storm. It was already the beginning of May, and the Dobruja horde might show itself at any time, therefore it was unsafe to remain in those regions. In fact, the hordes were with the Turks on the plain of Kachunkory. But men around Rashkov had no knowledge of that, therefore every one of the former inhabitants, who had escaped the last slaughter, carried off his head in good season whithersoever it seemed best to him. Along the road Lusnia was framing plans and stratagems, which in his opinion Pan Adam should adopt if he wished to outwit the enemy in fact and successfully. He detailed these ideas to the soldiers with graciousness. "You know nothing of this matter, horse skulls," said he, "but I am old, I know. We will go to Rashkov, we will hide there and wait. The horde will come to the crossing. Small parties will cross first, as is their custom, because the Shambul stops and waits till they tell if 'tis safe, then we will slip out and drive them before us to Kamenets. But in this way we may not get that dog brother," remarked one of the men in the ranks. "Shut your mouth," said Lusnia. "Who will go in the vanguard if not the Lithuanian Tartars?" In fact, the previsions of the sergeant seemed to be coming true. When he reached Rashkov Pan Adam gave the soldiers rest. All felt certain that they would go next to the caves, of which there were many in the neighborhood, and hide there till the first parties of the enemy appeared. But the second day of their stay the commandant brought the squadron to its feet, and led it beyond Rashkov. "Are we going to Yagerlik, or what?" asked the sergeant in his mind. Meanwhile they approached the river just beyond Rashkov, and a few Our Fathers later they halted at the so-called Bloody Ford. Pan Adam, without saying a word, urged his horse into the water and began to cross to the opposite bank. The soldiers looked at one another with astonishment. "How is this? Are we going to the Turks?" asked one of another. But these were not gracious gentlemen of the general militia, ready to summon a meeting and protest. They were simple soldiers inured to the iron discipline of stanitsas. Hence the men of the first rank urged their horses into the water after the commandant, and then those in the second and third did the same. There was not the least hesitation. They were astonished that, with 300 horse, they were marching against the Turkish power, which the whole world could not conquer, but they went. Soon the water was plashing around the horses' sides. The men ceased to wonder then, and were thinking simply of this, that the sacks of food for themselves and the horses should not get wet. Only on the other bank did they begin to look at one another again. "For God's sake, we are in Moldavia already," said they, in quiet whispers. And one or another looked behind, beyond the Dniester, which glittered in the setting sun like a red and golden ribbon. The river cliffs, full of caves, were bathed also in the bright gleams. They rose like a wall, which at that moment divided that handful of men from their country. For many of them it was indeed the last parting. The thought went through Lusnia's head that maybe the commandant had gone mad, but it was the commandant's affair to command, his to obey. Meanwhile the horses, issuing from the water, began to snort terribly in the ranks. "Good health! Good health," was heard from the soldiers. They considered the snorting of good omen, and a certain consolation entered their hearts. "Move on," commanded Pan Adam. The ranks moved, and they went toward the setting sun and toward those thousands, to that swarm of people, to those nations gathered at Kuchumkori. Chapter 49. Pan Adam's passage of the Dniester, and his march with 300 sabers against the power of the Sultan, which numbered hundreds of thousands of warriors, were deeds which a man unacquainted with war might consider pure madness. But they were only bold, daring deeds of war, having chances of success. To begin with, raiders of those days went frequently against Chambuls 100 times superior in numbers. They stood before the eyes of the enemy, and then vanished, cutting down pursuers savagely. Just as a wolf entices dogs after him at times, to turn at the right moment and kill the dog pushing forward most daringly, so did they. In the twinkle of an eye the beast became the hunter, started, hid, waited, but though pursued, hunted too, attacked unexpectedly, and bit to death. That was the so-called method with Tartars, in which each side vied with the other in stratagems, tricks, and ambushes. The most famous man in this method was Pan Michael, next to him Pan Rushchitz, then Pan Pivo, then Pan Motovidlo. But Novoveski, practicing from boyhood in the steppes, belonged to those who were mentioned among the most famous, hence it was very likely that when he stood before the horde he would not let himself be taken. The expedition had chances of success too, for the reason that beyond the Dniester there were wild regions in which it was easy to hide. Only here and there, along the rivers, did settlements show themselves, and in general the country was little inhabited. Nearer the Dniester it was rocky and hilly. Farther on there were steppes, or the land was covered with forests, in which numerous herds of beasts wandered, from buffaloes, run wild, to deer and wild boars. Since the Sultan wished before the expedition to feel his power and calculate his forces, the hordes dwelling on the lower Dniester, those of Belgrade, and still farther those of Dobruja, marched at command of the Padishah to the south of the Balkans, and after them followed the Karallash of Moldavia, so that the country had become still more deserted, and it was possible to travel whole weeks without being seen by any person. Pan Adam knew Tartar customs too well not to know that when the Chambuls had once passed the boundary of the Commonwealth they would move more warily, keeping diligent watch on all sides. But there in their own country they would go in broad columns without any precaution. And they did so, in fact. There seemed to the Tartars a greater chance to meet death than to meet in the heart of Bessarabia, on the very Tartar boundary, the troops of that Commonwealth which had not men enough to defend its own borders. Pan Adam was confident that his expedition would astonish the enemy first of all, and hence do more good than the hetman had hoped, secondly, that it might be destructive to Asia and his men. It was easy for the young lieutenant to divine that they, since they knew the Commonwealth thoroughly, would march in the vanguard, and he placed his main hope in that certainty. To fall unexpectedly on Asia and seize him, to rescue perhaps his sister and Zosia, to snatch them from captivity, accomplish his vengeance, and then perish in war, was all that the distracted soul of Novoveski wished for. Under the influence of these thoughts and hopes, Pan Adam freed himself from torpor, and revived. His march along unknown ways, arduous labor, the sweeping wind of the steppes, and the dangers of the bold undertaking increased his health, and brought back his former strength. The warrior began to overcome in him the man of misfortune. Before that, there had been no place in him for anything except memories and suffering. Now he had to think whole days of how he was to deceive and attack. After they had passed the Dniester, the Poles went on a diagonal, and down toward the Pruth. In the day they hid frequently in forests and reeds, in the night they made secret and hurried marches. So far the country was not much inhabited, and, occupied mainly by nomads, was empty for the greater part. Very rarely did they come upon fields of maize, and near them houses. Marching secretly, they strove to avoid larger settlements, but often they stopped at smaller ones composed of 1, 2, 3, or even a number of cottages. These they entered boldly, knowing that none of the inhabitants would think of fleeing before them to Budziak, and forewarning the Tartars. Lusnia, however, took care that this should not happen. But soon he omitted the precaution, for he convinced himself that those few settlements, though subject, as it were, to the Sultan, were looking for his troops with dread. And secondly, that they had no idea what kind of people had come to them, and took the whole detachment for Karalas parties, who were marching after others at command of the Sultan. The inhabitants furnished without opposition corn, bread, and dried buffalo meat. Every Katagar had his flock of sheep, his buffaloes and horses, secreted near the rivers. From time to time appeared also very large herds of buffaloes, half wild, and followed by a number of herdsmen. These herdsmen lived in tents on the steppe, and remained in one place only while they found grass in abundance. Frequently they were old Tartars. Pan Adam surrounded them with as much care as if they were a shambul. He did not spare them, lest they might send down toward Budziak a report of his march. Tartars, especially after he had inquired of them concerning the roads, or rather the roadless country, he slew without mercy, so that not a foot escaped. He took then from the herds as many cattle as he needed, and moved on. The detachment went southward. They met now more frequently herds guarded by Tartars almost exclusively, and in rather large parties. During a march of 2 weeks Pan Adam surrounded and cut down 3 bands of shepherds, numbering some tens of men. The dragoons always took the sheepskin coats of these men, and cleaning them over fires, put them on, so as to resemble wild herdsmen and shepherds. In another week they were all dressed like Tartars, and looked exactly like a shambul. There remained to them only the uniform weapons of regular cavalry, but they kept their jackets in the saddle straps, so as to put them on when returning. They might be recognized near at hand by their yellow Mazovian mustaches and blue eyes. But from a distance a man of the greatest experience might be deceived at sight of them, all the more since they drove before them the cattle which they needed as food. Approaching the Pruth, they marched along its left bank. Since the trail of Kuchman was in a region too much stripped, it was easy to foresee that the legions of the Sultan and the horde in the vanguard would march through Filizi, Hush, Kotomor, and only then by the Wallachian trail. And either turn toward the Dniester, or go straight as the east of a sickle through all Bessarabia, to come out on the boundary of the Commonwealth near Ushitsa. Pan Adam was so certain of this that, caring nothing for time, he went more and more slowly, and with increasing care, so as not to come too suddenly on chambuls. Arriving at last at the river forks formed by the Sarata and the Tekich, he stopped there for a long time, first, to give rest to his horses and men, and second, to wait in a well-sheltered place for the vanguard of the horde. The place was well sheltered and carefully chosen, for all the inner and outer banks of the 2 rivers were covered partly with the common cornel bush, and partly with dogwood. This thicket extended as far as the eye could reach, covering the ground in places with dense brushwood, in places forming groups of bushes, between which were empty spaces, commodious for camping. At that season the trees and bushes had cast their blossoms, but in the early spring there must have been a sea of white and yellow flowers. The place was uninhabited, but swarming with beasts, such as deer and rabbits, and with birds. Here and there, at the edge of a spring, they found also bear tracks. One man at the arrival of the detachment killed a couple of sheep. In view of this, Lusnia promised himself a sheep hunt. But Pan Adam, wishing to lie concealed, did not permit the use of muskets. The soldiers went out to plunder with spears and axes. Later on they found near the water traces of fires, but old ones, probably of the past year. It was evident that nomads looked in there from time to time with their herds, or perhaps Tartars came to cut cornel wood for slung staffs. But the most careful search did not discover a living soul. Pan Adam decided not to go farther, but to remain there till the coming of the Turkish troops. They laid out a square, built huts, and waited. At the edges of the wood sentries were posted. Some of these looked day and night toward Budziak, others toward the Pruth in the direction of Felizi. Pan Adam knew that he would divine the approach of the Sultan's armies by certain signs. Besides, he sent out small detachments, led by himself most frequently. The weather favored excellently the halt in that dry region. The days were warm, but it was easy to avoid heat in the shade of the thicket. The nights were clear, calm, moonlight, and then the groves were quivering from the singing of nightingales. During such nights Pan Adam suffered most, for he could not sleep. He was thinking of his former happiness, and pondering on the present days of disaster. He lived only in the thought that when his heart was sated with vengeance he would be happier and calmer. Meanwhile the time was approaching in which he was to accomplish that vengeance or perish. Week followed week spent in finding food in wild places, and in watching. During that time they studied all the trails, ravines, meadows, rivers, and streams, gathered in again a number of herds, cut down some small bands of nomads, and watched continually in that thicket, like a wild beast waiting for prey. At last the expected moment came. A certain morning they saw flocks of birds covering the earth and the sky. Bustards, ptarmigans, blue-legged quails, hurried through the grass to the thicket. Through the sky flew ravens, crows, and even waterbirds, evidently frightened on the banks of the Danube or the swamps of the Dobruja. At sight of this the dragoons looked at one another, and the phrase, "They are coming. They are coming," flew from mouth to mouth. Faces grew animated at once, mustaches began to quiver, eyes to gleam, but in that animation there was not the slightest alarm. Those were all men for whom life had passed in methods. They only felt what a hunting dog feels when he sniffs game. Fires were quenched in a moment, so that smoke might not betray the presence of people in the thicket, the horses were saddled, and the whole detachment stood ready for action. It was necessary so to measure time as to fall on the enemy during a halt. Pan Adam understood well that the Sultan's troops would not march in dense masses, especially in their own country, where danger was altogether unlikely. He knew, too, that it was the custom of vanguards to march 5 or 10 miles before the main army. He hoped, with good reason, that the Lithuanian Tartars would be first in the vanguard. For a certain time he hesitated whether to advance to meet them by secret roads, well known to him, or to wait in the woods for their coming. He chose the latter, because it was easier to attack from the woods unexpectedly. Another day passed, then a night, during which not only birds came in swarms, but beasts came in droves to the woods. Next morning the enemy was in sight. South of the wood stretched a broad though hilly meadow, which was lost in the distant horizon. On that meadow appeared the enemy, and approached the wood rather quickly. The dragoons looked from the trees at that dark mass, which vanished at times, when hidden by hills, and then appeared again in all its extent. Lusnia, who had uncommonly sharp eyesight, looked some time with effort at those crowds approaching. Then he went to Novoveski, and said, "Pan Commandant, there are not many men, they are only driving herds out to pasture." Pan Adam convinced himself soon that Lusnia was right, and his face shone with gladness. "That means that their halting place is 5 or 6 miles from this grove," said he. "It does," answered Lusnia. They march in the night, evidently to gain shelter from heat, and rest in the day. They are sending the horses now to pasture till evening. Is there a large guard with the horses? Lusnia pushed out again to the edge of the wood, and did not return for a longer time. At last he came back and said, "There are about 1,500 horses and 25 men with them. They are in their own country, they fear nothing, and do not put out strong watches. Could you recognize the men? They are far away yet, but they are Lithuanian Tartars. They are in our hands already." "They are," said Pan Adam. In fact, he was convinced that not a living foot of those men would escape. For such a leader as he, and such soldiers as he led, that was a very light task. Meanwhile the herdsman had driven the beasts nearer and nearer to the forest. Lusnia thrust himself out once again to the border, and returned a second time. His face was shining with cruelty and gladness. "Lithuanian Tartars," whispered he. Hearing this, Pan Adam made a noise like a falcon, and straightway a division of dragoons pushed into the depth of the wood. There they separated into two parties, one of which disappeared in a defile, so as to come out behind the herd and the Tartars, the other formed a half-circle, and waited. All this was done so quietly that the most trained ear could not have caught a sound, neither saber nor spur rattled, no horse neighed, the thick grass on the ground dulled the tramp of hoofs. Besides, even the horses seemed to understand that the success of the attack depended on silence, for they were performing such service not for the first time. Nothing was heard from the defile and the brushwood but the call of the falcon, lower every little while and less frequent. The herd of Tartar horses stopped before the wood, and scattered in greater or smaller groups on the meadow. Pan Adam himself was then near the edge, and followed all the movements of the herdsman. The day was clear, and the time before noon, but the sun was already high, and cast heat on the earth. The horses rolled. Later on, they approached the wood. The herdsmen rode to the edge of the grove, slipped down from their horses, and let them out on lariats, then seeking the shade and cool places, they entered the thicket, and lay down under the largest bushes to rest. Soon a fire burst up in a flame. When the dry sticks had turned into coals and were coated with ashes, the herdsmen put half a colt on the coals, and sat at a distance themselves to avoid the heat. Some stretched on the grass. Others talked, sitting in groups, Turkish fashion. One began to play on a horn. In the wood perfect silence reigned, the falcon called only at times. The odor of singed flesh announced at last that the roast was ready. Two men drew it out of the ashes, and dragged it to a shady tree. There they sat in a circle cutting the meat with their knives, and eating with beastly greed. From the half-raw strips came blood, which settled on their fingers, and flowed down their beards. When they had finished eating, and had drunk sour mare's milk out of skins, they felt satisfied. They talked a while yet. Then their heads and limbs became heavy. Afternoon came. The heat flew down from heaven more and more. The forest was varied with quivering streaks of light made by the rays of the sun penetrating dense places. Everything was silent. Even the falcon ceased to call. A number of Tartars stood up and went to look at the horses, others stretched themselves like corpses on a battlefield, and soon sleep overpowered them. But their sleep after meat and drink was rather heavy and uneasy, for at times one groaned deeply, another opened his lids for a moment, and repeated, Allah, Bismillah. All at once on the edge of the wood was heard some low but terrible sound, like the short rattle of a stifled man who had no time to cry. Whether the ears of the herdsmen were so keen, or some animal instinct had warned them of danger, or finally, whether death had blown with cold breath on them, it is enough that they sprang up from sleep in one moment. What is that? Where are the men at the horses? They began to inquire of one another. Then from a thicket some voice said in Polish, "They will not return." That moment 150 men rushed in a circle at the herdsmen, who were frightened so terribly that the cry died in their breasts. An odd one barely succeeded in grasping his dagger. The circle of attackers covered and hid them completely. The bush quivered from the pressure of human bodies, which struggled in a disorderly group. The whistle of blades, panting, and at times groaning or wheezing were heard, but that lasted one twinkle of an eye, and all was silent. "How many are alive?" asked a voice among the attackers. "5, Pan Commandant." "Examine the bodies, lest any escape, give each man a knife in the throat, and bring the prisoners to the fire." The command was obeyed in one moment. The corpses were pinned to the turf with their own knives. The prisoners, after their feet had been bound to sticks, were brought around the fire, which Lusnia had raked so that coals, hidden under ashes, would be on the top. The prisoners looked at this preparation and at Lusnia with wild eyes. Among them were 3 Tartars of Hreptyoff who knew the sergeant perfectly. He knew them too, and said, "Well, comrades, you must sing now. If not, you will go to the other world on roasted soles. For old acquaintance' sake I will not spare fire on you." When he had said this he threw dry limbs on the fire, which burst out at once in a tall blaze. Pan Adam came now, and began the examination. From confessions of the prisoners it appeared that what the young lieutenant had divined earlier was true. The Lithuanian Tartars and Cheremis were marching in the vanguard before the horde, and before all the troops of the Sultan. They were led by Asya, son of Tugay Bey, to whom was given command over all the parties. They, as well as the whole army, marched at night because of the heat. In the day they sent their herds out to pasture. They threw out no pickets, for no one supposed that troops could attack them even near the Dniester, much less at the Pruth, right at the dwellings of the horde. They marched comfortably, therefore, with their herds and with camels, which carried the tents of the officers. The tent of Mirza Asya was easily known, for it had a bunchuk fixed on its summit, and the banners of the companies were fastened near it in time of halt. The camp was 4 or 5 miles distant. There were about 2,000 men in it, but some of them had remained with the Belgrade horde, which was marching about 5 miles behind. Pan Adam inquired further touching the road which would lead to the camp best, then how the tents were arranged, and last, of that which concerned him most deeply. "Are there women in the tent?" The Tartars trembled for their lives. Those of them who had served in Hreptyoff knew perfectly that Pan Adam was the brother of one of those women, and was betrothed to the other. They understood, therefore, what rage would seize him when he knew the whole truth. That rage might fall first on them. They hesitated, therefore, but Lusnia said at once, "Pan Commandant, will warm their souls for the dog brothers, then they will speak." "Thrust their feet in the fire," said Pan Adam. "Have mercy!" cried Eliashevich, an old Tartar from Hreptyoff. "I will tell all that my eyes have seen." Lusnia looked at the commandant to learn if he was to carry out the threat notwithstanding this answer. But Pan Adam shook his head, and said to Eliashevich, "Tell what thou hast seen." "We are innocent, Lord," answered Eliashevich, "we went at command. The Mirza gave your gracious sister to Pan Adurovich, who had her in his tent. I saw her in Kuchunkori when she was going for water with pails, and I helped her to carry them, for she was heavy." "Whoa," muttered Pan Adam. "But the other lady our Mirza himself had in his tent. We did not see her so often. But we heard more than once how she screamed, for the Mirza, though he kept her for his pleasure, beat her with rods, and kicked her." Pan Adam's lips began to quiver. Eliashevich barely heard the question. "Where are they now?" "Sold in Stambul." "To whom?" "The Mirza himself does not know certainly. A command came from the Padishah to keep no women in camp. All sold their women in the bazaar, the Mirza sold his." The explanation was finished, and at the fire silence set in, but for some time a sultry afternoon wind shook the limbs of the trees, which sounded more and more deeply. The air became stifling. On the edge of the horizon, black clouds appeared, dark in the center, and shining with a copper color on the edges. Pan Adam walked away from the fire, and moved like one demented, without giving an account to himself of where he was going. At last he dropped with his face to the ground, and began to tear the earth with his nails, then to gnaw his own hands, and then to gasp as if dying. A convulsion twisted his gigantic body, and he lay thus for hours. The dragoons looked at him from a distance, but even Lusnia dared not approach him. Concluding that the commandant would not be angry at him for not sparing the Tartars, the terrible sergeant, impelled by pure inborn cruelty, stuffed their mouths with grass, so as to avoid noise, and slaughtered them like bullocks. He spared Eliashevich alone, supposing that he would be needed to guide them. When he had finished this work, he dragged away from the fire the bodies, still quivering, and put them in a row. He went then to look at the commandant. "Even if he has gone mad," muttered Lusnia, "we must get that one." Midday had passed, the afternoon hours as well, and the day was inclining toward evening. But those clouds, small at first, occupied now almost the whole heavens, and were growing ever thicker and darker without losing that copper-colored gleam along the edges. Their gigantic rolls turned heavily, like millstones on their own axes. Then they fell on one another, crowded one another, and pushing one another from the height, rolled in a dense mass lower and lower toward the earth. The wind struck at times, like a bird of prey with its wings, bent the cornel trees and the dogwood to the earth, tore away a cloud of leaves, and bore it apart with rage. At times it stopped as if it had fallen into the ground. During such intervals of silence there was heard in the gathering clouds a certain ominous rattling, wheezing, rumbling. You would have said that legions of thunders were gathering within them and ranging for battle, grumbling in deep voices while rousing rage and fury in themselves, before they would burst out and strike madly on the terrified earth. A storm is coming," whispered the dragoons to one another. The storm was coming. The air grew darker each instant. Then on the east, from the side of the Dniester, thunder rose and rolled with an awful outbreak along the heavens, till it went far away, beyond the Pruth. There it was silent for a moment, but springing up afresh, rushed toward the steppes of Budziak, and rolled along the whole horizon. First, great drops of rain fell on the parched grass. At that moment Pan Adam stood before the dragoons. "To horse," cried he, with a mighty voice. And at the expiration of as much time as is needed to say a hurried, "Our Father," he was moving at the head of 150 horsemen. When he had ridden out of the woods, he joined, near the herd of horses, the other half of his men, who had been standing guard at the field side, to prevent any herdsman from escaping by stealth to the camp. The dragoons rushed around the herd in the twinkle of an eye, and giving out wild shouts, peculiar to Tartars, moved on, urging before them the panic-stricken horses. The sergeant held Eliashevich on a lariat and shouted in his ear, trying to outsound the roar of the thunder. "Lead us on dog blood, and straight, or a knife in thy throat." Now the clouds rolled so low that they almost touched the earth. On a sudden they burst, like an explosion in a furnace, and a raging hurricane was let loose. Soon a blinding light rent the darkness, a thunderclap came, and after it a second, a third. The smell of sulfur spread in the air, and again there was darkness. Terror seized the herd of horses. The beasts, driven from behind by the wild shouts of the dragoons, ran with distended nostrils and flowing mane, scarcely touching the earth in their onrush. The thunder did not cease for a moment. The wind roared, and the horses raced on madly in that wind, in that darkness, amid explosions in which the earth seemed to be breaking. Driven by the tempest and by vengeance, they were like a terrible company of vampires or evil spirits in that wild steppe. Space fled before them. No guide was needed, for the herd ran straight to the camp of the Tartars, which was nearer and nearer. But before they had reached it, the storm was unchained, as if the sky and the earth had gone mad. The whole horizon blazed with living fire, by the gleam of which were seen the tents standing on the steppe. The world was quivering from the roar of thunders. It seemed that the clouds might burst any moment and tumble to the earth. In fact, their sluices were opened, and floods of rain began to deluge the steppe. The downfall was so dense that a few paces distant nothing could be seen, and from the earth, inflamed by the heat of the sun, a thick mist was soon rising. Yet a little while, and herd and dragoons will be in the camp. But right before the tents the herd split, and ran to both sides in wild panic. 300 breasts gave out a fearful shriek. 300 sabers glittered in the flame of the lightning, and the dragoons fell on the tents. Before the outburst of the torrent, the Tartars saw in the lightning flashes the oncoming herd. But none of them knew what terrible herdsmen were driving. Astonishment and alarm seized them, they wondered why the herd should rush straight at the tents, then they began to shout to frighten them away. Asya himself pushed aside the canvas door, and in spite of the rain, went out with anger on his threatening face. But that instant the herd split in two, and, amid torrents of rain and in the fog, certain fierce forms looked black and many times greater in number than the horseherds, then the terrible cry, "Slay, kill," was heard. There was no time for anything, not even to guess what had happened, not even to be frightened. The hurricane of men, more dreadful and furious by far than the tempest, whirled on to the camp. Before Tugay Bey's son could retreat one step toward his tent, some power more than human, as you would have said, raised him from the earth. Suddenly he felt that a dreadful embrace was squeezing him, that from its pressure his bones were bending and his ribs breaking. Soon he saw, as if in mist, a face rather than which he would have seen Satan's, and fainted. By that time the battle had begun, or rather the ghastly slaughter. The storm, the darkness, the unknown number of the assailants, the suddenness of the attack, and the scattering of the horses were the cause that the Tartars scarcely defended themselves. The madness of terror simply took possession of them. No one knew whither to escape, where to hide himself. Many had no weapons at hand, the attack found many asleep. Therefore, stunned, bewildered, and terrified, they gathered into dense groups, crowding, overturning, and trampling one another. The breasts of horses pushed them down, threw them to the ground, sabers cut them, hoofs crushed them. A storm does not so break, destroy, and lay waste a young forest, wolves do not eat into a flock of bewildered sheep, as the dragoons trampled and cut down those Tartars. On the one hand, bewilderment, on the other, rage and vengeance, completed the measure of their misfortune. Torrents of blood were mingled with the rain. It seemed to the Tartars that the sky was falling on them, that the earth was opening under their feet. The flash of lightning, the roar of thunder, the noise of rain, the darkness, the terror of the storm, answered to the dreadful outcries of the slaughtered. The horses of the dragoons, seized also with fear, rushed, as if maddened, into the throng, breaking it and stretching the men on the ground. At length the smaller groups began to flee, but they had lost knowledge of the place to such a degree that they fled around on the scene of struggle, instead of fleeing straight forward. And frequently they knocked against one another, like two opposing waves, struck one another, overturned one another, and went under the sword. At last the dragoons scattered the remnant of them completely, and slew them in the flight, taking no prisoners, and pursuing without mercy till the trumpets called them back from pursuit. Never had an attack been more unexpected, and never a defeat more terrible. 300 men had scattered to the four winds of the world nearly 2,000 cavalry, surpassing incomparably in training the ordinary chambuls. The greater part of them were lying flat in red pools of blood and rain. The rest dispersed, hid their heads, thanks to the darkness, and escaped on foot, at random, not certain that they would not run under the knife a second time. The storm and the darkness assisted the victors, as if the anger of God were fighting on their side against traitors. Night had fallen completely when Pan Adam moved out at the head of his dragoons, to return to the boundaries of the Commonwealth. Between the young lieutenant and Lusnia, the sergeant, went a horse from the herd. On the back of this horse lay, bound with cords, the leader of all the Lithuanian Tartars, Asya, the son of Tugay Bey, with broken ribs. He was alive, but in a swoon. Both looked at him from time to time as carefully and anxiously as if they were carrying a treasure, and were fearful of losing it. The storm began to pass. On the heavens, legions of clouds were still moving, but in intervals between them, stars were beginning to shine, and to be reflected in lakes of water, formed on the steppe by the dense rain. In the distance, in the direction of the Commonwealth, thunder was still roaring from time to time. Chapter 50. The fugitive Tartars carried news to the Belgrade horde of the disaster. Couriers from them took the news to the Ordu I Humayun, that is, to the Sultan's camp, where it made an uncommon impression. Pan Adam had no need, it is true, to flee too hurriedly with his booty to the Commonwealth, for not only did no one pursue him at the first moment, but not even for the 2 succeeding days. The Sultan was so astonished that he knew not what to think. He sent Belgrade and Dobruja Chambuls at once to discover what troops were in the vicinity. They went unwillingly, for with them it was a question of their own skins. Meanwhile the tidings, given from mouth to mouth, grew to be the account of a considerable overthrow. Men inhabiting the depth of Asia or Africa, who had not gone hitherto with war to Lehistan, and who heard from narratives of the terrible cavalry of the unbelievers, were seized with fright at the thought that they were already in presence of that enemy who did not wait for them within his own boundaries, but sought them in the very dominions of the Padishah. The Grand Vizier himself and the future son of war, the Kaimakan, Kara Mustafa, did not know either what to think of the attack. How that Commonwealth, of whose weakness they had the minutest accounts, could assume all at once the offensive, no Turkish head could explain. It is enough that henceforth the march seemed less secure, and less like a triumph. At the council of war the Sultan received the Vizier and the Kaimakan with a terrible countenance. "You have deceived me," said he. "The Poles cannot be so weak, since they seek us even here. You told me that Sobieski would not defend Kamenets, and now he is surely in front of us, with his whole army." The Vizier and Kaimakan tried to explain to their lord that this might be some detached band of robbers. But in view of the muskets and of straps, in which there were dragoon jackets, they did not believe that themselves. The recent expedition of Sobieski to the Ukraine, daring beyond every measure, but for all that victorious, permitted the supposition that the terrible leader intended to anticipate the enemy this time as well as the other. "He has no troops," said the Grand Vizier to the Kaimakan, while coming out from the council, "but there is a lion in him which knows nothing of fear. If he has collected even a few thousand, and is here, we shall march in blood to Khotan." "I should like to measure strength with him," said young Kara Mustafa. "May God avert from you misfortune," answered the Grand Vizier. By degrees, however, the Belgrade and Dobruja Chambuls convinced themselves that there were not only no large bodies of troops, but no troops at all in the neighborhood. They discovered the trail of a detachment numbering about 300 horse, which moved hurriedly toward the Dniester. The Tartars, remembering the fate of Asia's men, made no pursuit, out of fear of an ambush. The attack remained as something astonishing and unexplained, but quiet came back by degrees to the Ordu-i Humayun, and the armies of the Padishah began again to advance like an inundation. Meanwhile, Pan Adam was returning safely with his living booty to Rashkov. He went hurriedly, but as experienced scouts learned on the second day that there was no pursuit, he advanced, notwithstanding his haste, at a gait not to weary the horses overmuch. Asia, fastened with cords to the back of the horse, was always between Pan Adam and Lusnia. He had 2 ribs broken, and had become wonderfully weak, for even the wound given him by Basha in the face opened from his struggle with Pan Adam and from riding with head hanging down. The terrible sergeant was careful that he should not die before reaching Rashkov, and thus baffle revenge. The young Tartar wanted to die. Knowing what awaited him, he determined first of all to kill himself with hunger, and would not take food. But Lusnia opened his set teeth with a knife, and forced into his mouth Gorelka and Moldavian wine, in which biscuits, rubbed to dust, had been mixed. At the places of halting, they threw water on his face, lest the wounds of his eye and his nose, on which flies and gnats had settled thickly during the journey, should mortify, and bring premature death to the ill-fated man. Pan Adam did not speak to him on the road. Once only, at the beginning of the journey, when Asia, at the price of his freedom and life, offered to return Zosha and Eva, did the lieutenant say to him, "Thou least, dog. Both were sold by thee to a merchant of Stambul, who will sell them again in the bazaar." And straightway they brought Eliashevich, who said in presence of all, "It is so, Effendi. You sold her without knowing to whom." And the Durovich sold the Bagadir's 30 sister, though she was with child by him. After these words, it seemed for a while to Asia that Novoveski would crush him at once in his terrible grasp. Afterwards, when he had lost all hope, he resolved to bring the young giant to kill him in a transport of rage, and in that way spare himself future torment. Since Novoveski, unwilling to let his captive out of sight, rode always near him, Asya began to boast beyond measure and shamelessly of all that he had done. He told how he had killed old Novoveski, how he had kept Zozia Boski in the tent, how he gloated over her innocence, how he had torn her body with rods, and kicked her. The sweat rolled off the pale face of Pan Adam in thick drops. He listened. He had not the power, he had not the wish to go away. He listened eagerly, his hands quivered, his body shook convulsively, still he mastered himself, and did not kill. But Asya, while tormenting his enemy, tormented himself, for his narratives brought to his mind his present misfortune. Not long before, he was commanding men, living in luxury, a Mirza, a favorite of the young Kaimakan. Now, lashed to the back of a horse, and eaten alive by flies, he was traveling on to a terrible death. Relief came to him when, from the pain of his wounds, and from suffering, he fainted. This happened with growing frequency, so that Lusnia began to fear that he might not bring him alive. But they traveled night and day, giving only as much rest to the horses as was absolutely needful, and Rashkov was ever nearer and nearer. Still the horned soul of the Tartar would not leave the afflicted body. But during the last days he was in a continual fever, and at times he fell into an oppressive sleep. More than once in that fever or sleep he dreamed that he was still in Hreptyov, that he had to go with Wołodyjowski to a great war, again that he was conducting Basha to Rashkov, again that he had borne her away, and hidden her in his tent. At times in the fever he saw battles and slaughter, in which, as hetman of the Polish Tartars, he was giving orders from under his bunchuk. But awakening came, and with it consciousness. Opening his eyes, he saw the face of Novoveski, the face of Lusnia, the helmets of the dragoons, who had thrown aside the sheepskin caps of the horseherds, and all that reality was so dreadful that it seemed to him a genuine nightmare. Every movement of the horse tortured him, his wounds burned him increasingly, and again he fainted. Pierced with pain, he recovered consciousness, to fall into a fever, and with it into a dream, to wake up again. There were moments in which it seemed to him impossible that he, such a wretched man, could be Asya, the son of Tugay Bey. That his life, which was full of uncommon events, and which seemed to promise a great destiny, was to end with such suddenness, and so terribly. At times too it came to his head that after torments and death he would go straightway to paradise. But because once he had professed Christianity, and had lived long among Christians, fear seized him at the thought of Christ. Christ would have no pity on him. If the prophet had been mightier than Christ, he would not have given him into the hands of Pan Adam. Perhaps, however, the prophet would show pity yet, and take the soul out of him before Pan Adam would kill him with torture. Meanwhile, Rashkov was at hand. They entered a country of cliffs, which indicated the vicinity of the Dniester. Asya in the evening fell into a condition half feverish, half conscious, in which illusions were mingled with reality. It seemed to him that they had arrived, that they had stopped, that he heard around him the words Rashkov. Rashkov. Next it seemed to him that he heard the noise of axes cutting wood. Then he felt that men were dashing cold water on his head, and then for a long time they were pouring gorelka into his mouth. After that he recovered entirely. Above him was a starry night, and around him many torches were gleaming. To his ears came the words. Is he conscious? Conscious. He seems in his mind. And that moment he saw above him the face of Lusnia. Well, brother, said the sergeant, in a calm voice, the hour is on thee. Asya was lying on his back and breathing freely, for his arms were stretched upward at both sides of his head, by reason of which his expanded breast moved more freely and received more air than when he was lying lashed to the back of the horse. But he could not move his hands, for they were tied above his head to an oak staff which was placed at right angles to his shoulders, and were bound with straw steeped in tar. Asya divined in a moment why this was done. But at that moment he saw other preparations also, which announced that his torture would be long and ghastly. He was undressed from his waist to his feet. And raising his head somewhat, he saw between his naked knees a freshly trimmed, pointed stake, the larger end of which was placed against the butt of a tree. From each of his feet there went a rope ending with a whiffletree, to which a horse was attached. By the light of the torches Asia could see only the rumps of the horses and two men, standing somewhat farther on, who evidently were holding the horses by the head. The hapless man took in these preparations at a glance. Then, looking at the heavens, it is unknown why, he saw stars and the gleaming crescent of the moon. "They will draw me on," thought he. And at once he closed his teeth so firmly that a spasm seized his jaws. Sweat came out on his forehead, and at the same time his face became cold, for the blood rushed away from it. Then it seemed to him that the earth was fleeing from under his shoulders, that his body was flying into some fathomless abyss. For a while he lost consciousness of time, of place, and of what they were doing to him. The sergeant opened Asia's mouth with a knife, and poured in more gorelka. He coughed and spat out the burning liquor, but was forced to swallow some of it. Then he fell into a wonderful condition. He was not drunk, on the contrary, his mind had never been clearer, nor his thought quicker. He saw what they were doing, he understood everything. But an uncommon excitement seized him, as it were, impatience that all was lasting so long, and that nothing was beginning yet. Next heavy steps were heard nearby, and before him stood Pan Adam. At sight of him all the veins in the Tartar quivered. Lusnia he did not fear, he despised him too much. But Pan Adam he did not despise, indeed, he had no reason to despise him. On the contrary, every look of his face filled Asia's soul with a certain superstitious dread and repulsion. He thought to himself at that moment, "I am in his power, I fear him." And that was such a terrible feeling that under its influence the hair stiffened on the head of Tugay Bey's son. "For what thou hast done, thou wilt perish in torment," said Pan Adam. The Tartar gave no answer, but began to pant audibly. Novoveski withdrew, and then followed a silence which was broken by Lusnia. "Thou didst raise thy hand on the lady," said he, with a hoarse voice, "but now the lady is at home with her husband, and thou art in our hands. Thy hour has come." With those words the act of torture began for Asia. That terrible man learned at the hour of his death that his treason and cruelty had profited nothing. If even Basha had died on the road, he would have had the consolation that though not in his, she would not be in any man's possession, and that solace was taken from him just then, when the point of the stake was at an ell's length from his body. All had been in vain. So many treasons, so much blood, so much impending punishment for nothing whatever. Lusnia did not know how grievous those words had made death to Asia. Had he known, he would have repeated them during the whole journey. But there was no time for regrets then, everything must give way before the execution. Lusnia stooped down, and taking Asia's hips in both his hands to give them direction, called to the men holding the horses. "Move!" But slowly and together. The horses moved, the straightened ropes pulled Asia's legs. In a twinkle his body was drawn along the earth and met the point of the stake. Then the point commenced to sink in him, and something dreadful began, something repugnant to nature and the feelings of man. The bones of the unfortunate moved apart from one another, his body gave way in two directions, pain indescribable, so awful that it almost bounds on some monstrous delight, penetrated his being. The stake sank more and more deeply. Asia fixed his jaws, but he could not endure, his teeth were bared in a ghastly grin, and out of his throat came the cry, "A! A! A!" like the croaking of a raven. "Slowly," commanded the sergeant. Asia repeated his terrible cry more and more quickly. "Art croaking?" inquired the sergeant. Then he called to the men. "Stop! Together! There, it is done," said he, turning to Asia, who had grown silent at once, and in whose throat only a deep rattling was heard. The horses were taken out quickly. Then men raised the stake, planted the large end of it in a hole prepared purposely, and packed earth around it. The son of Tugay Bey looked from above on that work. He was conscious. That hideous species of punishment is in this the more dreadful, that victims drawn on to the stake live sometimes 3 days. Asia's head was hanging on his breast, his lips were moving, smacking, as if he were chewing something and tasting it. He felt then a great faintness, and saw before him, as it were, a boundless, whitish mist, which, it is unknown wherefore, seemed to him terrible. But in that mist he recognized the faces of the sergeant and the dragoons, he saw that he was on the stake, that the weight of his body was sinking him deeper and deeper. Then he began to grow numb from the feet, and began to be less and less sensitive to pain. At times darkness hid from him that whitish mist, then he blinked with his one seeing eye, wishing to see and behold everything till death. His gaze passed with particular persistence from torch to torch, for it seemed to him that around each flame there was a rainbow circle. But his torture was not ended. After a while the sergeant approached the stake with an auger in his hand, and cried to those standing near, "Lift me up." 2 strong men raised him aloft. Asia began to look at him closely, blinking, as if he wished to know what kind of man was climbing up to his height. Then the sergeant said, "The lady knocked out one eye, and I promised myself to bore out the other." When he had said this, he put the point into the pupil, twisted once and a second time, and when the lid and delicate skin surrounding the eye were wound around the spiral of the auger, he jerked. Then from the 2 eye sockets of Asia 2 streams of blood flowed, and they flowed like 2 streams of tears down his face. His face itself grew pale and still paler. The dragoons extinguished the torches in silence, as if in shame that light had shone on a deed of such ghastliness, and from the crescent of the moon alone fell silvery though not very bright rays on the body of Asia. His head fell entirely on his breast, but his hands, bound to the oak staff, and enveloped in straw steeped in tar, were pointing toward the sky, as if that sun of the Orient were calling the vengeance of the Turkish crescent on his executioners. "To horse," was heard from Pan Adam. Before mounting the sergeant ignited, with the last torch, those uplifted hands of the Tartar, and the detachment moved toward Yampol. Amid the ruins of Rashkov, in the night and the desert, Asia, the son of Tugay Bey, remained on the lofty stake, and he gleamed there a long time. Chapter 51. 3 weeks later, at midday, Pan Adam was in Hreptyoff. He had made the journey from Rashkov so slowly because he had crossed to the other side of the Dnieper many times, while attacking Chambuls and the Perkulab's people along the river, at various stanitsas. These informed the Sultan's troops afterward that they had seen Polish detachments everywhere, and had heard of great armies, which surely would not wait for the coming of the Turks at Kamenets, but would intercept their march and meet them in a general battle. The Sultan, who had been assured of the helplessness of the Commonwealth, was greatly astonished. And sending Tartars, Wallachians, and the hordes of the Danube in advance, he pushed forward slowly, for in spite of his measureless strength, he had great fear of a battle with the armies of the Commonwealth. Pan Adam did not find Wołodyjowski in Hreptyoff, for the little knight had followed Motovidlo to assist the Starosta of Podlyasy against the Crimean horde and Doroshenko. There he gained great victories, adding new glory to his former renown. He defeated the stern Korpan, and left his body as food to beasts on the open plain. He crushed the terrible Drozd, and the manful Malishka, and the 2 brothers Siny, celebrated Cossack raiders, also a number of inferior bands and Chambuls. But when Pan Adam arrived, Pani Wołodyjowski was just preparing to go with the rest of the people and the tabor to Kamenets, for it was necessary to leave Hreptyoff, in view of the invasion. Basha was grieved to leave that wooden fortalice, in which she had experienced many evils, it is true, but in which the happiest part of her life had been passed, with her husband, among loving hearts, famous soldiers. She was going now, at her own request, to Kamenets, to unknown fortunes and dangers involved in the siege. But since she had a brave heart, she did not yield to sorrow, but watched the preparations carefully, guarding the soldiers and the tabor. In this she was aided by Zagloba, who in every necessity surpassed all in understanding, together with Pan Michalski, the incomparable bowman, who was besides a soldier of valiant hand and uncommon experience. All were delighted at the arrival of Pan Adam, though they knew at once, from the face of the knight, that he had not freed Eva or the sweet Zosia from pagan captivity. Basha bewailed the fate of the two ladies with bitter tears, for they were to be looked on as lost. Sold, it was unknown to whom, they might be taken from the markets of Stambul to Asia Minor, to islands under Turkish rule, or to Egypt, and be confined there in harems. Hence it was not only impossible to ransom them, but even to learn where they were. Basha wept, the wise Pan Zagloba wept, so did Pan Michalski, the incomparable bowman. Pan Adam alone had dry eyes, for tears had failed him already. But when he told how he had gone down to Tychik the Danube, had cut to pieces the Lithuanian Tartars almost at the side of the horde and the Sultan, and had seized Asia, the evil enemy, the two old men rattled their sabers. And said, "Give him hither. Here, in Hreptyoff, should he die." "Not in Hreptyoff," said Pan Adam. "Rashkov is the place of his punishment, that is the place where he should die, and the sergeant here found a torment for him which was not easy." He described then the death which Asia had died, and they listened with terror, but without pity. "That the Lord God pursues crime is known," said Zagloba at last, "but it is a wonder that the devil protects his servants so poorly." Basha sighed piously, raised her eyes, and after a short meditation answered, "He does, for he lacks strength to stand against the might of God." "Oh, you have said it," remarked Pan Michalski, "for if, which God forfend, the devil were mightier than the Lord, all justice, and with it the commonwealth, would vanish. I am not afraid of the Turks, first, because they are such sons, and secondly, they are children of Belial," answered Zagloba. All were silent for a while. Pan Adam sat on the bench with his palms on his knees, looking at the floor with glassy eyes. "It must have been some consolation," said Pan Michalski, turning to him, "it is a great solace to accomplish a proper vengeance. Tell us, has it consoled you really?" "Do you feel better now?" asked Basha, with a voice full of pity. The giant was silent for a time, as if struggling with his own thoughts. At last he said, as if in great wonderment, and so quietly that he was almost whispering, "Imagine to yourself, as God is dear to me, I thought that I should feel better if I were to destroy him. I saw him on the stake, I saw him when his eye was bored out, I said to myself that I felt better, but it is not true, not true." Here Pan Adam embraced his hapless head with his hands, and said through his set teeth, "It was better for him on the stake, better with the auger in his eye, better with fire on his hands, than for me with that which is sitting within me, which is thinking and remembering within me. Death is my one consolation, death, death, that is the truth." Hearing this, Baja's valiant and soldier heart rose quickly, and putting her hands on the head of the unfortunate man, she said, "God grant it to you at Kamenets. For you say truly, it is the one consolation." He closed his eyes then, and began to repeat, "Oh, that is true, God repay you." That same afternoon they all started for Kamenets. Basha, after she had passed the gate, looked around long and long at that Fort Alice, gleaming in the light of the evening. At last, signing herself with the Holy Cross, she said, "God grant that it come to us to return to thee, dear Hreptyoff, with Michael. God grant that nothing worse be waiting for us." And 2 tears rolled down her rosy face. A peculiar strange grief pressed all hearts, and they moved forward in silence. Meanwhile darkness came. They went slowly toward Kamenets, for the Tabor advanced slowly. In it went wagons, herds of horses, bullocks, buffaloes, camels. Army servants watched over the herds. Some of the servants and soldiers had married in Hreptyoff, hence there was not a lack of women in the Tabor. There were as many troops as under Pan Adam, and besides, 200 Hungarian infantry, which body the little knight had equipped at his own cost, and had trained. Basha was their patron, and Kalashevsky, a good officer, led them. There were no real Hungarians in that infantry, which was called Hungarian only because it had a Hungarian uniform. The non-commissioned officers were the veterans, soldiers of the dragoons. But the ranks were composed of robber bands which had been sentenced to the rope. Life was granted the men on condition that they would serve in the infantry, and with loyalty and bravery efface their past sins. There were not wanting among them also volunteers who had left their ravines, meadows, and similar robber haunts, preferring to join the service of the little falcon of Hreptyoff rather than feel his sword hanging over their heads. These men were not over-tractable, and not sufficiently trained yet, but they were brave, accustomed to hardships, dangers, and bloodshed. Basha had an uncommon love for this infantry, as for Michael's child. And in the wild hearts of those warriors was soon born an attachment for the wonderful and kind lady. Now they marched around, her carriage with muskets on their shoulders and sabres at their sides, proud to guard the lady, ready to defend her madly in case any Shambul should bar their way. But the road was still free, for Pan Michael had more foresight than others, and, besides, he had too much love for his wife to expose her to danger through delay. The journey was made, therefore, quietly. Leaving Hreptyoff in the afternoon, they journeyed till evening, then all night. The next day in the afternoon they saw the high cliffs of Kamenets. At sight of them, and at sight of the bastions of the fort adorning the summits of the cliffs, great consolation entered their hearts at once. For it seemed to them impossible that any hand but God's own could break that eagle's nest on the summit of projecting cliffs surrounded by the loop of the river. It was a summer day and wonderful. The towers of the churches looking out from behind the cliffs were gleaming like gigantic lights. Peace, calm, and gladness were on that serene region. Basha, said Zagloba, more than once the pagans have gnawed those walls, and they have always broken their teeth on them. Ha! How many times have I myself seen how they fled, holding themselves by the snout, for they were in pain. God grant it to be the same this time. Surely it will, said the radiant Basha. One of their sultans, Osman, was here. It was, I remember the case as if today, in the year 1621. He came, the pig's blood, just over there from that side of the Smotric, from Hoden, stared, opened his mouth, looked and looked, at last he asked, but who fortified that place so? The Lord God, answered the vizier. Then let the Lord God take it, for I am not a fool. And he turned back on the spot. Indeed, they turned back quickly, put in Pan Michalski. They turned back quickly, said Zagloba. For we touched them up in the flanks with spears, and afterward the knighthood bore me on their hands to Pan Lubomirski. Then were you at Hoden? Asked the incomparable bowman. Belief fails me, when I think where have you not been, and what have you not done? Zagloba was offended somewhat and said, not only was I there, but I received a wound, which I can show to your eyes, if you are so curious. I can show it directly, but at one side, for it does not become me to boast of it in the presence of Pani Wołodyjowski. The famous bowman knew at once that Zagloba was making sport of him. And as he did not feel himself competent to overcome the old noble by wit, he inquired no further, and turned the conversation. What you say is true, said he, when a man is far away, and hears people saying, Kamenets is not supplied, Kamenets will fall, terror seizes him, but when he sees Kamenets, consolation comes to him. And besides, Michael will be in Kamenets, cried Basha. And maybe Pan Sobieski will send succor. Praise be to God. It is not so ill with us, not so ill. It has been worse, and we did not yield. Though it were worse, the point is in this, not to lose courage. They have not devoured us, and they will not while our courage holds out, said Zagloba. Under the influence of these cheering thoughts they grew silent. But Pan Adam rode up suddenly to Basha, his countenance, usually threatening and gloomy, was now smiling and calm. He had fixed his gazing eyes with devotion on Kamenets bathed in sunbeams, and smiled without ceasing. The two knights and Basha looked at him with wonder, for they could not understand how the sight of that fortress had taken every weight from his soul with such suddenness, but he said, Praise be to the name of the Lord. There was a world of suffering, but now gladness is near me. Here he turned to Basha. They are both with the mayor, Tomaszewicz, and it is well that they have hidden there, for in such a fortress that robber can do nothing to them. Of whom are you speaking? Asked Basha, in terror. Of Zosia and Eva. God give you aid, cried Zagloba, do not give way to the devil. But Pan Adam continued, and what they say of my father, that Asya killed him, is not true either. His mind is disturbed, whispered Pan Michalski. Permit me, said Pan Adam again, I will hurry on in advance. I am so long without seeing them that I yearn for them. When he had said this he began to nod his gigantic head toward both sides. Then he pressed his horse with his heels, and moved on. Pan Michalski, beckoning to a number of dragoons, followed him, so as to keep an eye on the madman. Basha hid her rosy face in her hands, and soon hot tears began to flow through her fingers. He was as good as gold, but such misfortunes surpass human power. Besides, the soul is not revived by mere vengeance. Kamenets was seething with preparations for defense. On the walls, in the old castle and at the gates, especially at the Roman gates, nations inhabiting the town were laboring under their mayors, among whom the Pole Tomaszewicz took the first place. And that because of his great daring and his rare skill in handling cannon. At the same time Poles, Russians, Armenians, Jews, and Gypsies, working with spades and pickaxes, vied with one another. Officers of various regiments were overseers of the work. Sergeants and soldiers assisted the citizens. Even nobles went to work, forgetting that God had created their hands for the saber alone, giving all other work to people of insignificant estate. Pan Humiecki, the banneret of Podolia, gave an example himself which roused tears, for he brought stones with his own hands in a wheelbarrow. The work was seething in the town and in the castle. Among the crowds the Dominicans, the Jesuits, the Brethren of St. Francis, and the Carmelites circled about among the crowds, blessing the efforts of people. Women brought food and drink to those laboring. Beautiful Armenian women, the wives and daughters of rich merchants, and Jewesses from Karvasari, Jvanets, Zinkovci, Dunograd, attracted the eyes of the soldiers. But the entrance of Basha arrested the attention of the throngs more than all. There were surely many women of more distinction in Kamenets, but none whose husband was covered with more military glory. They had heard also in Kamenets of Pani Wołodyjowski herself, as of a valiant lady who feared not to dwell on a watchtower in the wilderness among wild people, who went on expeditions with her husband, and who, when carried away by a Tartar, had been able to overcome him and escape safely from his robber hands. Her fame, therefore, was immense. But those who did not know her, and had not seen her hitherto, imagined that she must be some giantess, breaking horseshoes and crushing armor. What was their astonishment when they saw a small, rosy, half-childlike face. "Is that Pani Wołodyjowski herself, or only her little daughter?" asked people in the crowds. "Herself," answered those who knew her. Then admiration seized citizens, women, priests, the army. They looked with no less wonder on the invincible garrison of Hreptyoff, on the dragoons, among whom Pan Adam rode calmly, smiling with wandering eyes, and on the terrible faces of the bandits turned into Hungarian infantry. But there marched with Basha a few hundred men who were worthy of praise, soldiers by trade. Courage came therefore to the townspeople. "That is no common power, they will look boldly into the eyes of the Turks," cried the people in the crowd. Some of the citizens, and even of the soldiers, especially in the regiment of Bishop Trubitsky, which regiment had come recently to Kamenets, thought that Pan Michael himself was in the retinue. Therefore they raised cries. "Long live Pan Wołodyjowski! Long live our defender! The most famous cavalier! Vivat Wołodyjowski! Vivat!" Basha listened, and her heart rose. For nothing can be dearer to a woman than the fame of her husband, especially when it is sounding in the mouths of people in a great city. "There are so many knights here," thought Basha, "and still they do not shout to any but my Michael." And she wanted to shout herself in the chorus, "Vivat Wołodyjowski," but Zagloba told her that she should bear herself like a person of distinction, and bow on both sides, as queens do when they are entering a capital. And he, too, saluted, now with his cap, now with his hand, and when acquaintances began to cry, "Vivat," in his honor, he answered to the crowds. Gracious gentlemen, he who endured Zbaraj will hold out in Kamenets. According to Pan Michael's instructions, the retinue went to the newly built cloister of the Dominican nuns. The little knight had his own house in Kamenets. But since the cloister was in a retired place which cannonballs could hardly reach, he preferred to place his dear Basha there, all the more since he expected a good reception as a benefactor of the cloister. In fact, the abbess, Mother Victoria, the daughter of Stefan Potocki, voevoda of Bratslav, received Basha with open arms. From the embraces of the abbess she went at once to others, and greatly beloved ones, to those of her aunt, Pani Makovetsky, whom she had not seen for some years. Both women wept, and Pan Makovetsky, whose favorite Basha had always been, wept too. Barely had they dried these tears of tenderness when in rushed Krysia Kedling, and new greetings began. Then Basha was surrounded by the nuns and noble women, known and unknown, Pani Bogusz, Pani Stanislavski, Pani Kalinovsky, Pani Hotsamersky, Pani Humiecki, the wife of the banneret of Podolia, a great cavalier. Some, like Pani Bogusz, inquired about their husbands, others asked what Basha thought of the Turkish invasion, and whether, in her opinion, Kamenets would hold out. Basha saw with great delight that they looked on her as having some military authority, and expected consolation from her lips. Therefore she was not niggardly in giving. No one says, replied she, that we cannot hold out against the Turks. Michael will be here today or tomorrow, at furthest in a couple of days, and when he occupies himself with the defenses, you ladies may sleep quietly. Besides, the fortress is tremendously strong. In this matter, thank God, I have some knowledge. The confidence of Basha poured consolation into the hearts of the women. They were reassured specially by the promise of Pan Michael's arrival. Indeed, his name was so respected that, though it was evening, officers of the place began to come at once with greetings to Basha. After the first salutations, each inquired and the little knight would come, and if really he intended to shut himself up in Kamenets. Basha received only Major Kwasobrodsky, who led the infantry of the Bishop of Krakow. The secretary, Rawuski, who succeeded Pan Lanchinsky, or rather, occupied his place, was at the head of the regiment, and Kedling. The doors were not open to others that day, for the lady was road-weary, and, besides, she had to occupy herself with Pan Adam. That unfortunate young man had fallen from his horse before the very cloister, and was carried to a cell in unconsciousness. They sent at once for the doctor, the same who had cured Basha at Hreptyoff. The doctor declared that there was a serious disease of the brain, and gave little hope of Pan Adam's recovery. Basha, Pan Michalski, and Zagloba talked till late in the evening about that event, and pondered over the unhappy lot of the knight. The doctor told me, said Zagloba, that if he recovers and is bled copiously, his mind will not be disturbed, and he will bear misfortune with a lighter heart. There is no consolation for him now, said Basha. Often it would be better for a man not to have memory, remarked Pan Michalski, but even animals are not free from it. Here the old man called the famous bowman to account for that remark. If you had no memory you couldn't go to confession, said he, and you would be the same as a Lutheran, deserving hellfire. Father Kaminsky has warned you already against blasphemy. But say the Lord's Prayer to a wolf, and the wolf would rather be eating a sheep. What sort of wolf am I? Asked the famous bowman. There was Asya, he was a wolf. Didn't I say that? Asked Zagloba. Who was the first to say, that's a wolf? Pan Adam told me, said Basha, that day and night he hears Eva and Zosha calling to him, save, and how can he save? It had to end in sickness, for no man can endure such pain. He could survive their death, he cannot survive their shame. He is lying now like a block of wood, he knows nothing of God's world, said Pan Michalski, and it is a pity, for in battle he was splendid. Further conversation was interrupted by a servant, who announced that there was a great noise in the town, for the people were assembling to look at the Starosta of Podolia, who was just making his entrance with a considerable escort and some tens of infantry. The command belongs to him, said Zagloba. It is valiant on the part of Pan Potocki to prefer this to another place, but as of old I would that he were not here. He is opposed to the hetman, he did not believe in the war. And now who knows whether it will not come to him to lay down his head. Perhaps other Pototskis will march in after him, said Pan Michalski. It is evident that the Turks are not distant, answered Zagloba. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, God grant the Starosta of Podolia to be a second Yeremy, and Kamenets a second Zbaraj. It must be, if not, we shall die first, said a voice at the threshold. Basha sprang up at the sound of that voice, and crying, Michael, threw herself into the little knight's arms. Pan Michael brought from the field much important news, which he related to his wife in the quiet cell before he communicated it to the military council. He had destroyed utterly a number of smaller chambuls, and had whirled around the Crimean camp and that of Doroshenko with great glory to himself. He had brought also some tens of prisoners, from whom they might select informants as to the power of the Khan and Doroshenko. But other men had less success. The Starosta of Podliasy, at the head of considerable forces, was destroyed in a murderous battle. Motovidlo was beaten by Krachinsky, who pursued him to the Wallachian trail, with the aid of the Belgrade horde and those Tartars who survived Pan Adam's victory at Tykik. Before coming to Kamenets, Pan Michael turned aside to Hreptyoff, wishing, as he said, to look again on that scene of his happiness. I was there, said he, right after your departure. The place had not grown cold yet, and I might have come up with you easily, but I crossed over to the Moldavian bank at Ushitsa, to put my ear toward the steppe. Some chambuls have crossed already, but are afraid that if they come out at Pakuta, they will strike on people unexpectedly. Others are moving in front of the Turkish army, and will be here soon. There will be a siege, my dove, there is no help for it, but we will not surrender, for here everyone is defending not only the country, but his own private property. When he had said this, he took his wife by the shoulders, and kissed her on the cheeks. That day they talked no more with each other. Next morning Pan Michael repeated his news at Bishop Lanskaronski's before the council of war, which, besides the bishop, was formed of Pan Mikolai Pototsky, Starosta of Podolia, Pan Lanskaronski, Chamberlain of Podolia, Pan Ravusky. Secretary of Podolia, Pan Humyetsky, Ketling, Makovetsky, Major Kwasobratsky, and a number of other officers. To begin with, Volodyovsky was not pleased with the declaration of Pan Pototsky, that he would not take the command on himself, but confide it to a council. In sudden emergencies, there must be one head and one will, said the little knight. At Zbaraj there were 3 men to whom command belonged by office, still they gave it to Prince Yeremy, judging rightly that in danger it is better to obey one. These words were without effect. In vain did the learned Ketling cite, as an example, the Romans, who, being the greatest warriors in the world, invented dictatorship. Bishop Lanskaronski, who did not like Ketling, for he had fixed in his mind, it is unknown why, that, being a Scot by origin, Ketling must be a heretic at the bottom of his soul, retorted that the Poles did not need to learn history from immigrants. They had their own mind too, and did not need to imitate the Romans, to whom they were not inferior in bravery and eloquence, or if they were, it was very little. As there is more blaze, said the bishop, from an armful of wood than from one stick, so there is more watchfulness in many heads than in one. Herewith he praised the modesty of Pan Pototsky, though others understood it to be rather fear of responsibility, and from himself he advised negotiations. When this word was uttered, the soldiers sprang from their seats as if scalded. Pan Michael, Ketling, Makovetsky, Kwasobratsky, set their teeth and touched their sabers. But I believe, said voices, that we did not come here for negotiations. His robe protects the negotiator, cried Kwasobratsky. The church is your place, not this council, and there was an uproar. Thereupon the bishop rose and said in a loud voice, I should be the first to give my life for the church and my flock. But if I have mentioned negotiations and wish to temporize, God be my judge, it is not because I wish to surrender the fortress, but to win time for the hetman to collect reinforcements. The name of Pan Sobieski is terrible to the pagans. And though he has not forces sufficient, still let the report go abroad that he is advancing, and the Mussulman will leave Kamenets soon enough. And since he spoke so powerfully, all were silent. Some were even rejoiced, seeing that the bishop had not surrendered in his mind. Pan Michael spoke next. The enemy, before he besieges Kamenets, must crush Chvanets, for he cannot leave a defensive castle behind his shoulders. Therefore, with permission of the starosta, I will undertake to enclose myself in Chvanets, and hold it during the time which the bishop wishes to gain through negotiations. I will take trusty men with me. And Chvanets will last while my life lasts. Whereupon all cried out, Impossible. You are needed here. Without you the citizens will lose courage, and the soldiers will not fight with such willingness. In no way is it possible. Who has more experience? Who passed through Zbaraj? And when it comes to sorties, who will lead the men? You would be destroyed in Chvanets, and we should be destroyed here without you. The command has disposal of me, answered Pan Michael. Send to Chvanets some daring young man, who would be my assistant, said the chamberlain of Podolia. Let Novoveski go, said a number of voices. Novoveski cannot go, for his head is burning, answered Pan Michael. He is lying on his bed, and knows nothing of God's world. Meanwhile, let us decide, said the bishop, where each is to have his place, and what gate he is to defend. All eyes were turned to the starosta, who said, Before I issue the commands, I am glad to hear the opinions of experienced soldiers. Since Pan Wołodyjowski here is superior in military experience, I call on him first. Pan Michael advised, first of all, to put good garrisons in the castles before the town, for he thought that the main force of the enemy would be turned specially on them. Others followed his opinion. There were 1,600 men of infantry, and these were disposed in such manner that Pan Myslishevsky occupied the right side of the castle, the left, Pan Humiecki, famous for his exploits at Hotin. Pan Michael took the most dangerous position on the side toward Hotin. Lower down was placed Serdyuk's division. Major Kwasobrodsky covered the side toward Zinkovtsi, the south was held by Pan Vancevich. And the side next the court by Captain Bucher, with Pan Krasinski's men. These were not volunteers indifferent in quality, but soldiers by profession, excellent, and in battle so firm that artillery fire was no more to them than the sun's heat to other men. Serving in the armies of the Commonwealth, which were always small in number, they were accustomed from youthful years to resist an enemy of 10 times their force, and considered this as something natural. The general management of the artillery of the castle was under Ketling, who surpassed all in the art of aiming cannon. Chief command in the castle was to be with the little knight, with whom the starosta left the freedom of making sorties as often as there should be need and possibility. These men, knowing now where each would stand, were rejoiced heartily, and raised a considerable shout, shaking their sabres at the same time. Thus they showed their willingness. Hearing this, the starosta said to his own soul, I did not believe that we could defend ourselves, and I came here without faith, listening only to my conscience. Who knows, however, but we may repulse the enemy with such soldiers. The glory will fall on me, and they will herald me as a second Yeremy. In such an event it may be that a fortunate star has brought me to this place. And as before he had doubted of the defense, so now he doubted of the capture of Kamenets. Hence his courage increased, and he began to advise more readily the strengthening of the town. It was decided to station Pan Makovetsky at the Russian gate, in the town itself, with a handful of nobles, Polish townspeople, more enduring in battle than others, and with them a few tens of Armenians and Jews. The Lutsk gate was confided to Pan Grodetsky, with whom Pan Juk and Pan Machinsky took command of artillery. The guard of the square before the townhouse was commanded by Lukasz Dzewanovsky. Pan Hotsamursky had command of the noisy gypsies at the Russian gate. From the bridge to the house of Pan Sinitsky, the guards were commanded by Pan Kazimir Humiecki. And farther on were to have their quarters Pan Stanishevsky, and at the Polish gate Pan Marcin Bogusz, and at the Spij bastion Pan Skarzinski, and Pan Yatskovsky there at the side of the Bieloblotsky embrasures. Pan Dubravsky and Pan Piotraszewski occupied the Butcher's bastion. The grand entrenchment of the town was given to Tomaszewicz, the Polish mayor, the smaller to Pan Yatskovsky. There was an order to dig a third one, from which later a certain Jew, a skillful gunner, annoyed the Turks greatly. These arrangements made, all the council went to sup with the starosta, who at that entertainment honored Pan Michael particularly with place, wine, food, and conversation. Foreseeing that for his action in the siege posterity would add to the title of Little Knight that of Hector of Kamenets. Wołodyjowski declared that he wished to serve earnestly, and in view of that intended to make a certain vow in the cathedral, hence he prayed the bishop to let him make it on the morrow. The bishop, seeing that public profit might come from the vow, promised willingly. Next morning there was a solemn service in the cathedral. Knights, nobles, soldiers, and common people heard it with devotion and elevation of spirit. Pan Michael and Ketling lay each in the form of a cross before the altar. Krysia and Basha were kneeling nearby beyond the railing, weeping, for they knew that that vow might bring danger to the lives of their husbands. At the end of Mass, the bishop turned to the people with the monstrance. Then the little knight rose, and kneeling on the steps of the altar, said with a moved but calm voice, "Feeling deep gratitude for the special benefactions and particular protection which I have received from the Lord God the Most High, and from his only Son, I vow and take oath that as he and his Son have aided me, so will I to my last breath defend the Holy Cross. And since command of the old castle is confided to me, while I am alive and can move hands and feet, I will not admit to the castle the pagan enemy, who live in vileness, nor will I leave the wall, nor will I raise a white rag. Even should it come to me to be buried there under ruins. So help me God and the Holy Cross. Amen." A solemn silence reigned in the church, then the voice of Ketling was heard. "I promise," said he, "for the particular benefactions which I have experienced in this fatherland, to defend the castle to the last drop of my blood, and to bury myself under its ruins, rather than let a foot of the enemy enter its walls. And as I take this oath with a clean heart and out of pure gratitude, so help me God and the Holy Cross. Amen." Here the bishop held down the monstrance, and gave it to Wołodyjowski to kiss, then to Ketling. At sight of this the numerous knights in the church raised a buzz. Voices were heard, "We will all swear. We will lie one upon another. This fortress will not fall. We will swear. Amen, amen, amen." Sabers and rapiers came out with a gritting from the scabbard, and the church became bright from the steel. That gleam shone on threatening faces and glittering eyes, a great, indescribable enthusiasm seized the nobles, soldiers, and people. Then all the bells were sounded, the organ roared, the bishop intoned, sub tuum praesidium, 100 voices thundered in answer, and thus they prayed for that fortress which was the watchtower of Christendom and the key of the Commonwealth. At the conclusion of the service Ketling and Pan Michael went out of the church hand in hand. Blessings and praise were given them on the way, for no one doubted that they would die rather than surrender the castle. Not death, however, but victory and glory seemed to float over them, and it is likely that among all those people they alone knew how terrible the oath was with which they had bound themselves. Perhaps also two loving hearts had a presentiment of the destruction which was hanging over their heads, for neither Basha nor Krysia could gain self-composure. And when at last Pan Michael found himself in the cloister with his wife, she, choking from tears, and sobbing like a little child, nestled up to his breast, and said in a broken voice, "Remember, Michael, God keep misfortune from you, I know not what will become of me." And she began to tremble from emotion. The little knight was moved greatly too. After a time he said, "But, Basha, it was necessary." "I would rather die," said Basha. Hearing this, the little knight's mustaches quivered more and more quickly, and he repeated a number of times, "Quiet, Basha, quiet." Then at last he said, to calm the woman loved above all, "And do you remember that when the Lord God brought you back to me, I said thus, whatever return is proper, O Lord God, I promise thee. After the war, if I am alive, I will build a chapel. But during the war I must do something noteworthy, so as not to feed thee with ingratitude. What is a castle? It is little for such a benefaction. The time has come. Is it proper that the Saviour should say to himself, his promise is a plaything? May the stones of the castle crush me before I break my word of a cavalier, given to God. It is necessary, Basha, and that is the whole thing. Let us trust in God, Basha. Chapter 52. That day Pan Michael went out with squadrons to assist Pan Vasilkovsky, who had hastened on toward Hrinchuk, for news came that the Tartars had made an attack there, binding people, taking cattle, but not burning villages. So as not to rouse attention. Pan Vasilkovsky soon scattered them, rescued the captives, and took prisoners. Pan Michael led these prisoners to Jvanets, commissioning Pan Makovetsky to torture them, and write down in order their confessions, so as to forward them to the hetman and the king. The Tartars confessed that, at command of the Perculab, they had crossed the boundary with Captain Stingan and Wallachians. But though burnt, they could not tell how far away the Sultan was at that time with all his forces, for, advancing in irregular bands, they did not maintain connection with the main army. All, however, were at one in the statement that the Sultan had moved in force, that he was marching to the Commonwealth, and would be at Kamenets soon. For the future defenders of Kamenets there was nothing new in these confessions. But since in the king's palace they did not believe that there would be war, the chamberlain determined to send these prisoners, together with their statements, to Warsaw. The scouting parties returned in good spirits from their first expedition. In the evening came the secretary of Haberskul, Pan Michael's Tartar brother, and the senior Perculab of Hoten. He brought no letters, for the Perculab was afraid to write. But he gave command to tell his brother Wołodyjowski, the sight of his eye and the love of his heart, to be on his guard, and if Kamenets had not troops enough for defense, to leave the town under some pretext. For the Sultan had been expected for 2 days with his whole force in Hoten. Pan Michael sent his thanks to the Perculab, and rewarding the secretary, sent him home. He informed the commandants immediately of the approaching danger. Activity on works in the town was redoubled. Pan Hieronym Lanskoronsky moved without a moment's delay to his Jvanets, to have an eye on Hoten. Some time passed in waiting. At last, on the 2nd day of August, the Sultan halted at Hoten. His regiment spread out like a sea without shores. And at sight of the last town lying within the Padishah's dominions, Allah was wrested from hundreds of thousands of throats. On the other side of the Dniester lay the defenseless Commonwealth, which those countless armies were to cover like a deluge, or devour like a flame. Throngs of warriors, unable to find places in the town, disposed themselves on the fields, on those same fields, where some tens of years earlier, Polish sabres had scattered an equally numerous army of the Prophet. It seemed now that the hour of revenge had come, and no one in those wild legions, from the Sultan to the camp servant, had a feeling that for the crescent those fields would be ill-omened a second time. Hope, nay, even certainty of victory rejoiced every heart. Janissaries and Spahis, crowds of general militia from the Balkans, from the mountains of Rhodope, from Rumelia, from Pelion and Assa, from Carmel and Lebanon, from the deserts of Arabia, from the banks of the Tigris, from the plains of the Nile, and the burning sands of Africa, giving out wild shouts, prayed to be led at once to the infidel bank. But muezzins began to call from the minarets of Hoten to prayer, therefore all were silent. A sea of heads in turbans, caps, fezzas, burnouses, kufis, and steel helmets inclined toward the earth. And through the fields went the deep murmur of prayer, like the sound of countless swarms of bees, and borne by the wind, it flew forward over the Dniester toward the Commonwealth. Then drums, trumpets, and pipes were heard, giving notice of rest. Though the armies had marched slowly and comfortably, the Padishah wished to give them, after the long journey from Adrianople, a rest at the river. He performed ablutions himself in a clear spring flowing not far from the town, and rode thence to the Konak of Hoten, but on the fields they began to pitch tents which soon covered, as with snow, the immeasurable extent of the country about. The day was beautiful, and ended serenely. After the last evening prayers, the camp went to rest. Thousands and hundreds of thousands of fires were gleaming. From the small castle opposite, in Jvanets, men looked on the light of these fires with alarm, for they were so widespread that the soldiers who went to reconnoiter said in their account, "It seemed to us that all Moldavia was under the fires." But as the bright moon rose higher in the starry sky, all died out save the watch-fires, the camp became quiet, and amid the silence of the night were heard only the neighing of horses and the bellowing of buffaloes, feeding on the meadows of Taraban. But next morning, at daybreak, the Sultan commanded the Janissaries and Tartars to cross the Dniester, and occupy Chvanets, the town as well as the castle. The manful Pan Hieronym Lanskoronsky did not wait behind the walls for them, but having at his side 40 Tartars, 80 men of Kiev, and 1 squadron of his own, struck on the Janissaries at the crossing. And in spite of a rattling fire from their muskets, he broke that splendid infantry, and they began to withdraw toward the river in disorder. But meanwhile, the Shambul, reinforced by Lithuanian Tartars, who had crossed at the flank, broke into the town. Smoke and cries warned the brave chamberlain that the place was in the hands of the enemy. He gave command, therefore, to withdraw from the crossing, and succor the hapless inhabitants. The Janissaries, being infantry, could not pursue, and he went at full speed to the rescue. He was just coming up, when, on a sudden, his own Tartars threw down their flag, and went over to the enemy. A moment of great peril followed. The Shambul, aided by the traitors, and thinking that treason would bring confusion, struck hand to hand, with great force, on the chamberlain. Fortunately, the men of Kiev, roused by the example of their leader, gave violent resistance. The squadron broke the enemy, who were not in condition to meet regular Polish cavalry. The ground before the bridge was soon covered with corpses, especially of Lithuanian Tartars, who, more enduring than ordinary men of the horde, kept the field. Many of them were cut down in the streets later on. Lanskoronsky, seeing that the Janissaries were approaching from the water, sent to Kamenets for succor, and withdrew behind the walls. The Sultan had not thought of taking the castle of Chvanets that day, thinking justly that he could crush it in the twinkle of an eye, at the general crossing of the armies. He wished only to occupy that point. And supposing the detachments which he sent to be amply sufficient, he sent no more either of the Janissaries or the horde. Those who were on the other bank of the river occupied the place a second time after the squadron had withdrawn behind the walls. They did not burn the town, so that it might serve in future as a refuge for their own, or for other detachments, and began to work in it with sabers and daggers. The Janissaries seized young women in soldier fashion. The husbands and children they cut down with axes. The Tartars were occupied in taking plunder. At that time the Poles saw from the bastion of the castle that cavalry was approaching from the direction of Kamenets. Hearing this, Lanskoronsky went out on the bastion himself, with a field-glass, and looked long and carefully. At last he said, "That is light cavalry from the Hreptyoff garrison, the same cavalry with which Vasilkovsky went to Hrinchuk. Clearly they have sent him out this time. I see volunteers. It must be Chmielewski. Praise be to God," cried he, after a while. "Wołodyjowski himself is there, for I see dragoons. Gracious gentlemen, let us rush out again from behind the walls, and with God's help, we will drive the enemy, not only from the town, but from this side of the river." Then he ran down with what breath he had, to draw up his men of Kiev and the squadron. Meanwhile the Tartars first in the town saw the approaching squadron, and shouting shrilly, "Allah," began to gather in a Shambul. Drums and whistles were heard in all the streets. The Janissaries stood in order with that quickness in which few infantry on earth could compare with them. The Shambul flew out of the place as if blown by a whirlwind, and struck the light squadron. The Shambul itself, not counting the Lithuanian Tartars, whom Lanskoronsky had injured considerably, was 3 times more numerous than the garrison of Chvanets and the approaching squadrons of reinforcement. Hence it did not hesitate to spring on Pan Vasilkovsky. But Pan Vasilkovsky, a young, irrepressible man, who hurled himself against every danger with as much eagerness as blindness, commanded his soldiers to go at the highest speed, and flew on like a column of wind, not even observing the number of the enemy. Such daring troubled the Tartars, who had no liking whatever for hand-to-hand combat. Notwithstanding the shouting of Mirzas riding in the rear, the shrill whistle of pipes, and the roaring sound of drums calling to Qasim, that is, to hewing heads from unbelievers, they began to rein in, and hold back their horses. Evidently the hearts grew faint in them every moment, as did also their eagerness. Finally, at the distance of a bow shot from the squadron, they opened on two sides, and sent a shower of arrows at the onrushing cavalry. Pan Vasilkovsky, knowing nothing of the Janissaries, who had formed beyond the houses toward the river, rushed with undiminished speed behind the Tartars, or rather behind one half the Shambul. He came up, closed, and fell to slashing down those who, having inferior horses, could not flee quickly. The second half of the Shambul turned then, wishing to surround him. But at that moment the volunteers rushed up, and the chamberlain came with his men of Kiev. The Tartars, pressed on so many sides, scattered like sand, and then began a rushing about, that is, the pursuit of a group by a group, of a man by a man, in which many of the horde fell, especially by the hand of Pan Vasilkovsky, who struck blindly at whole crowds, just as a lark-falcon strikes sparrows or bunting. But Pan Michael, a cool and keen soldier, did not let the dragoons out of his hand. Like a hunter who holds trained, eager dogs in strong leashes, not letting them go at a common beast, but only when he sees the flashing eyes and white teeth of a savage old boar, so the little knight, despising the fickle horde, was watching to see if Spahis, Janissaries, or some other chosen cavalry were not behind them. Pan Lanskaronsky rushed to him with his men of Kiev. "My benefactor," cried he, "the Janissaries are moving toward the river, let us press them." Pan Michael drew his rapier and commanded, "Forward." Each dragoon drew in his reins, so as to have his horse in hand, then the rank bent a little, and moved forward as regularly as if on parade. They went first at a trot, then at a gallop, but did not let their horses go yet at highest speed. Only when they had passed the houses built toward the water, east of the castle, did they see the white felt caps of the Janissaries, and know that they had to do not with volunteer, but with regular Janissaries. "Strike!" cried Wołodyjowski. The horses stretched themselves, almost rubbing the ground with their bellies, and hurled back lumps of hard earth with their hoofs. The Janissaries, not knowing what power was approaching to the succor of Jvanets, were really withdrawing toward the river. One detachment, numbering 200 and some tens of men, was already at the bank, and its first ranks were stepping onto scows. Another detachment of equal force was going quickly, but in perfect order. When they saw the approaching cavalry they halted, and in one instant turned their faces to the enemy. Their muskets were lowered in a line, and a salvo thundered as at a review. What is more, these hardened warriors, considering that their comrades at the shore would support them with musketry, not only did not retreat after the volley, but shouted, and following their own smoke, struck in fury with their sabers on the cavalry. That was daring of which the Janissaries alone were capable, but for which they paid dearly, because the riders, unable to restrain the horses, even had they the wish, struck them as a hammer strikes, and breaking them in a moment, scattered destruction and terror. The first rank fell under the force of the blow, as grain under a whirlwind. It is true that many fell only from the impetus, and these, springing up, ran in disorder to the river, from which the second detachment gave fire repeatedly, aiming high, so as to strike the dragoons over the heads of their comrades. After a while there was evident hesitation among the Janissaries at the scows, and also uncertainty whether to embark or follow the example of the other detachment, and engage hand to hand with the cavalry. But they were restrained from the last step by the sight of fleeing groups, which the cavalry pushed with the breasts of horses, and slashed so terribly that its fury could only be compared with its skill. At times such a group, when too much pressed, turned in desperation and began to bite, as a beast at bay bites when it sees that there is no escape for it. But just then those who were standing at the bank could see as on their palms that it was impossible to meet that cavalry with cold weapons, so far superior were they in the use of them. The defenders were cut with such regularity and swiftness that the eye could not follow the motion of the sabers. As when men of a good household, shelling peas well dried, strike industriously and quickly on the threshing floor, so that the whole barn is thundering with the noise of the blows and the colonels are jumping toward every side. So did the whole riverbank thunder with saber blows, and the groups of janissaries, slashed without mercy, sprang hither and thither in every direction. Pan Vasilkovsky hurled himself forward at the head of this cavalry, caring nothing for his own life. But as a trained reaper surpasses a young fellow much stronger than he, but less skilled at the sickle, for when the young man is toiling, and streams of sweat cover him, the other goes forward constantly, cutting down the grain evenly before him, so did Pan Michael surpass the wild youth Vasilkovsky. Before striking the janissaries he let the dragoons go ahead, and remained himself in the rear somewhat, to watch the whole battle. Standing thus at a distance, he looked carefully, but every little while he rushed into the conflict, struck, directed, then again let the battle push away from him, again he looked, again he struck. As usual in a battle with infantry, so it happened then, that the cavalry in rushing on passed the fugitives. A number of these, not having before them a road to the river, returned in flight to the town, so as to hide in the sunflowers growing in front of the houses, but Pan Michael saw them. He came up with the first two, and distributed 2 light blows between them, they fell at once, and digging the earth with their heels, sent forth their souls with their blood through the open wounds. Seeing this, a third fired at the little knight from a janissary musket, and missed, but the little knight struck him with his sword edge between nose and mouth, and this deprived him of precious life. Then, without loitering, Pan Michael sprang after the others, and not so quickly does a village youth gather mushrooms growing in a bunch, as he gathered those men before they ran to the sunflowers. Only the last 2 did soldiers of Jvanyet seize. The little knight gave command to keep these 2 alive. When he had warmed himself a little, and saw that the janissaries were hotly pressed at the river, he sprang into the thick of the battle, and coming up with the dragoons, began real labor. Now he struck in front, now he turned to the right or the left, gave a thrust with his blade and looked no farther, each time a white cap fell to the ground. The janissaries began to crowd from before him with an outcry. He redoubled the swiftness of his blows, and though he remained calm himself, no eye could follow the movements of his saber, and know when he would strike or when he would thrust, for his saber described one bright circle around him. Pan Lanskeransky, who had long heard of him as a master above masters, but had not seen him hitherto in action, stopped fighting and looked on with amazement. Unable to believe his own eyes, he could not think that one man, though a master, and famous, could accomplish so much. He seized his head, therefore, and his comrades around only heard him repeating continually, "As God lives, they have told little of him yet." And others cried, "Look at him, for you will not see that again in this world." But Pan Michael worked on. The janissaries, pushed to the river, began now to crowd in disorder to the scows. Since there were scows enough, and fewer men were returning than had come, they took their places quickly and easily. Then the heavy oars moved, and between the janissaries and the bank was formed an interval of water which widened every instant. But from the scows guns began to thunder, whereupon the dragoons thundered in answer from their muskets. Smoke rose over the water in cloudlets, then stretched out in long strips. The scows, and with them the janissaries, receded every moment. The dragoons, who held the field, raised a fierce shout, and threatening with their fists, called, "Ah, thou dog, off with thee! Off with thee!" Pan Lanskeransky, though the balls were plashing still, seized Pan Michael by the shoulders right at the bank. "I did not believe my eyes," said he, "those, my benefactor, are wonders which deserve a golden pen." "Native ability and training," answered Pan Michael, "that's the whole matter. How many wars have I passed through?" Then returning Lanskeransky's pressure, he freed himself, and looking at the bank, cried, "Look, your grace! You will see another power." The chamberlain turned, and saw an officer drawing a bow on the bank. It was Pan Mishalski. Hitherto the famous bowman had been struggling with others in hand-to-hand conflicts with the enemy. But now, when the janissaries had withdrawn to such a distance that bullets and pistol balls could not reach them, he drew his bow, and standing on the bank at its highest point he tried the string first with his finger, when it twanged sharply. He placed on it the feathered arrow, and aimed. At that moment Pan Michael and Lanskaronsky looked at him. It was a beautiful picture. The bowman was sitting on his horse. He held his left hand out straight before him, in it the bow, as if in a vice. The right hand he drew with increasing force to the nipple of his breast, till the veins were swelling on his forehead, and he aimed carefully. In the distance were visible, under a cloud of smoke, a number of scows moving on the river, which was very high, from snow melting on the mountains. And was so transparent that the scows and the janissaries sitting on them were reflected in the water. Pistols on the bank were silent, eyes were turned on Pan Michalski, or looked in the direction in which his murderous arrow was to go. Now the string sounded loudly, and the feathered arrow left the bow. No eye could catch its flight. But all saw perfectly how a sturdy janissary, standing at an oar, threw out his arms on a sudden, and turning on the spot, dropped into the river. The transparent surface spurted up from his weight, and Pan Michalski said, "For thee, Didyuk." Then he sought another arrow. "In honor of the hetman," said he to his comrades. They held their breath. After a while the air whistled again, and a second janissary fell on the scow. On all the scows the oars began to move more quickly. They struck the clear river vigorously, but the famous bowman turned with a smile to the little knight, "In honor of the worthy wife of your grace." A third time the bow was stretched, a third time he sent out a bitter arrow. And a third time it sank half its shaft's length in the body of a man. A shout of triumph thundered on the bank, a shout of rage from the scows. Then Pan Michalski withdrew, and after him followed other victors of the day, and went to the town. While returning, they looked with pleasure on the harvest of that day. Few of the horde had perished, for they had not fought well even once, and put to flight, they recrossed the river quickly. But the janissaries lay to the number of some tens of men, like bundles of firmly bound grain. A few were struggling yet, but all had been stripped by the servants of the chamberlain. Looking at them, Pan Michael said, "Brave infantry! The men move to the conflict like wild boars, but they do not know beyond half what the Swedes do." "They fired as a man would crack nuts," said the chamberlain. "That came of itself, not through training, for they have no general training. They were of the Sultan's guard, and they are disciplined in some fashion. Besides these there are irregular janissaries, considerably inferior. We have given them a keepsake. God is gracious, that we begin the war with such a noteworthy victory." But the experienced Pan Michael had another opinion. "This is a small victory, insignificant," said he. "It is good to raise courage in men without training and in townspeople, but will have no result. But do you think courage will not break in the pagans?" "In the pagans courage will not break," said Pan Michael. Thus conversing, they reached Chvanets, where the people gave them the two captured janissaries who had tried to hide from Pan Michael in the sunflowers. One was wounded somewhat, the other perfectly well and full of wild courage. When he reached the castle, the little knight, who understood Turkish well, though he did not speak it fluently, asked Pan Makovetsky to question the man. Pan Makovetsky asked if the Sultan was in Khotan himself, and if he would come soon to Kamenets. The Turk answered clearly, but insolently. "The Padishah is present himself. They said in the camp that tomorrow Halil Pasha and Murad Pasha would cross, taking engineers with them. Tomorrow, or after tomorrow, the hour of destruction will come on you." Here the prisoner put his hands on his hips, and, confident in the terror of the Sultan's name, continued. "Mad Poles! How did you dare at the side of the Sultan to fall on his people and strike them? Do you think that hard punishment will miss you? Can that little castle protect you? What will you be in a few days but captives? What are you this day but dogs springing in the face of your master?" Pan Makovetsky wrote down everything carefully. But Pan Michael, wishing to temper the insolence of the prisoner, struck him on the face at the last words. The Turk was confused, and gained respect for the little knight straightway, and in general began to express himself more decently. When the examination was over, and they brought him to the hall, Pan Michael said, It is necessary to send these prisoners and their confession on a gallop to Warsaw, for at the king's court they do not believe yet that there will be war. And what do you think, gentlemen, did that prisoner tell the truth, or did he lie altogether? If it please you, gentlemen, said Wołodyjowski, it is possible to scorch his heels. I have a sergeant who executed Azia, the son of Tugay Bey, and who in these matters is exquisitissimus, but, to my thinking, the janissary has told the truth in everything. The crossing will begin soon, we cannot stop it, no. Even if there were 100 times as many of us. Therefore nothing is left but to assemble, and go to Kamieniec with the news. I have done so well at Żwaniec that I would shut myself up in the castle with pleasure, said the chamberlain, were I sure that you would come from time to time with succor from Kamieniec. After that, let happen what would. They have 200 cannon, said Pan Michael, and if they bring over 2 heavy guns, this castle will not hold out one day. I too wished to shut myself up in it, but now I know that to be useless. Others agreed with the little knight. Pan Lanskoroński, as if to show courage, insisted for a time yet on staying in Żwaniec, but he was too experienced a soldier not to see that Wołodyjowski was right. At last he was interrupted by Pan Wasilkowski, who, coming from the field, rushed in quickly. Gracious gentlemen, said he, the river is not to be seen, the whole Dniester is covered with rafts. Are they crossing? Inquired all at once. They are, as true as life. The Turks are on the rafts, and the chambuls in the ford, the men holding the horses' tails. Pan Lanskoroński hesitated no longer. He gave orders at once to sink the old howitzer, and either to hide the other things, or take them to Kamieniec. Pan Michael sprang to his horse, and went with his men to a distant height to look at the crossing. Halil Pasha and Murad Pasha were crossing indeed. As far as the eye reached, it saw scows and rafts, pushed forward by oars, with measured movement, in the clear water. Janissaries and Spahis were moving together in great numbers. Vessels for crossing had been prepared at Houghton a long time. Besides, great masses of troops were standing on the shore at a distance. Pan Michael supposed that they would build a bridge, but the Sultan had not moved his main force yet. Meanwhile Pan Lanskoroński came up with his men, and they marched toward Kamieniec with the little knight. Pan Potocki was waiting in the town for them. His quarters were filled with higher officers. And before his quarters both sexes were assembled, unquiet, careworn, curious. The enemy is crossing, and Żwaniec is occupied, said the little knight. The works are finished, and we are waiting, answered Pan Potocki. The news went to the crowd, who began to roar like a river. To the gates! To the gates, was heard through the town. The enemy is in Żwaniec. Men and women ran to the bastions, expecting to see the enemy. But the soldiers would not let them go to the places appointed for service. Go to your houses, cried they to the crowds, you will hinder the defense. Soon will your wives see the Turks near at hand. Moreover, there was no alarm in the town, for already news had gone around of the victory of that day, and news naturally exaggerated. The soldiers told wonders of the meeting. Pan Wołodyjowski defeated the Janissaries, the Sultan's own guard, repeated all mouths. It is not for pagans to measure strength with Pan Wołodyjowski. He cut down the Pasha himself. The devil is not so terrible as he is painted. And they did not withstand our troops. Good for you, dog brothers. Destruction to you and your Sultan. The women showed themselves again at the entrenchments and bastions, but laden with flasks of gorelka, wine, and mead. This time they were received willingly, and gladness began among the soldiers. Pan Potocki did not oppose this. Wishing to sustain courage in the men and cheerfulness, because there was an inexhaustible abundance of ammunition in the town and the castle, he permitted them to fire salvos, hoping that these sounds of joy would confuse the enemy not a little. Should they hear them? Pan Michael remained at the quarters of the Starosta till nightfall, when he mounted his horse and was escaping in secret with his servant to the cloister, wishing to be with his wife as soon as possible. But his attempts came to nothing, for he was recognized, and dense crowds surrounded his horse. Shouts and vivats began. Mothers raised their children to him. There he is. Look at him, remember him, repeated many voices. They admired him immensely, but people unacquainted with war were astonished at his diminutive stature. It could not find place in the heads of the townspeople that a man so small, and with such a pleasant face, could be the most terrible soldier of the Commonwealth, a soldier whom none could resist. But he rode among the crowds, and smiled from time to time, for he was pleased. When he came to the cloister, he fell into the open arms of Basha. She knew already of his deeds done that day and all his masterly blows. The chamberlain of Podolia had just left the cloister, and, as an eyewitness, had given her a detailed report. Basha, at the beginning of the narrative, called the women present in the cloister hence, the abbess and the wives of Makovetsky, Humiecki, Ketling, Hotsamursky, and as the chamberlain went on, she began to plume herself immensely before them. Pan Michael came just after the women had gone. When greetings were finished, the wearied knight sat down to supper. Basha sat at his side, placed food on his plate, and poured mead into his goblet. He ate and drank willingly, for he had put almost nothing in his mouth the whole day. In the intervals he related something too, and Basha, listening with gleaming eyes, shook her head, according to custom, asking, "Ah, ha! Well? And what?" "There are strong men among them, and very fierce, but it is hard to find a Turk who's a swordsman," said the little knight. "Then I could meet any of them?" "You might, only you will not, for I will not take you. Even once in my life. You know, Michael, when you go outside the walls, I am not even alarmed, I know that no one can reach you. But can't they shoot me?" "Be quiet. Isn't there a Lord God? You will not let them cut you down, that is the main thing. I will not let 1 or 2 slay me. Nor 3, Michael, nor 4. Nor 4,000, said Zagloba, mimicking her. If you knew, Michael, what she did when the chamberlain was telling his story. I thought I should burst from laughter. As God is dear to me. She snorted just like a goat, and looked into the face of each woman in turn to see if she was delighted in a fitting manner. In the end I was afraid that the goat would go to butting, no very polite spectacle. The little knight stretched himself after eating, for he was considerably tired, then suddenly he drew Basha to him and said, "My quarters in the castle are ready, but I do not wish to return. I might stay here tonight, I suppose." "As you like, Michael," said she, dropping her eyes. "Ha," said Zagloba, "they look on me here as a mushroom, not a man, for the abbess invites me to live in the nunnery. But I'll pay her, my head on that point. Have you seen how Pani Hotsamursky is ogling me? She is a widow, very well, I won't tell you any more." "I think I shall stay," said the little knight. "If you will only rest well," said Basha. "Why shouldn't he rest?" asked Zagloba. "Because we shall talk, and talk, and talk." Zagloba, wishing to go to his own room, turned to look for his cap. At last, when he had found it, he put it on his head and said, "You will not talk, and talk, and talk." Then he went out. Chapter 53. Next morning, at daybreak, the little knight went to Nyahin and captured Bulik Pasha, a notable warrior among the Turks. The whole day passed for him in labor on the field, a part of the night in council with Pan Potocki, and only at first cockcrow did he lay down his wearied head to sleep a little. But he was barely slumbering sweetly and deeply when the thunder of cannon roused him. The man Pyenka, from Jmud, a faithful servant of Pan Michael, almost a friend, came into the room. "Your Grace," said he, "the enemy is before the town." "What guns are those?" asked the little knight. "Our guns, frightening the pagans. There is a considerable party driving off cattle from the field." "Janissaries or cavalry?" "Cavalry. Very black. Our side is frightening them with the Holy Cross, for who knows but they are devils." "Devils or no devils, we must be at them," said the little knight. "Go to the lady, and tell her that I am in the field. If she wishes to come to the castle to look out, she may, if she comes with Pan Zagloba, for I count most on his discretion." Half an hour later Pan Michael rushed into the field at the head of dragoons and volunteer nobles, who calculated that it would be possible to exhibit themselves in skirmishing. From the old castle the cavalry were to be seen perfectly, in number about 2,000, composed in part of Spahis, but mainly of the Egyptian guard of the Sultan. In this last served wealthy and generous Mamelukes from the Nile. Their mail and gleaming scales, their bright kufis, woven with gold, on their heads, their white burnouses and their weapons set with diamonds, made them the most brilliant cavalry in the world. They were armed with darts, set on jointed staffs, and with swords and knives greatly curved. Sitting on horses as swift as the wind, they swept over the field like a rainbow-colored cloud, shouting, whirling, and winding between their fingers the deadly darts. The Poles in the castle could not look at them long enough. Pan Michael pushed toward them with his cavalry. It was difficult, however, for both sides to meet with cold weapons, since the cannon of the castle restrained the Turks, and they were too numerous for the little knight to go to them, and have a trial beyond the reach of Polish cannon. For a time, however, both sides circled around at a distance, shaking their weapons and shouting loudly. But at last this empty threatening became clearly disagreeable to the fiery sons of the desert, for all at once single horsemen began to separate from the mass and advance, calling loudly on their opponents. Soon they scattered over the field, and glittered on it like flowers which the wind drives in various directions. Pan Michael looked at his own men. "Gracious gentlemen," said he, "they are inviting us. Who will go to the skirmish?" The fiery cavalier, Pan Vasilkovsky, sprang out first, after him Pan Michalski, the infallible bowman, but also in hand-to-hand conflict an excellent skirmisher. After these went Pan Miazga of the escutcheon Prus, who during the full speed of his horse could carry off a finger ring on his lance. After Pan Miazga galloped Pan Teodor Paderewski, Pan Ozovik, Pan Shmlud-Plotsky, Prince Ovsiany, and Pan Mirko Shaluta, with a number of good cavaliers. And of the dragoons there went also a group, for the hope of rich plunder incited them, but more than all the peerless horses of the Arabs. At the head of the dragoons went the stern Lusnia. And gnawing his yellow mustache, he was choosing at a distance the wealthiest enemy. The day was beautiful. They were perfectly visible. The cannon on the walls became silent one after another, till at last all firing had ceased, for the gunners were fearful of injuring some of their own men. They preferred also to look at the battle rather than fire at scattered skirmishers. The two sides rode toward each other at a walk, without hastening, then at a trot, not in a line, but irregularly, as suited each man. At length, when they had ridden near to each other, they reined in their horses, and fell to abusing each other, so as to rouse anger and daring. "You'll not grow fat with us, pagan dogs," cried the Poles. "Your vile prophet will not protect you." The others cried in Turkish and Arabic. Many Poles knew both languages, for, like the celebrated bowman, many had gone through grievous captivity. Therefore when pagans blasphemed the Most Holy Lady with special insolence, anger raised the hair on the servants of Mary, and they urged on their horses, wishing to take revenge for the insult to her name. Who struck the first blow and deprived a man of dear life? Pan Michalski pierced first with an arrow a young bay, with a purple kufi on his head, and dressed in a silver-scaled armor, clear as moonlight. The painful shaft went under his left eye, and entered his head half the length of its shaft. He, throwing back his beautiful face and spreading his arms, flew from the saddle. The archer, putting his bow under his thigh, sprang forward and cut him yet with the saber. Then taking the bay's excellent weapons, and driving his horse with the flat of his sword toward the castle, he called loudly in Arabic. "I would that he were the Sultan's own son. He would rot here before you would play the last Kindya." When the Turks and Egyptians heard this they were terribly grieved, and two bays sprang at once toward Michalski. But from one side Lusnia, who was wolf-like in fierceness, intercepted their way, and in the twinkle of an eye bit to death one of them. First he cut him in the hand. And when the bay stooped for his saber, which had fallen, Lusnia almost severed his head with a terrible blow on the neck. Seeing which, the other turned his horse swift as wind to escape, but that moment Pan Michalski took the bow again from under his thigh, and sent after the fugitive an arrow. It reached him in his flight, and sank almost to the feathers between his shoulders. Pan Szmudpłocki was the third to finish his enemy, striking him with a sharp hammer on the helmet. He drove in with the blow the silver and velvet lining of the steel, and the bent point of the hammer stuck so tightly in the skull that Pan Płocki could not draw it forth for a time. Others fought with varied fortune. Still, victory was mainly with the nobles, who were more skilled in fencing. But 2 dragoons fell from the powerful hand of Hamdi Bey, who slashed then Prince Ovsiany with a curved sword through the face, and stretched him on the field. Ovsiany moistened his native earth with his princely blood. Hamdi turned then to Pan Shaluta, whose horse had thrust his foot into the burrow of a hamster. Shaluta, seeing death inevitable, chose to meet the terrible horseman on foot, and sprang to the ground. But Hamdi, with the breast of his horse, overturned the pole, and reached the arm of the falling man with the very end of his blade. The arm dropped, that instant Hamdi rushed farther through the field in search of opponents. But in many there was not courage to measure with him, so greatly and evidently did he surpass all in strength. The wind raised his white burnous on his shoulders, and bore it apart like the wings of a bird of prey. His gilt-worked armor threw an ominous gleam on his almost black face, with its wild and flashing eyes. A curved saber glittered above his head, like the sickle of the moon on a clear night. The famed archer let out 2 arrows at him, but both merely sounded on his armor with a groaning, and fell without effect on the grass. Pan Michalski began to hesitate whether to send forth a 3rd shaft against the neck of the steed, or rush on the bay with his saber. But while he was thinking of this on the way, the bay saw him and urged on his black stallion. Both met in the middle of the field. Pan Michalski, wishing to show his great strength and take Hamdi alive, struck up his sword with a powerful blow and closed with him. He seized the bay's throat with one hand, with the other his pointed helmet, and drew him from his horse. But the girth of his own saddle broke, the incomparable bowman turned with it, and dropped to the ground. Hamdi struck the falling man with the hilt of his sword on the head and stunned him. The Spahis and Mamelukes, who had feared for Hamdi, shouted with joy. The Poles were grieved greatly. Then the opposing sides sprang toward one another in dense groups, one side to seize the bowman, the other to defend even his body. So far the little knight had taken no part in the skirmish, for his dignity of colonel did not permit that. But seeing the fall of Michalski and the preponderance of Hamdi, he resolved to avenge the archer and give courage to his own men. Inspired with this thought, he put spurs to his horse, and swept across the field as swiftly as a sparrowhawk goes to a flock of plover, circling over stubble. Basha, looking through a glass, saw him from the battlements, and cried at once to Zagloba, who was near her. "Michael is flying! Michael is flying! You see him," cried the old warrior. "Look carefully, see where he strikes the first blow. Have no fear." The glass shook in Baja's hand. Though, as there was no discharge in the field yet from bows or janissary guns, she was not alarmed overmuch for the life of her husband. Still, enthusiasm, curiosity, and disquiet seized her. Her soul and heart had gone out of her body that moment, and were flying after him. Her breast was heaving quickly, a bright flush covered her face. At one moment she had bent over the battlement so far that Zagloba seized her by the waist, lest she might fall to the fosse. "2 are flying at Michael," cried she. "There will be 2 less," said Zagloba. Indeed, 2 Spahis came out against the little knight. Judging from his uniform, they knew that he was a man of note, and seeing the small stature of the horseman they thought to win glory cheaply. The fools! They flew to sure death. For when they had drawn near he did not even rein in his horse, but gave them 2 blows, apparently as light as when a mother in passing gives a push apiece to 2 children. Both fell on the ground, and clawing it with their fingers, quivered like 2 lynxes which death-dealing arrows have struck simultaneously. The little knight flew farther toward horsemen racing through the field, and began to spread dreadful disaster. As when after mass a boy comes in with a pewter extinguisher fixed to a staff, and quenches one after another the candles on the altar, and the altar is buried in shadow, so Pan Michael quenched right and left brilliant horsemen, Egyptian and Turkish, and they sank in the darkness of death. The pagans recognized a master above masters, and their hearts sank within them. One and another withdrew his horse, so as not to meet with the terrible leader. The little knight rushed after the fugitives like a venomous wasp, and pierced one after another with his sting. The men at the castle artillery began to shout joyously at sight of this. Some ran up to Basha, and borne away with enthusiasm, kissed the hem of her robe, others abused the Turks. "Basha, restrain yourself," cried Zagloba, every little while, holding her continually by the waist. But Basha wanted to laugh and cry, and clap her hands, and shout and look, and fly to her husband in the field. He continued to carry off Spahis and Egyptian beys till at last cries of "Hamdi! Hamdi!" were heard throughout the whole field. The adherents of the Prophet called loudly for their greatest warrior to measure himself with that terrible little horseman, who seemed to be death incarnate. Hamdi had seen the little knight for some time. But noting his deeds, he was simply afraid of him. It was a terror to risk at once his great fame and young life against such an ominous enemy, therefore he feigned not to see him, and began to circle around at the other end of the field. He had just finished Pan Yalbrick and Pan Kos when despairing cries of "Hamdi! Hamdi!" smote his ear. He saw then that he could hide himself no longer, that he must win immeasurable glory or lay down his life. At that moment he gave forth a shout so shrill that all the rocks answered with an echo, and he urged on toward the little knight a horse as swift as a whirlwind. Pan Michael saw him from a distance, and pressed also with his heels his Wallachian bay. Others ceased the armed argument. At the castle Basha, who had seen just before all the deeds of the terrible Hamdi, grew somewhat pale, in spite of her blind faith in the little knight, the unconquerable swordsman, but Zagloba was thoroughly at rest. "I would rather be the heir of that pagan than that pagan himself," said he to Basha, sententiously. Pyenka, the slow Lithuanian, was so certain of his lord that not the least anxiety darkened his face. But seeing Hamdi rushing on, he began to hum a popular song. "O thou foolish, foolish house dog! That's a grey wolf from the forest. Why dost thou rush forward to him? If thou canst not overcome him." The men closed in the middle of the field between two ranks, looking on from a distance. The hearts of all died in them for a moment. Then serpentine lightning flashed in the bright sun above the heads of the combatants. But the curved blade flew from the hand of Hamdi like an arrow urged by a bowstring. He bent toward the saddle, as if pierced with a blade point, and closed his eyes. Pan Michael seized him by the neck with his left hand, and placing the point of his saber at the armpit of the Egyptian, turned toward his own men. Hamdi gave no resistance. He even urged his horse forward with his heel, for he felt the point between his armpit and the armor. He went as if stunned, his hands hanging powerless, and from his eyes tears began to fall. Pan Michael gave him to the cruel Lusnia, and returned himself to the field. But in the Turkish company's trumpets and pipes were sounded, a signal of retreat to the skirmishers. They began to withdraw toward their own forces, taking with them shame, vexation, and the memory of the terrible horseman. "That was Satan," said the Spahis and Mamelukes to one another. "Whoso meets that man, to him death is predestined. Satan, no other." The Polish skirmishers remained a while to show that they held the field, then, giving forth 3 shouts of victory, they withdrew under cover of their guns, from which Pan Potocki gave command to renew fire. But the Turks began to retreat altogether. For a time yet their burnouses gleamed in the sun, and their colored kufis and glittering headpieces, then the blue sky hid them. On the field of battle there remained only the Turks and Poles slain with swords. Servants came out from the castle to collect and bury the Poles. Then ravens came to labor at the burial of the pagans, but their stay was not long, for that evening new legions of the Prophet frightened them away. Chapter 54. On the following day, the vizier himself arrived before Kamenets at the head of a numerous army of Spahis, Janissaries, and the general militia from Asia. It was supposed at once, from the great number of his forces, that he would storm the place, but he wished merely to examine the walls. Engineers came with him to inspect the fortress and earthworks. Pan Myslishevsky went out this time against the vizier with infantry and a division of mounted volunteers. They began to skirmish again. The action was favorable for the besieged, though not so brilliant as on the first day. Finally, the vizier commanded the Janissaries to move to the walls for a trial. The thunder of cannon shook at once the town and the castle. When the Janissaries were near the quarters of Pan Podchaski, all fired at once with a great outburst. But as Pan Podchaski answered from above with very well-directed shots, and there was danger that cavalry might flank the Janissaries, they retreated on the Jvanets road, and returned to the main camp. In the evening, a certain Che, Bohemian, stole into the town. He had been a groom with the Aga of the Janissaries, and being bastinadoed, had deserted. From him the Poles learned that the Turks had fortified themselves in Jvanets, and occupied broad fields on this side of Dlujek. They asked the fugitive carefully what the general opinion among the Turks was. Did they think to capture Kamenets or not? He answered that there was good courage in the army, and the omens were favorable. A couple of days before, there had risen on a sudden from the earth in front of the Sultan's pavilion, as it were a pillar of smoke, slender below, and widening above in the form of a mighty bush. The Muftis explained that that portent signified that the glory of the Padishah would reach the heavens, and that he would be the ruler to crush Kamenets, an obstacle hitherto invincible. That strengthened hearts greatly in the army. The Turks, continued the fugitive, fear Pan Sobieski, and succor. From time past they bear in mind the peril of meeting the troops of the Commonwealth in the open field, though they are willing to meet Venetians, Hungarians, or any other people. But since they have information that there are no troops in the Commonwealth, they think generally that they will take Kamenets, though not without trouble. Kara Mustafa, the Kaimakan, has advised to storm the walls straightway. But the more prudent vizier prefers to invest the town with regular works, and cover it with cannonballs. The Sultan, after the first skirmishes, has inclined to the opinion of the vizier, therefore it is proper to look for a regular siege. Thus spoke the deserter. Hearing this news, Pan Potocki and the bishop, the chamberlain, Pan Wołodyjowski, and all the other chief officers were greatly concerned. They had counted on storms, and hoped with the defensiveness of the place to repulse them with great loss to the enemy. They knew from experience that during storms assailants suffer great losses. That every attack which is repulsed shakes their courage, and adds boldness to the besieged. As the knights at Zbaraj grew enamored at last of resistance, of battles and sorties, so the inhabitants of Kamenets might acquire love for battle, especially if every attack ended in defeat for the Turks and victory for the town. But a regular siege, in which the digging of approaches and mines, the planting of guns in position, mean everything, might only weary the besieged, weaken their courage, and make them inclined to negotiation. It was difficult also to count on sorties, for it was not proper to strip the walls of soldiers, and the servants or townspeople, led beyond the walls, could hardly stand before Janissaries. Weighing this, all the superior officers were greatly concerned, and to them a happy result of the defense seemed less likely. In fact, it had small chance of success, not only in view of the Turkish power, but in view of themselves. Pan Wołodyjowski was an incomparable soldier and very famous, but he had not the majesty of greatness. Whoso bears the sun in himself is able to warm all everywhere, but whoso is a flame, even the most ardent, warms only those who are nearest. So it was with the little knight. He did not know how to pour his spirit into others, and could not, just as he could not give his own skill with the sword. Pan Potocki, the supreme chief, was not a warrior. Besides, he lacked faith in himself, in others, in the Commonwealth. The bishop counted on negotiations mainly. His brother had a heavy hand, but also a mind not much lighter. Relief was impossible, for the hetman, Pan Sobieski, though great, was then without power. Without power was the king, without power the whole Commonwealth. On the 16th of August came the Khan with the horde, and Doroshenko with his Cossacks, and occupied an enormous area on the fields, beginning with Ronen. Sufan Kazi Aga invited Pan Myslashevsky that day to an interview, and advised him to surrender the place, for if he did he would receive such favorable conditions as had never been heard of in the history of sieges. The bishop was curious to know what those favors were, but he was shouted down in the council, and a refusal was sent back in answer. On August 18, the Turks began to advance, and with them the Sultan. They came on like a measureless sea, infantry, janissaries, spahis. Each pasha led the troops of his own pashalik, therefore inhabitants of Europe, Asia, and Africa. Behind them came an enormous camp with loaded wagons drawn by mules and buffaloes. That 100-colored swarm, in various dresses and arms, moved without end. From dawn till night those leaders marched without stopping, moved from one place to another, stationed troops, circled about in the fields, pitched tents, which occupied such a space that from the towers and highest points of Kamenets it was possible in no wise to see fields free from canvas. It seemed to people that snow had fallen and filled the whole region about them. The camp was laid out during salvos of musketry, for the janissaries shielding that work did not cease to fire at the walls of the fortress. From the walls an unbroken cannonade answered. Echoes were thundering from the cliffs, smoke rose and covered the blue of the sky. Toward evening Kamenets was enclosed in such fashion that nothing save pigeons could leave it. Firing ceased only when the first stars began to twinkle. For a number of succeeding days firing from the walls and at the walls continued without interruption. The result was great damage to the besiegers. The moment a considerable group of janissaries collected within range, white smoke bloomed out on the walls, balls fell among the janissaries, and they scattered as a flock of sparrows when someone sends fine shot at them from a musket. Meanwhile the Turks, not knowing evidently that in both castles and in the town there were guns of long range, pitched their tents too near. This was permitted, by the advice of Pan Michael. And only when time of rest came, and troops, escaping from heat, had crowded into those tents, did the walls roar with continuous thunder. Then rose a panic, balls tore tents, broke poles, struck soldiers, hurled around sharp fragments of rocks. The janissaries withdrew in dismay and disorder, crying with loud voices. In their retreat they overturned other tents, and carried alarm with them everywhere. On the men disordered in this way Pan Michael fell with cavalry, and cut them till strong bodies of horsemen came to their aid. Kettling directed this fire mainly. Besides him, the Polish mayor made the greatest havoc among the pagans. He bent over every gun, applied the match himself, and covering his eyes with his hand, looked at the result of the shot, and rejoiced in his heart that he was working so effectively. The Turks were digging approaches, however, making entrenchments and fixing heavy guns in them. But before they began to fire from these guns, an envoy of the Turks came under the walls, and fastening to a dart a letter from the Sultan, showed it to the besieged. Dragoons were sent out, these brought the envoy at once to the castle. The Sultan, summoning the town to surrender, exalted his own might and clemency to the skies. "My army," wrote he, "may be compared to the leaves of the forest and the sands of the sea. Look at the heavens. And when you see the countless stars, rouse fear in your hearts, and say one to another, Behold, such is the power of the believers. But because I am a sovereign, gracious above other sovereigns, and a grandson of the God of justice, I receive my right from above. Know that I hate stubborn men, do not oppose, then, my will, surrender your town. If you resist, you will all perish under the sword, and no voice of man will rise against me." They considered long what response to give to that letter, and rejected the impolitic counsel of Zagloba to cut off a dog's tail and send it in answer. They dispatched a clever man skilled in Turkish, Yuritsa was his name. He bore a letter which read as follows. "We do not wish to anger the Sultan, but we do not hold it our duty to obey him, for we have not taken oath to him, but to our own Lord. Kamenets we will not surrender, for an oath binds us to defend the fortresses and churches while our lives last." After this answer the officers went to their places on the walls. Bishop Lanskoronsky and the Starosta took advantage of this, and sent a new letter to the Sultan, asking of him an armistice for 4 weeks. When news of this went along the gates, an uproar and clatter of sabers began. "But I believe," repeated this man and that we are here burning at the guns, and behind our shoulders they are sending letters without our knowledge, though we are members of the council." At the evening Kindya the officers went in a body to the Starosta, with the little knight and Pan Makovetsky at their head, both greatly afflicted at what had happened. "How is this?" asked Makovetsky. "Are you thinking already of surrender, that you have sent a new envoy? Why has this happened without our knowledge?" "In truth," added the little knight, "since we are called to a council, it is not right to send letters without our knowledge. Neither will we permit anyone to mention surrender. If anyone wishes to mention it, let him withdraw from authority." While speaking he was terribly roused. Being a soldier of rare obedience, it caused him the utmost pain to speak thus against his superiors. But since he had sworn to defend the castle till his death, he thought, "It behooves me to speak thus." The Starosta was confused and answered, "I thought this was done with general consent." "There is no consent." "We will die here," cried a number of voices. "I am glad to hear that," said the Starosta. "For in me faith is dearer than life, and cowardice has never come near me, and will not. Remain, gracious gentlemen, to supper, we will come to agreement more easily." But they would not remain. "Our place is at the gates, not at the table," said the little knight. At this time the bishop arrived, and learning what the question was, turned at once to Pan Makovetsky and Wołodyjowski. "Worthy men," said he, "each has the same thing at heart as you, and no one has mentioned surrender. I sent to ask for an armistice of 4 weeks, I wrote as follows. During that time we will send to our king for succor, and await his instructions, and further that will be which God gives." When the little knight heard this he was excited anew, but this time because rage carried him away, and scorn at such a conception of military matters. He, a soldier since childhood, could not believe his ears, could not believe that any man would propose a truce to an enemy, so as to have time himself to send for succor. The little knight looked at Makovetsky and then at other officers. They looked at him. "Is this a jest?" asked a number of voices. Then all were silent. "I fought through the Tartar, Cossack, Moscow, and Swedish wars," said Pan Michael, at last, "and I have never heard of such reasons. The Sultan has not come hither to please us, but himself. How will he consent to an armistice, when we write to him that at the end of that time we expect aid? If he does not agree, there will be nothing different from what there is now," said the bishop. "Whoso begs for an armistice exhibits fear and weakness, and whoso looks for succor mistrusts his own power. The pagan dog believes this of us from that letter, and thereby irreparable harm has been done. I might be somewhere else," said the bishop, "and because I did not desert my flock in time of need, I endure reprimand." The little knight was sorry at once for the worthy prelate, therefore he took him by the knees, kissed his hands, and said, "God keep me from giving any reprimand here, but since there is a council, I utter what experience dictates to me. What is to be done, then? Let the fault be mine, but what is to be done?" "How repair the evil?" asked the bishop. "How repair the evil?" repeated Wołodyjowski. And thinking a moment, he raised his head joyously. "Well, it is possible. Gracious gentlemen, I pray you to follow me." He went out, and after him the officers. A quarter of an hour later all Kamenets was trembling from the thunder of cannon. Wołodyjowski rushed out with volunteers. And falling upon sleeping janissaries in the approaches, he slashed them till he scattered and drove the whole force to the tabor. Then he returned to the Starosta, with whom he found the bishop. "Here," said he, joyously, "here is help for you." Chapter 55. After that sortie the night was passed in desultory firing. At daylight it was announced that a number of Turks were standing near the castle, waiting till men were sent out to negotiate. Happen what might, it was needful to know what they wanted, therefore Pan Makovetsky and Pan Myslashevsky were appointed at the council to go out to the pagans. A little later Pan Kazimir Humiecki joined them, and they went forth. There were 3 Turks, Mudir Bey, Salomi, the Pasha of Rushchuk, and the 3rd Kotsra, an interpreter. The meeting took place under the open sky outside the gate of the castle. The Turks, at sight of the envoys, began to bow, putting their fingertips to their hearts, mouths, and foreheads. The Poles greeted them politely, asking why they had come. To this Salome answered, "Dear men, a great wrong has been done to our Lord, over which all who love justice must weep, and for which he who was before the ages will punish you, if you do not correct it straightway. Behold, you sent out of your own will Yuritsa, who beat with the forehead to our vizier and begged him for a cessation of arms. When we, trusting in your virtue, went out of the trenches, you began to fire at us from cannon, and rushing out from behind walls, covered the road with corpses as far as the tents of the Padishah. Which proceeding cannot remain without punishment, unless you surrender at once the castles and the town, and show great regret and repentance." To this Makovetsky gave answer. "Yuritsa is a dog, who exceeded his instructions, for he ordered his attendant to hang out a white flag, for which he will be judged. The bishop on his own behalf inquired privately if an armistice might be arranged, but you did not cease to fire in time of sending those letters. I myself am a witness of that, for broken stones wounded me in the mouth. Wherefore you have not the right to ask us to cease firing. If you come now with an armistice ready, it is well. If not, tell your lord, dear men, that we will defend the walls and the town as before, until we perish, or what is more certain, till you perish, in these rocks. We have nothing further to give you, except wishes that God may increase your days, and permit you to live to old age." After this conversation the envoys separated straightway. The Turks returned to the vizier. Makovetsky, Humiecki, and Myslashevsky to the castle. They were covered with questions as to how they had sent off the envoys. They related the Turkish declaration. "Do not receive it, dear brothers," said Kazimir Humiecki. "In brief, these dogs wish that we should give up the keys of the town before evening." To this many voices gave answer, repeating the favorite expression. "That pagan dog will not grow fat with us. We will not surrender. We will drive him away in confusion. We do not want him." After such a decision, all separated, and firing began at once. The Turks had succeeded already in putting many heavy guns in position. And their balls, passing the breastworks, began to fall into the town. Cannoneers in the town and the castles worked in the sweat of their foreheads the rest of the day and all night. When anyone fell, there was no man to take his place, there was a lack also of men to carry balls and powder. Only before daybreak did the uproar cease somewhat. But barely was the day growing grey in the east, and the rosy gold-edged belt of dawn appearing, when in both castles the alarm was sounded. Whoso was sleeping sprang to his feet, drowsy throngs came out on the streets, listening carefully. "They are preparing for an assault," said some to others, pointing to the side of the castle. "But is Pan Wołodyjowski there?" asked alarmed voices. He is," answered others. In the castles they rang the chapel bells, and rattling of drums was beard on all sides. In the half-light, half-darkness of morning, when the town was comparatively quiet, those voices seemed mysterious and solemn. At that moment the Turks played the Kindya, one band gave the sounds to another, and they ran in that way, like an echo, through the whole immense Tabor. The pagan swarms began to move around the tents. At the rising day the towering entrenchments, ditches, and approaches came out of the darkness, stretching in a long line at the side of the castle. The heavy Turkish guns roared at once along its whole length. The cliffs of the Smotrich roared back in thundering echo, and the noise was as awful and terrible as if all the thunders in the storehouse of heaven had flashed and shot down together, bringing with them the dome of clouds to the earth. That was a battle of artillery. The town and the castles gave mighty answers. Soon smoke veiled the sun and the light, the Turkish works were invisible. Kamenets was hidden. Only one grey enormous cloud was to be seen, filled in the interior with lightning, with thunder and roaring. But the Turkish guns carried farther than those of the town. Soon death began to cut people down in camionets. A number of cannon were dismounted. In service at the arquebus, 2 or 3 men fell at a time. A Franciscan father, who was blessing the guns, had his nose and part of his lip carried off by a wedge from under a cannon. 2 very brave Jews who assisted in working that cannon were killed. But the Turkish guns struck mainly at the entrenchment of the town. Pan Kazimir Humiecki sat there like a salamander, in the greatest fire and smoke. 1/2 of his company had fallen, nearly all of those who remained were wounded. He himself lost speech and hearing. But with the aid of the Polish mayor he forced the enemy's battery to silence, at least until new guns were brought to replace the old ones. A day passed, a second, a third, and that dreadful colloquium of cannon did not cease for an instant. The Turks changed gunners 4 times a day, but in the town the very same men had to work all the time without sleep, almost without food, stifled from smoke. Many were wounded from broken stones and fragments of cannon carriages. The soldiers endured, but the hearts began to weaken in the inhabitants. It was necessary at last to drive them with clubs to the cannon, where they fell thickly. Happily, in the evening of the 3rd day and through the night following, from Thursday till Friday, the main cannonading was turned on the castles. They were both covered, but especially the old one, with bombs from great mortars, which, however, harmed little, since in darkness each bomb was discernible, and a man could avoid it. But toward evening, when such weariness seized men that they fell off their feet from drowsiness, they perished often enough. The little knight, Ketling, Myslashevsky, and Kwasobrodsky answered the Turkish fire from the castles. The starosta looked in at them repeatedly, and advanced amid a hail of bullets, anxious, but regardless of danger. Toward evening, however, when the fire had increased still more, Pan Potocki approached Pan Michael. "Gracious Colonel," said he, "we shall not hold out." "While they confine themselves to firing we shall hold out," answered the little knight, "but they will blow us out of here with mines, for they are making them." "Are they really mining?" asked the starosta, in alarm. 70 cannon are playing, and their thunder is almost unceasing. Still, there are moments of quiet. When such a moment comes, put down your ear carefully and listen. At that time it was not needful to wait long, especially as an accident came to their aid. One of the Turkish siege guns burst, that caused a certain disorder. They sent from other entrenchments to inquire what had happened, and there was a lull in cannonading. Pan Michael and the starosta approached the very end of one of the projections of the castle, and began to listen. After a certain time their ears caught clearly enough the resonant sound of hammers in the cliff. "They are pounding," said the starosta. "They are pounding," said the little knight. Then they were silent. Great alarm appeared on the face of the starosta. He raised his hands and pressed his temples. Seeing this, Pan Michael said, "This is a usual thing in all sieges. At Sbarage they were digging under us night and day." The starosta raised his hand. What did Prince Yeremy do? He withdrew from entrenchments of wide circuit into narrower ones. But what should we do? We should take the guns, and with them all that is movable, and transfer them to the old castle, for the old one is founded on rocks that the Turks cannot blow up with mines. I have thought always that the new castle would serve merely for the first resistance, after that we must blow it up with powder, and the real defense will begin in the old one. A moment of silence followed. And the starosta bent his anxious head again. "But if we have to withdraw from the old castle, where shall we go?" asked he, with a broken voice. At that, the little knight straightened himself, and pointed with his finger to the earth. "I shall go there." At that moment the guns roared again, and a whole flock of bombs began to fly to the castle. But as darkness was in the world, they could be seen perfectly. Pan Michael took leave of the general, and went along the walls. Going from one battery to another, he encouraged men everywhere, gave advice. At last, meeting with Ketling, he said, "Well, how is it?" Ketling smiled pleasantly. "It is clear as day from the bombs," said he, pressing the little knight's hand. They do not spare fire on us. A good gun of theirs burst. Did you burst it? I did. I am terribly sleepy. And I too, but there is no time. Ai, said Pan Michael, and the little wives must be frightened, at thought of that, sleep goes away. They are praying for us, said Kettling, raising his eyes toward the flying bombs. God give them health, said Pan Michael. Among earthly women, began Kettling, there are none. But he did not finish, for the little knight, turning at that moment toward the interior of the castle, cried suddenly, in a loud voice. For God's sake! Save us! What do I see? And he sprang forward. Kettling looked around with astonishment. At a few paces distant, in the court of the castle, he saw Basha, with Zagloba and the Lithuanian, Pyanka. To the wall! To the wall! Cried the little knight, dragging them as quickly as possible to the cover of the battlements. For God's sake! Ha, said Zagloba, with a broken voice, and panting, help yourself here with such a woman, if you please. I remonstrate with her, saying, you will destroy yourself and me. I kneel down, no use. Was I to let her go alone? Ah! No help, no help. I will go, said I. Here she is for you. Basha had fear in her face, and her brow was quivering as if before weeping. But it was not bombs that she feared, nor the whizzing of balls, nor fragments of stones, but the anger of her husband. Therefore she clasped her hands like a child fearing punishment, and exclaimed, with sobbing voice. I could not, Michael dear, as I love you, I could not. Be not angry, Michael. I cannot stay there when you are perishing here. I cannot. I cannot. He had begun to be angry indeed, and had cried, Basha, you have no fear of God, but sudden tenderness seized him, his voice stuck in his throat. And only when that dearest bright head was resting on his breast, did he say, you are my faithful friend until death, and he embraced her. But Zagloba, pressing up to the wall, said to Kettling, and yours wished to come, but we deceived her, saying that we were not coming. How could she come in such a condition? A general of artillery will be born to you. I'm a rogue if it will not be a general. Well, on the bridge from the town to the castle, the bombs are falling like peas. I thought I should burst, from anger, not from fear. I slipped on sharp pieces of shell, and cut my skin. I shall not be able to sit down without pain for a week. The nuns will have to rub me, without minding modesty. UF. But those rascals are shooting. May the thunderbolts shoot them away. Pan Potocki wants to yield the command to me. Give the soldiers a drink, or they will not hold out. See that bomb. It will fall somewhere near us. Hide yourself, Basha. As God lives, it will fall near. But the bomb fell far away, not near, for it fell on the roof of the Lutheran church in the old castle. Since the dome was very strong, ammunition had been carried in there, but this missile broke the dome, and set fire to the powder. A mighty explosion, louder than the thunder of cannon, shook the foundations of both castles. From the battlement, voices of terror were heard. Polish and Turkish cannon were silent. Kettling left Zagloba, and Wołodyjowski left Basha. Both sprang to the walls with all the strength in their limbs. For a time it was heard how both gave commands with panting breasts, but the rattle of drums in the Turkish trenches drowned their commands. They will make an assault, whispered Zagloba. In fact, the Turks, hearing the explosion, imagined apparently that both castles were destroyed, the defenders partly buried in the ruins, and partly seized with fear. With that thought, they prepared for the storm. Fools! They knew not that only the Lutheran church had gone into the air. The explosion had produced no other effect than the shock, not even a gun had fallen from its carriage in the new castle. But in the entrenchments the rattle of drums grew more and more hurried. Crowds of janissaries pushed out of the entrenchments, and ran with quick steps toward the castle. Fires in the castle and in the Turkish trenches were quenched, it is true. But the night was clear, and in the light of the moon a dense mass of white caps were visible, sinking and rising in the rush, like waves stirred by wind. A number of thousands of Janissaries and several hundred volunteers were running forward with rage and the hope of certain victory in their hearts. But many of them were never again to see the minarets of Stambul, the bright waters of the Bosphorus, and the dark cypresses of the cemeteries. Pan Michael ran, like a spirit, along the walls. "Don't fire. Wait for the word," cried he, at every gun. The dragoons were lying flat at the battlements, panting with rage. Silence followed, there was no sound but that of the quick tread of the Janissaries, like low thunder. The nearer they came, the more certain they felt of taking both castles at a blow. Many thought that the remnant of the defenders had withdrawn to the town, and that the battlements were empty. When they had run to the fosse, they began to fill it with fascines and bundles of straw, and filled it in a twinkle. On the walls, the stillness was unbroken. But when the first ranks stood on the stuff with which the fosse had been filled, in one of the battlement openings a pistol shot was heard, then a shrill voice shouted, "Fire!" At the same time both bulwarks, and the prolongation joining them, gleamed with a long flash of flame. The thunder of cannon, the rattle of musketry, and the shouts of the assailants were mingled. When a dart, hurled by the hand of a strong beater, sinks half its length in the belly of a bear, he rolls himself into a bundle, roars, struggles, flounders, straightens, and again rolls himself. Thus precisely did the throng of Janissaries and volunteers. Not one shot of the defenders was wasted. Cannon loaded with grape laid men flat as a pavement, just as a fierce wind levels standing grain with one breath. Those who attacked the extension, joining the bulwarks, found themselves under 3 fires, and seized with terror, became a disordered mass in the center, falling so thickly that they formed a quivering mound. Kettling poured grape-shot from 2 cannon into that group. At last, when they began to flee, he closed, with a rain of lead and iron, the narrow exit between the bulwarks. The attack was repulsed on the whole line, when the Janissaries, deserting the fosse, ran, like madmen, with a howl of terror. They began in the Turkish entrenchments to hurl flaming tar buckets and torches, and burn artificial fires, making day of night, so as to illuminate the road for the fugitives, and to make pursuit difficult for a sortie. Meanwhile Pan Michael, seeing that crowd enclosed between the bulwarks, shouted for his dragoons, and went out against them. The unfortunate Turks tried once more to escape through the exit. But Kettling covered them so terribly that he soon blocked the place with a pile of bodies as high as a wall. It remained to the living to perish, for the besieged would not take prisoners, hence they began to defend themselves desperately. Strong men collected in little groups, 2, 3, 5, and supporting one another with their shoulders, armed with darts, battle-axes, daggers, and sabers, cut madly. Fear, terror, certainty of death, despair, was changed in them into one feeling of rage. The fever of battle seized them. Some rushed in fury single-handed on the dragoons. These were borne apart on sabers in a twinkle. That was a struggle of 2 furies, for the dragoons, from toil, sleeplessness, and hunger, were possessed by the anger of beasts against an enemy that they surpassed in skill in using cold weapons, hence they spread terrible disaster. Kettling, wishing on his part to make the scene of struggle more visible, gave command to ignite tar buckets, and in the light of them could be seen irrestrainable Mazovians fighting against Janissaries with sabers, dragging them by the heads and beards. The savage Lusnia raged specially, like a wild bull. At the other wing Pan Michael himself was fighting, seeing that Basha was looking at him from the walls, he surpassed himself. As when a venomous weasel breaks into grain where a swarm of mice are living, and makes terrible slaughter among them, so did the little knight rush like a spirit of destruction among the Janissaries. His name was known to the besiegers already, both from previous encounters and from the narratives of Turks in Khotan. There was a general opinion that no man who met him could save himself from death. Hence many a janissary of those enclosed between the bulwarks, seeing Pan Michael suddenly in front, did not even defend himself, but closing his eyes, died under the thrust of the little knight's rapier, with the word, Kismet, on his lips. Finally resistance grew weak, the remnant of the Turks rushed to that wall of bodies which barred the exit, and there they were finished. The dragoons returned now through the filled fosse with singing, shouting, and panting, with the odor of blood on them. A number of cannon shots were fired from the Turkish entrenchments and the castle, then silence followed. Thus ended that artillery battle which lasted some days, and was crowned by the storm of the janissaries. Praise be to God, said the little knight, there will be rest till the morning Kindya at least, and in justice it belongs to us. But that was an apparent rest only, for when night was still deeper they heard in the silence the sound of hammers beating the cliff. That is worse than artillery, said Ketling, listening. Now would be the time to make a sortie, said the little knight, but 'tis impossible, the men are too weary. They have not slept and they have not eaten, though they had food, for there was no time to take it. Besides, there are always some thousands on guard with the miners, so that there may be no opposition from our side. There is no help but to blow up the new castle ourselves, and withdraw to the old one. That is not for today, answered Ketling. See, the men have fallen like sheaves of grain, and are sleeping a stone sleep. The dragoons have not even wiped their swords. Basha, it is time to go home and sleep, said the little knight. I will, Michael, answered Basha, obediently. I will go as you command. But the cloister is closed now, I should prefer to remain and watch over your sleep. It is a wonder to me, said the little knight, that after such toil sleep has left me, and I have no wish whatever to rest my head. Because you have roused your blood among the janissaries, said Zagloba. It was always so with me, after a battle I could never sleep in any way. But as to Basha, why should she drag herself to a closed gate? Let her remain here till morning. Basha pressed Zagloba with delight, and the little knight, seeing how much she wished to stay, said, let us go to the chambers. They went in, but the place was full of lime dust, which the cannonballs had raised by shaking the walls. It was impossible to stay there, so they went out again, and took their places in a niche made when the old gate had been walled in. Pan Michael sat there, leaning against the masonry. Basha nestled up to him, like a child to its mother. The night was in August, warm and fragrant. The moon illuminated the niche with a silver light, the faces of the little knight and Basha were bathed in its rays. Lower down, in the court of the castle, were groups of sleeping soldiers and the bodies of those slain during the cannonade, for there had been no time yet for their burial. The calm light of the moon crept over those bodies, as if that hermit of the sky wished to know who was sleeping from weariness merely, and who had fallen into the eternal slumber. Farther on was outlined the wall of the main castle, from which fell a black shadow on one half of the courtyard. Outside the walls, from between the bulwarks, where the janissaries lay cut down with sabres, came the voices of men. They were camp followers and those of the dragoons to whom booty was dearer than slumber, they were stripping the bodies of the slain. Their lanterns were gleaming on the place of combat like fireflies. Some of them called to one another. And one was singing in an undertone a sweet song not beseeming the work to which he was given at the moment. Nothing is silver, nothing is gold to me now. Nothing is fortune. Let me die at the fence, then, of hunger. If only near thee. But after a certain time that movement began to decrease, and at last stopped completely. A silence set in which was broken only by the distant sound of the hammers breaking the cliffs, and the calls of the sentries on the walls. That silence, the moonlight, and the night full of beauty delighted Pan Michael and Basha. A yearning came upon them, it is unknown why, and a certain sadness, though pleasant. Basha raised her eyes to her husband. And seeing that his eyes were open, she said, Michael, you are not sleeping. It is a wonder, but I cannot sleep. It is pleasant for you here. Pleasant. But for you? Basha nodded her bright head. Oh, Michael, so pleasant. Ai. Did you not hear what that man was singing? Here she repeated the last words of the little song. Let me die at the fence, then, of hunger. If only near thee. A moment of silence followed, which the little knight interrupted. But listen, Basha. What, Michael? To tell the truth, we are wonderfully happy with each other. And I think if one of us were to fall, the other would grieve beyond measure. Basha understood perfectly that when the little knight said, if one of us were to fall, instead of die, he had himself only in mind. It came to her head that maybe he did not expect to come out of that siege alive, that he wished to accustom her to that termination. Therefore a dreadful presentiment pressed her heart, and clasping her hands, she said, Michael, have pity on yourself and on me. The voice of the little knight was moved somewhat, though calm. But see, Basha, you are not right, said he. For if you only reason the matter out, what is this temporal existence? Why break one's neck over it? Who would be satisfied with tasting happiness and love here when all breaks like a dry twig, who? But Basha began to tremble from weeping, and to repeat. I will not hear this. I will not. I will not. As God is dear to me, you are not right, repeated the little knight. Look, think of it, there above, beyond that quiet moon, is a country of bliss without end. Of such a one speak to me. Whoever reaches that meadow will draw a breath for the first time, as if after a long journey, and will feed in peace. When my time comes, and that is a soldier's affair, it is your simple duty to say to yourself, that is nothing. Michael is gone. True, he is gone far, farther than from here to Lithuania, but that is nothing, for I shall follow him. Basha, be quiet, do not weep. The one who goes first will prepare quarters for the other, that is the whole matter. Here there came on him, as it were, a vision of coming events. For he raised his eyes to the moonlight, and continued. What is this mortal life? Grant that I am there first, waiting till someone knocks at the heavenly gate. Saint Peter opens it. I look, who is that? My Basha. Save us. Oh, I shall jump then. Oh, I shall cry then. Dear God, words fail me. And there will be no tears, only endless rejoicing, and there will be no pagans, nor cannon, nor mines under walls, only peace and happiness. Ai, Basha, remember, this life is nothing. Michael, Michael, repeated Basha. And again came silence, broken only by the distant, monotonous sound of the hammers. Basha, let us pray together, said Pan Michael, at last. And those two souls began to pray. As they prayed, peace came on both, and then sleep overcame them, and they slumbered till the first dawn. Pan Michael conducted Basha away before the morning Kindya to the bridge joining the old castle with the town. In parting, he said. This life is nothing. Remember that, Basha. Chapter 56. The thunder of cannon shook the castles and the town immediately after the Kindya. The Turks had dug a fosse at the side of the castle, 500 yards long, in one place, at the very wall, they were digging deeply. From that fosse there went against the walls an unceasing fire from Janissary muskets. The besieged made screens of leather bags filled with wool. But as long balls and bombs were hurled continually from the entrenchments, bodies fell thickly around the cannon. At one gun a bomb killed 6 men of Wołodyjowski's infantry at once, at other guns men were falling continually. Before evening the leaders saw that they could hold out no longer, especially as the mines might be exploded any moment. In the night, therefore, the captains led out their companies, and before morning they had transferred, amid unbroken firing, all the guns, powder, and supplies of provisions to the old castle. That, being built on a rock, could hold out longer, and there was special difficulty in digging under it. Pan Michael, when consulted on this matter at the council, declared that if no one would negotiate, he was ready to defend it a year. His words went to the town, and poured great consolation into hearts, for people knew that the little knight would keep his word even at the cost of his life. At the evacuation of the new castle, strong mines were put under both bulwarks and the front. These exploded with great noise about noon, but caused no serious loss to the Turks. For, remembering the lesson of the day before, they had not dared yet to occupy the abandoned place. But both bulwarks, the front and the main body of the new castle, formed one gigantic pile of ruins. These ruins rendered difficult, it is true, approach to the old castle, but they gave perfect protection to sharpshooters, and, what is worse, to the miners, who, unterrified at sight of the mighty cliff, began to bore a new mine. Skillful Italian and Hungarian engineers, in the service of the Sultan, were overseers of this work, which advanced rapidly. The besieged could not strike the enemy either from cannon or musket, for they could not see them. Pan Michael was thinking of a sortie, but he could not undertake it immediately, the soldiers were too tired. Blue lumps as large as biscuits had formed on the right shoulders of the dragoons, from bringing gunstocks against them continually. Some could hardly move their arms. It became evident that if boring were continued some time without interruption, the chief gate of the castle would be blown into the air beyond doubt. Foreseeing this, Pan Michael gave command to make a high wall behind the gate, and said, without losing courage, "But what do I care? If the gate is blown up, we will defend ourselves behind the wall. If the wall is blown up, we'll have a second one made previously, and so on, as long as we feel an ell of ground under our feet." "But when the ell is gone, what then?" asked the starosta. "Then we shall be gone too," said the little knight. Meanwhile he gave command to hurl hand grenades at the enemy. These caused much damage. Most effective in this work was Lieutenant Dembinski, who killed Turks without number, until a grenade ignited too soon, burst in his hand, and tore it off. In this manner perished Captain Schmidt. Many fell from the Turkish artillery, many from musket shots fired by janissaries hidden in the ruins of the new castle. During that time they fired rarely from the guns of the castle. This troubled the council not a little. They are not firing, hence it is evident that Wołodyjowski himself has doubts of the defense. Such was the general opinion. Of the officers no man dared to say first that it remained only to seek the best conditions, but the bishop, free of military ambition, said this openly, but previously Pan Vasilkovsky was sent to the starosta for news from the castle. He answered, "In my opinion the castle cannot hold out till evening, but here they think otherwise." After reading this answer, even the officers began to say, "We have done what we could. No one has spared himself, but what is impossible cannot be done, it is necessary to think of conditions." These words reached the town, and brought together a great crowd of people. This multitude stood before the town hall, alarmed, silent, rather hostile than inclined to negotiations. Some rich Armenian merchants were glad in their hearts that the siege would be ended and trading begin. But other Armenians, long settled in the Commonwealth and greatly inclined to it, as well as Poles and Russians, wished to defend themselves. "Had we wished to surrender, we should have surrendered at first," was whispered here and there. "We could have received much, but now conditions will not be favorable, and it is better to bury ourselves under ruins." The murmur of discontent became ever louder, till all at once it turned into shouts of enthusiasm and vivats. What had happened? On the square Pan Michael appeared in company with Pan Humietzki, for the starosta had sent them of purpose to make a report of what had happened in the castle. Enthusiasm seized the crowd. Some shouted as if the Turks had already broken into the town. Tears came to the eyes of others at sight of the idolized knight, on whom uncommon exertions were evident. His face was black from powder smoke, and emaciated, his eyes were red and sunken, but he had a joyous look. When he and Humietzki had made their way at last through the crowd, and entered the council, they were greeted joyously. The bishop spoke at once. "Beloved brothers," said he, "nec Hercules contra plures. The starosta has written us already that you must surrender." To this Humietzki, who was very quick to action and of great family, not caring for people, said sharply, "The starosta has lost his head, but he has this virtue, that he exposes it to danger. As to the defense, let Pan Wołodyjowski describe it. He is better able to do so." All eyes were turned to the little knight, who was greatly moved, and said, "For God's sake, who speaks of surrender? Have we not sworn to the living God to fall one upon another?" "We have sworn to do what is in our power, and we have done it," answered the bishop. "Let each man answer for what he has promised. Ketling and I have sworn not to surrender the castle till death, and we will not surrender. For if I am bound to keep the word of a cavalier to every man, what must I do to God, who surpasses all in majesty? But how is it with the castle? We have heard that there is a mine under the gate. Will you hold out long?" asked numerous voices. "There is a mine under the gate, or there will be, but there is a good wall behind the gate, and I have given command to put falconets on it. Dear brothers, fear God's wounds. Remember that in surrendering you will be forced to surrender churches into the hands of pagans, who will turn them into mosques, to celebrate foulness in them. How can you speak of surrender with such a light heart? With what conscience do you think of opening before the enemy a gate to the heart of the country? I am in the castle and fear no mines, and you here in the town, far away, are afraid. By the dear God, we will not surrender while we are alive. Let the memory of this defense remain among those who come after us, like the memory of Zbaraj." "The Turks will turn the castle into a pile of ruins," said some voice. "Let them turn it. We can defend ourselves from a pile of ruins." Here patience failed the little knight somewhat. "And I will defend myself from a pile of ruins, so help me God. Finally, I tell you that I will not surrender the castle. Do you hear?" "But will you destroy the town?" asked the bishop. "If to go against the Turks is to destroy it, I prefer to destroy it. I have taken my oath, I will not waste more words, I will go back among cannon, for they defend the Commonwealth instead of betraying it." Then he went out, and after him Chmielewski, who slammed the door. Both hastened greatly, for they felt really better among ruins, corpses, and balls than among men of little faith. Pan Makovetsky came up with them on the way. "Michael," said he, "tell the truth, did you speak of resistance only to increase courage, or will you be able really to hold out in the castle?" The little knight shrugged his shoulders. "As God is dear to me. Let the town not surrender, and I will defend the castle a year. Why do you not fire? People are alarmed on that account, and talk of surrender. We do not fire, because we are busy with hand grenades, which have caused considerable harm in the mines. Listen, Michael, have you in the castle such defense that you could strike at the Russian gate in the rear? For if, which God prevent, the Turks break through, they will come to the gate. I am watching with all my force, but with townspeople only, without soldiers, I cannot succeed." To which the little knight answered, "Fear not, dear brother. I have 15 cannon turned to that side. Be at rest too concerning the castle. Not only shall we defend ourselves, but when necessary we will give you reinforcement at the gates." When he heard this, Makovetsky was delighted greatly, and wished to go away, when the little knight detained him, and asked further. "Tell me, you are oftener at these councils, do they only wish to try us? Or do they intend really to give Kamenets into the hands of the Sultan?" Makovetsky dropped his head. "Michael," said he, "answer truly now, must it not end in that? We shall resist a while yet, a week, 2 weeks, a month, 2 months, but the end will be the same." Wołodyjowski looked at him gloomily, then raising his hands cried. "And thou too, Brutus, against me? Well, in that case swallow your shame alone, I am not used to such diet." And they parted with bitterness in their hearts. The mine under the main gate of the old castle exploded soon after Pan Michael's return. Bricks and stones flew, dust and smoke rose. Terror dominated the hearts of the gunners. For a while the Turks rushed into the breach, as rush sheep through the open gate of a sheepfold, when the shepherd and his assistants urged them in with whips. But Ketling breathed on that crowd with cartridges from 6 cannon, prepared previously on the wall. He breathed once, a second, a third time, and swept them out of the court. Pan Michael, Chmielewski, and Myslishevsky hurried up with infantry and dragoons, who covered the walls as quickly as flies on a hot day cover the carcass of a horse or an ox. A struggle began then between muskets and janissary guns. Balls fell on the wall as thickly as falls rain, or kernels of wheat which a strong peasant hurls from his shovel. The Turks were swarming in the ruins of the new castle. In every depression, behind every fragment, behind every stone, in every opening of the ruin, they sat in 2s, 3s, 5s, and 10s, and fired without a moment's intermission. From the direction of Hoden came new reinforcements continually. Regiment followed regiment, and crouching down among the ruins began fire immediately. The new castle was as if paved with turbans. At times those masses of turbans sprang up suddenly with a terrible outcry, and ran to the breach. But then Kettling raised his voice, the bass of the cannon drowned the rattle of musketry, and a storm of grape-shot with whistling and terrible rattling confused the crowd, laid them on the ground, and closed up the breach with a quivering mass of human flesh. For times the janissaries rushed forward, for times Kettling hurled them back and scattered them, as a storm scatters a cloud of leaves. Alone amid fire, smoke, showers of earthclods, and bursting grenades, he was like an angel of war. His eyes were fixed on the breach, and on his serene forehead not the slightest anxiety was evident. At times he seized the match from the gunner and touched the priming. At times he covered his eyes with his hand and observed the effect of the shot, at times he turned with a smile to the Polish officers and said, "They will not enter." Never was rage of attack repulsed with such fury of defense. Officers and soldiers vied with one another. It seemed that the attention of those men was turned to everything save death, and death cut down thickly. Pan Humiecki fell, and Pan Mokoshitsky, commander of the men of Kiev. At last the white-haired Pan Kalashovsky seized his own breast with a groan. He was an old friend of Pan Michael, as mild as a lamb, but a soldier as terrible as a lion. Pan Michael caught the falling man, who said, give your hand quickly," then he added, "Praise be to God," and his face grew as white as his beard. That was before the fourth attack. A party of janissaries had come inside the breach, or rather they could not go out by reason of the two thickly flying missiles. Pan Michael sprang on them at the head of his infantry, and they were beaten down in a moment with the butts of muskets. Hour followed hour, the fire did not weaken. But meanwhile news of the heroic defense was borne through the town, exciting enthusiasm and warlike desire. The Polish inhabitants, especially the young men, began to call on one another, to look at one another, and give mutual encouragement. "Let us go to the castle with assistance. Let us go, let us go. We will not let our brothers perish. Come, boys." Such voices were heard on the square and at the gates. Soon a few hundred men, armed in any fashion, but with daring in their hearts, moved toward the bridge. The Turks turned on the young men a terrible fire, which stretched many dead. But a part passed, and they began to work on the wall against the Turks with great zeal. This fourth attack was repulsed with fearful loss to the Turks, and it seemed that a moment of rest must come. Vain hope. The rattle of janissary musketry did not cease till evening. Only when the evening Kindya was played, did the cannon grow silent, and the Turks leave the ruins of the new castle. The remaining officers went then from the wall to the other side. The little knight, without losing a moment, gave command to close up the breach with whatever materials they could find, hence with blocks of timber, with fascines, with rubbish, with earth. Infantry, cavalry, dragoons, common soldiers, and officers vied with one another, regardless of rank. It was thought that Turkish guns might renew fire at any moment, but that was a day of great victory for the besieged over the besiegers. The faces of all the besieged were bright, their souls were flaming with hope and desire of further victories. Kettling and Pan Michael, taking each other by the hands after their labor, went around the square and the walls, bent out through the battlements, to look at the courtyard of the new castle and rejoice at the bountiful harvest. "Body lies there near body," said the little knight, pointing to the ruins, "and at the breach there are such piles that you would need a ladder to cross them. That is the work of your cannon, Kettling." "The best thing," answered Kettling, is that we have repaired that breach, the approach is closed to the Turks, and they must make a new mine. Their power is boundless as the sea, but such a siege for a month or two must become bitter to them. By that time the hetman will help us. But come what may, you and I are bound by oath, said the little knight. At that moment they looked into each other's eyes, and Pan Michael asked in a lower voice, "And have you done what I told you?" "All is ready," whispered Kettling, in answer, "but I think it will not come to that, for we may hold out very long here, and have many such days as the present. God grant us such a morrow." "Amen," answered Kettling, raising his eyes to heaven. The thunder of cannon interrupted further conversation. Bombs began to fly against the castle again. Many of them burst in the air, however, and went out like summer lightning. Kettling looked with the eye of a judge. "At that trench over there from which they are firing," said he, "the matches have too much sulfur." "It is beginning to smoke on other trenches," said Wołodyjowski. And, in fact, it was. As, when one dog barks in the middle of a still night, others begin to accompany, and at last the whole village is filled with barking, so one cannon in the Turkish trenches roused all the neighboring guns. And a crown of bombs encircled the besieged place. This time, however, the enemy fired at the town, not the castle, but from three sides was heard the piercing of mines. Though the mighty rock had almost baffled the efforts of miners, it was clear that the Turks had determined at all cost to blow that rocky nest into the air. At the command of Kettling and Pan Michael, the defenders began to hurl hand grenades again, guided by the noise of the hammers. But at night it was impossible to know whether that means of defense caused any damage. Besides, all turned their eyes and attention to the town, against which were flying whole flocks of flaming birds. Some missiles burst in the air, but others, describing a fiery circle in the sky, fell on the roofs of houses. At once a reddish conflagration broke the darkness in a number of places. The church of St. Catherine was burning, also the church of St. George in the Russian quarter, and soon the Armenian cathedral was burning. This, however, had been set on fire during the day, it was merely ignited again by the bombs. The fire increased every moment and lighted up all the neighborhood. The outcry from the town reached the old castle. One might suppose that the whole town was burning. "That is bad," said Kettling, "for courage will fail in the inhabitants." "Let everything burn," said the little knight, "if only the rock is not crushed from which we may defend ourselves." Now the outcry increased. From the cathedral the fire spread to the Armenian storehouses of costly merchandise. These were built on the square belonging to that nationality. Great wealth was burning there in gold, silver, divans, furs, and rich stuffs. After a while, tongues of fire appeared here and there over the houses. Pan Michael was disturbed greatly. "Kettling," said he, "look to the hurling of grenades, and injure work in the mines as much as possible. I will hurry to the town, for my heart is suffering for the Dominican nuns. Praise be to God that the Turks leave the castle in quiet, and that I can be absent." In the castle there was not, in truth, at that moment much to do, hence the little knight sat on his horse and rode away. He returned only after 2 hours in company with Pan Michalski, who after that injury sustained at the hands of Hamdi Bey, recovered, and came now to the fortress, thinking that during storms he might cause notable loss to the pagans, and gain glory immeasurable. "Be welcome," said Kettling. "I was alarmed. How is it with the nuns?" "All is well," answered the little knight. "Not one bomb has burst there. The place is very quiet and safe. Thank God for that. But Krisia is not alarmed. She is as quiet as if at home. She and Basha are in one cell, and Pan Zagloba is with them. Pan Adam, to whom consciousness has returned, is here too. He begged to come with me to the castle, but he is not able to stand long on his feet yet. Kettling, go there now, and I will take your place here." Kettling embraced Pan Michael, for his heart drew him greatly to Krisia, and gave command to bring his horse at once. But before they brought the horse, he inquired of the little knight what was to be heard in the town. The inhabitants are quenching the fire very bravely, answered the little knight. But when the wealthier Armenian merchants saw their goods burning, they sent deputations to the bishop and insisted on surrender. Hearing of this, I went to the council, though I had promised myself not to go there again. I struck in the face the man who insisted most on surrender, for this the bishop rose in anger against me. The situation is bad, brother, cowardice is seizing people more and more, and our readiness for defense is for them cheaper and cheaper. They give blame and not praise, for they say that we are exposing the place in vain. I heard too that they attacked Makovetsky because he opposed negotiations. The bishop himself said to him, "We are not deserting faith or king. But what can further resistance effect? See," said he, "what will be after it, desecrated shrines, honorable ladies insulted, and innocent children dragged captive. With a treaty," said he, "we can assure their fate and obtain free escape." So spoke the bishop. The starosta nodded and said, "I would rather perish, but this is true." "The will of God be done," said Ketling. But Pan Michael wrung his hands. "And if that were even true," cried he, "but God is witness that we can defend ourselves yet." Now they brought Ketling's horse. He mounted quickly. "Carefully through the bridge," said Pan Michael at parting, "for the bombs fall there thickly." "I will return in an hour," said Ketling, and he rode away. Pan Michael started to go around the walls with Michalski. In 3 places hammering was heard, hence the besieged were throwing hand grenades from 3 places. On the left side of the castle Lusnia was directing that work. "Well, how is it going with you?" inquired Wołodyjowski. "Badly, Pan Commandant," said the sergeant, "the pig bloods are sitting in the cliff, and only sometimes at the entrance does a piece of shell hurt a man. We haven't done much." In other places the case was still worse, especially as the sky had grown gloomy and rain was falling, from which the wicks in the grenades were growing damp. Darkness too hindered the work. Pan Michael drew Michalski aside somewhat, and halting, said on a sudden, "But listen. If we should try to smother those moles in their burrows? That seems to me certain death, for whole regiments of janissaries are guarding them. But let us try. Regiments are guarding them, it is true, but the night is very dark, and confusion seizes them quickly. Just think, they are talking of surrender in the town. Why? Because, they say to us, there are mines under you. You are not defending yourselves. We should close their lips if tonight we could send the news, there is no longer a mine. For such a cause is it worthwhile to lay down one's head or not?" Pan Michalski thought a moment, and cried, "It is worthwhile. As God lives, it is." "In one place they began to hammer not long ago," said Pan Michael, "we will leave those undisturbed, but here and on that side they have dug in very deeply. Take 50 dragoons, I will take the same number, and we will try to smother them. Have you the wish?" "I have, and it is increasing. I will take spikes in my belt to spike cannon, perhaps on the road I may find some. As to finding, I doubt that, though there are some falconets standing near, but take the spikes. We will only wait for Ketling, he knows better than others how to succor in a sudden emergency." Ketling came as he had promised. He was not behind time one moment. Half an hour later 2 detachments of dragoons, of 50 men each, went to the breach, slipped out quickly, and vanished in the darkness. Ketling gave command to throw grenades for a short time yet. Then he ceased work and waited. His heart was beating unquietly, for he understood well how desperate the undertaking was. A quarter of an hour passed, half an hour, it seemed that they ought to be there already and to begin. Meanwhile, putting his ear to the ground, he heard the quiet hammering perfectly. Suddenly at the foot of the castle, on the left side, there was a pistol shot, which in the damp air, in view of the firing from the trenches, did not make a loud report. And might have passed without rousing the attention of the garrison had not a terrible uproar succeeded it. "They are there," thought Ketling, "but will they return?" And then sounded the shouts of men, the roar of drums, the whistle of pipes, finally the rattle of musketry, hurried and very irregular. The Turks fired from all sides and in throngs. Evidently whole divisions had run up to succor the miners. As Pan Michael had foreseen, confusion seized the Janissaries, who, fearing to strike one another, shouted loudly, fired at random, and often in the air. The uproar and firing increased every moment. When Martins, eager for blood, break into a sleeping henhouse at night, a mighty uproar and cackling rise in the quiet building, confusion like that set in all at once round the castle. The Turks began to hurl bombs at the walls, so as to clear up the darkness. Kettling pointed guns in the direction of the Turkish troops on guard, and answered with grapeshot. The Turkish approaches blazed, the walls blazed. In the town the alarm was beaten, for the people believed universally that the Turks had burst into the fortress. In the trenches the Turks thought that a powerful sortie was attacking all their works simultaneously. And a general alarm spread among them. Night favored the desperate enterprise of Pan Michael and Michalski, for it had grown very dark. Discharges of cannon and grenades rent only for instants the darkness, which was afterward blacker. Finally, the sluices of heaven opened suddenly, and down rushed torrents of rain. Thunder outsounded the firing, rolled, grumbled, howled, and roused terrible echoes in the cliffs. Kettling sprang from the wall, ran at the head of 15 or 20 men to the breach, and waited. But he did not wait long. Soon dark figures swarmed in between the timbers with which the opening was barred. "Who goes there?" cried Kettling. "Wołodyjowski," was the answer. And the two knights fell into each other's embrace. "What? How is it there?" asked the officers, rushing out to the breach. "Praise be to God. The miners are cut down to the last man. Their tools are broken and scattered. Their work is for nothing. Praise be to God. Praise be to God. But is Michalski with his men? He is not here yet. We might go to help him. Gracious gentlemen, who is willing?" But that moment the breach was filled again. Michalski's men were returning in haste, and decreased in number considerably, for many of them had fallen from bullets. But they returned joyously, for with an equally favorable result. Some of the soldiers had brought back hammers, drills, and pickaxes as a proof that they had been in the mine itself. "But where is Michalski?" asked Pan Michael. "True, where is Pan Michalski?" repeated a number of voices. The men under command of the celebrated bowman stared at one another, then a dragoon, who was wounded severely, said, with a weak voice, "Pan Michalski has fallen. I saw him when he fell. I fell at his side, but I rose, and he remained." The knights were grieved greatly on hearing of the bowman's death, for he was one of the first cavaliers in the armies of the Commonwealth. They asked the dragoon again how it had happened. But he was unable to answer, for blood was flowing from him in a stream, and he fell to the ground like a grain sheaf. The knights began to lament for Pan Michalski. "His memory will remain in the army," said Pan Kwasobrodsky, "and whoever survives the siege will celebrate his name." "There will not be born another such bowman," said a voice. "He was stronger in the arm than any man in Hreptyoff," said the little knight. "He could push a thaler with his fingers into a new board." Pan Podbipienta, a Lithuanian, alone surpassed him in strength. But Podbipienta was killed in Zbaraj, and of living men none was so strong in the hands, unless perhaps Pan Adam. "A great, great loss," said others. "Only in old times were such cavaliers born." Thus honoring the memory of the bowman, they mounted the wall. Pan Michael sent a courier at once with news to the starosta and the bishop that the mines were destroyed, and the miners cut down by a sortie. This news was received with great astonishment in the town, but, who could expect it? With secret dislike. The starosta and the bishop were of opinion that those passing triumphs would not save Kamenets, but only rouse the savage lion still more. They could be useful only in case surrender were agreed on in spite of them, therefore the two leaders determined to continue further negotiations. But neither Pan Michael nor Kettling admitted even for a moment that the happy news could have such an effect. Nay, They felt certain now that courage would enter the weakest hearts, and that all would be inflamed with desire for a passionate resistance. It was impossible to take the town without taking the castle first. Therefore, if the castle not merely resisted, but conquered, the besieged had not the least need to negotiate. There was plenty of provisions, also of powder. In view of this, it was only needful to watch the gates and quench fires in the town. During the whole siege this was the night of most joy for Pan Michael and Kettling. Never had they had such great hope that they would come out alive from those Turkish toils, and also bring out those dearest heads in safety. "A couple of storms more," said the little knight, "and as God is in heaven the Turks will be sick of them, and will prefer to force us with famine. And we have supplies enough here. September is at hand, in 2 months rains and cold will begin. Those troops are not over-enduring, let them get well chilled once, and they will withdraw. Many of them are from Ethiopian countries," said Kettling, "or from various places where pepper grows, and any frost will nip them. We can hold out 2 months in the worst case, even with storms. It is impossible too to suppose that no succor will come to us. The Commonwealth will return to its senses at last. And even if the hetman should not collect a great force, he will annoy the Turk with attacks. Kettling. As it seems to me, our hour has not struck yet. It is in the power of God, but it seems to me also that it will not come to that. Even if someone has fallen, such as Pan Michalski. Well, there is no help for it. I am terribly sorry for Michalski, though he died a hero's death. May God grant us no worse one, if only not soon. For I confess to you, Michael, I should be sorry for Krisia. Yes, and I too for Basha. We will work earnestly, and maybe there is mercy above us. I am very glad in soul for some reason. We must do a notable deed tomorrow as well. The Turks have made protections of plank. I have thought of a method used in burning ships. The rags are now steeping in tar, so that tomorrow before noon we will burn all those works." "Ah," said the little knight, "then I will lead a sortie. During the fire there will be confusion in every case, and it will not enter their heads that there can be a sortie in daylight. Tomorrow may be better than today, Kettling." Thus did they converse with swelling hearts, and then went to rest, for they were greatly wearied. But the little knight had not slept 3 hours when Lusny aroused him. "Pan Commandant," said the sergeant, "we have news." "What is it?" cried the watchful soldier, springing up in one moment. "Pan Michalski is here." "For God's sake! What do you tell me?" "He is here. I was standing at the breach, and heard someone calling from the other side in Polish, 'Do not fire, it is I.' I looked, there was Pan Michalski coming back dressed as a janissary." "Praise be to God," said the little knight, and he sprang up to greet the bowman. It was dawning already. Pan Michalski was standing outside the wall in a white cap and armor, so much like a real janissary that one's eyes were slow in belief. Seeing the little knight, he hurried to him, and began to greet him joyously. "We have mourned over you already," cried Wołodyjowski. With that a number of other officers ran up, among them Kettling. All were amazed beyond description, and interrupted one another asking how he came to be in Turkish disguise. "I stumbled," said he, "over the body of a janissary when I was returning, and struck my head against a cannonball. Though I had a cap bound with wire, I lost consciousness at once. My head was tender after that blow which I got from Hamdi Bey. When I came to myself I was lying on a dead janissary, as on a bed. I felt my head, it was a trifle sore, but there was not even a lump on it. I took off my cap, the rain cooled my head, and I thought, this is well for us. It would be a good plan to take that janissary's uniform, and stroll among the Turks. I speak their tongue as well as Polish, and no one could discover me by my speech. My face is not different from that of a janissary. I will go and listen to their talk. Fear seized me at times, for I remembered my former captivity, but I went. The night was dark, there was barely a light here and there. I tell you, gentlemen, I went among them as if they had been my own people. Many of them were lying in trenches under cover, I went to them. This and that one asked, "Why are you strolling about?" "Because I cannot sleep," answered I. Others were talking in crowds about the siege. There is great consternation. I heard with my own ears how they complained of our Hreptyoff commandant here present. At this Pan Michalski bowed to Wołodyjowski. "I repeat their ipsissima verba, very words, because an enemy's blame is the highest praise. While that little dog," said they, "thus did the dog brothers call your grace, while that little dog defends the castle, we shall not capture it." Others said, "Bullets and iron do not harm him, but death blows from him as from a pestilence." Then all in the crowd began to complain, "We alone fight," said they, "and other troops are doing nothing, the volunteers are lying with their bellies to the sky. The Tartars are plundering, the Spahis are strolling about the bazaars. The Padishah says to us, 'My dear lambs,' but it is clear that we are not over dear to him, since he sends us here to the shambles. We will hold out," said they, "but not long. Then we will go back to Hoden, and if they do not let us go, some lofty heads may fall." "Do you hear, gracious gentlemen?" cried Wołodyjowski. "When the Janissaries mutiny, the Sultan will be frightened, and raise the siege." "As God is dear to me, I tell the pure truth," said Michalski. "Rebellion is easy among the Janissaries, and they are very much dissatisfied. I think that they will try 1 or 2 storms more, and then will gnash their teeth at their Aga, the Kaimakan, or even the Sultan himself." "So it will be," cried the officers. "Let them try 12 storms, we are ready," said others. They rattled their sabers and looked with bloodshot eyes at the trenches, while drawing deep breaths. Hearing this, the little knight whispered with enthusiasm to Ketling, "A news barrage. A news barrage." But Pan Michalski began again, "I have told you what I heard. I was sorry to leave them, for I might have heard more, but I was afraid that daylight might catch me. I went then to those trenches from which they were not firing. I did this so as to slip by in the dark. I see no regular sentries, only groups of Janissaries strolling, as everywhere. I go to a frowning gun, no one says anything. You know that I took spikes for the cannon. I push a spike into the priming quickly, it won't go in, it needs a blow from a hammer. But since the Lord God gave some strength to my hand, you have seen my experiments more than once, I pressed the spike. It squeaked a little, but went into the head. I was terribly glad. As God lives." "Did you do that? Did you spike the great cannon?" asked men on every side. "I spiked that and another, for the work went so easily that I was sorry to leave it. And I went to another gun. My hand is a little sore, but the spike went in." "Gracious gentlemen," cried Pan Michael, "no one here has done greater things, no one has covered himself with such glory." "Vivat Pan Michalski! Vivat! Vivat!" repeated the officers. After the officers the soldiers began to shout. The Turks in their trenches heard those shouts, and were alarmed, their courage fell the more. But the bowman, full of joy, bowed to the officers, and showed his mighty palm, which was like a shovel, on it were 2 blue spots. "True, as God lives. You have the witness here," said he. "We believe," cried all. "Praise be to God that you came back in safety." "I passed through the planking," continued the bowman. "I wanted to burn that work, but I had nothing to do it with." "Do you know, Michael," cried Ketling, "my rags are ready. I am beginning to think of that planking. Let them know that we attack first." "Begin! Begin!" cried Pan Michael. He rushed himself to the arsenal, and sent fresh news to the town. Pan Michalski was not killed in the sortie, for he has returned, after spiking 2 heavy guns. He was among the Janissaries, who think of rebelling. In an hour we shall burn their woodworks, and if it be possible to make at the same time a sortie, I will make it. The messenger had not crossed the bridge when the walls were trembling from the roar of cannon. This time the castle began the thundering dialogue. In the pale light of the morning the flaming rags flew like blazing banners, and fell on the woodwork. The moisture with which the night rain had covered the wood helped nothing. Soon the timbers caught fire, and were burning. After the rags kettling hurled bombs. The wearied crowds of Janissaries left the trenches in the first moments. They did not play the Kindya. The vizier himself appeared at the head of new legions. But evidently doubt had crept even into his heart, for the pashas heard how he muttered. Battle is sweeter to those men than sleep. What kind of people live in that castle? In the army were heard on all sides alarmed voices repeating, "The little dog is beginning to bite. The little dog is beginning to bite." Chapter 57. That happy night, full of omens of victory, was followed by August 26, the day most important in the history of that war. In the castle they expected some great effort on the part of the Turks. In fact, about sunrise there was heard such a loud and mighty hammering along the left side of the castle as never before. Evidently the Turks were hurrying with a new mine, the largest of all. Strong detachments of troops were guarding that work from a distance. Swarms began to move in the trenches. From the multitude of colored banners with which the field on the side of Deluge had bloomed as with flowers, it was known that the vizier was coming to direct the storm in person. New cannon were brought to the entrenchments by Janissaries, countless throngs of whom covered the new castle, taking refuge in its fosses and ruins, so as to be in readiness for a hand-to-hand struggle. As has been said, the castle was the first to begin the converse with cannon, and so effectually that a momentary panic rose in the trenches. But the Bimbashes rallied the Janissaries in the twinkle of an eye. At the same time all the Turkish cannon raised their voices. Bombs, balls, and grapeshot were flying, at the heads of the besieged flew rubbish, bricks, plaster, smoke was mingled with dust, the heat of fire with the heat of the sun. Breath was failing in men's breasts, sight left their eyes. The roar of guns, the bursting of bombs, the biting of cannonballs on the rocks, the uproar of the Turks, the cries of the defenders, formed one terrible concert which was accompanied by the echoes of the cliffs. The castle was covered with missiles, the town, the gates, all the bastions, were covered. But the castle defended itself with rage. It answered thunders with thunders, shook, flashed, smoked, roared, vomited fire, death, and destruction, as if Jove's anger had borne it away, as if it had forgotten itself amid flames. As if it wished to drown the Turkish thunders and sink in the earth, or else triumph. In the castle, among flying balls, fire, dust, and smoke, the little knight rushed from cannon to cannon, from one wall to another, from corner to corner. He was like a destroying flame. He seemed to double and treble himself, he was everywhere. He encouraged, he shouted. When a gunner fell he took his place, and rousing confidence in men, ran again to some other spot. His fire was communicated to the soldiers. They believed that this was the last storm, after which would come peace and glory. Faith in victory filled their breasts. Their hearts grew firm and resolute, the madness of battle seized their minds. Shouts and challenges issued every moment from their throats. Such rage seized some that they went over the wall to close outside with the Janissaries hand to hand. The Janissaries, under cover of smoke, went twice to the breach in dense masses. And twice they fell back in disorder after they had covered the ground with their bodies. About midday the volunteer and irregular Janissaries were sent to aid them. But the less trained crowds, though pushed from behind with darts, only howled with dreadful voices, and did not wish to go against the castle. The Kaimakan came, that did no good. Every moment threatened disorder, bordering on panic. At last the men were withdrawn, and the guns alone worked unceasingly as before, hurling thunder after thunder, lightning after lightning. Whole hours were spent in this manner. The sun had passed the zenith, and rayless, red, and smoky, as if veiled by haze, looked at that struggle. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon the roar of guns gained such force that in the castle the loudest words shouted in the ear were not audible. The air in the castle became as hot as in a stove. The water which they poured on the cannon turned into steam, mixing with the smoke and hiding the light, but the guns thundered on. Just after 3 o'clock, the largest Turkish culvery nests were broken. Some, our fathers, later, the mortar standing near them burst, struck by a long shot. Gunners perished like flies. Every moment it became more evident that that irrepressible castle was gaining in the struggle, that it would roar down the Turkish thunder, and utter the last word of victory. The Turkish fire began to weaken gradually. "The end will come," shouted Wołodyjowski, with all his might, in Kettling's ear. He wished his friend to hear those words amid the roar. "So I think," answered Kettling. "To last till tomorrow, or longer. Perhaps longer. Victory is with us today. And through us. We must think of that new mine." The Turkish fire was weakening still more. "Keep up the cannonade," cried Wołodyjowski. And he sprang among the gunners. "Fire, men," cried he, "till the last Turkish gun is silent. To the glory of God and the Most Holy Lady. To the glory of the Commonwealth." The soldiers, seeing that the storm was nearing its end, gave forth a loud shout, and with the greater enthusiasm fired at the Turkish trenches. "We'll play an evening kindya for you, dog brothers," cried many voices. Suddenly something wonderful took place. All the Turkish guns ceased at once, as if someone had cut them off with a knife. At the same time, the musketry fire of the Janissaries ceased in the new castle. The old castle thundered for a time yet, but at last the officers began to look at one another, and inquire. "What is this? What has happened?" Kettling, alarmed somewhat, ceased firing also. "Maybe there is a mine under us which will be exploded right away," said one of the officers. Wołodyjowski pierced the man with a threatening glance, and said, "The mine is not ready. And even if it were, only the left side of the castle could be blown up by it, and we will defend ourselves in the ruins while there is breath in our nostrils. Do you understand?" Silence followed, unbroken by a shot from the trenches or the town. After thunders from which the walls and the earth had been quivering, there was something solemn in that silence, but something ominous also. The eyes of each were intent on the trenches, but through the clouds of smoke nothing was visible. Suddenly the measured blows of hammers were heard on the left side. "I told you that they are only making the mine," said Pan Michael. "Sergeant, take 20 men and examine for me the new castle," commanded he, turning to Lusnia. Lusnia obeyed quickly, took 20 men, and vanished in a moment beyond the breach. Silence followed again, broken only by groans here and there, or the gasp of the dying, and the pounding of hammers. They waited rather long. At last the sergeant returned. "Pan Commandant," said he, "there is not a living soul in the new castle." Wołodyjowski looked with astonishment at Kettling. "Have they raised the siege already, or what? Nothing can be seen through the smoke." But the smoke, blown by the wind, became thin, and at last its veil was broken above the town. At the same moment a voice, shrill and terrible, began to shout from the bastion. "Over the gates are white flags. We are surrendering." Hearing this, the soldiers and officers turned toward the town. Terrible amazement was reflected on their faces, the words died on the lips of all, and through the strips of smoke they were gazing toward the town. But in the town, on the Russian and Polish gates, white flags were really waving. Farther on, they saw one on the bastion of Battery. The face of the little knight became as white as those flags waving in the wind. "Kettling, do you see?" whispered he, turning to his friend. Kettling's face was pale also. "I see," replied he. And they looked into each other's eyes for some time, uttering with them everything which two soldiers like them, without fear or reproach, had to say, soldiers who never in life had broken their word. And who had sworn before the altar to die rather than surrender the castle. And now, after such a defense, after a struggle which recalled the days of Zbaraj, after a storm which had been repulsed, and after a victory, they were commanded to break their oath, to surrender the castle, and live. As, not long before, hostile balls were flying over the castle, so now hostile thoughts were flying in a throng through their heads. And sorrow simply measureless pressed their hearts, sorrow for two loved ones, sorrow for life and happiness. Hence they looked at each other as if demented, as if dead, and at times they turned glances full of despair toward the town, as if wishing to be sure that their eyes were not deceiving them, to be sure that the last hour had struck. At that time horses' hoofs sounded from the direction of the town, and after a while Horaim, the attendant of the starosta, rushed up to them. "An order to the commandant," cried he, reining in his horse. Wołodyjowski took the order, read it in silence, and after a time, amid silence as of the grave, said to the officers, "Gracious gentlemen, commissioners have crossed the river in a boat, and have gone to Deluge to sign conditions. After a time they will come here. Before evening we must withdraw the troops from the castle, and raise a white flag without delay." No one answered a word. Nothing was heard but quick breathing. At last Wołodyjowski said, "We must raise the white flag. I will muster the men." Here and there the words of command were heard. The soldiers began to take their places in ranks, and shoulder arms. The clatter of muskets and the measured tread roused echoes in the silent castle. Ketling pushed up to Pan Michael. "Is it time?" inquired he. "Wait for the commissioners, let us hear the conditions. Besides, I will go down myself." "No, I will go. I know the places better, I know the position of everything. The commissioners are returning. The commissioners are returning." The three unhappy envoys appeared in the castle after a certain time. They were Grashetsky, judge of Podolia, the chamberlain Rawuski, and Pan Myslashevsky, banneret of Chernigov. They came gloomily, with drooping heads. On their shoulders were gleaming caftans of gold brocade, which they had received as gifts from the vizier. Wołodyjowski was waiting for them, resting against a gun turned toward Deluge. The gun was hot yet, and steaming. All three greeted him in silence. "What are the conditions?" asked he. "The town will not be plundered, life and property are assured to the inhabitants. Whoever does not choose to remain has the right to withdraw and betake himself to whatever place may please him." "And Kamenets?" The commissioners dropped their heads, "Goes to the Sultan forever." The commissioners took their way, not toward the bridge, for throngs of people had blocked the road, but toward the southern gate at the side. When they had descended, they sat in the boat which was to go to the Polish gate. In the low place lying along the river between the cliffs, the Janissaries began to appear. Greater and greater streams of people flowed from the town, and occupied the place opposite the old bridge. Many wished to run to the castle. But the outgoing regiments restrained them, at command of the little knight. When Wołodyjowski had mustered the troops, he called Pan Michalski and said to him, "Old friend, do me one more service. Go this moment to my wife, and tell her from me," here the voice stuck in the throat of the little knight for a while. "And say to her from me," he halted again, and then added quickly, "this life is nothing." The bowman departed. After him the troops went out gradually. Pan Michael mounted his horse and watched over the march. The castle was evacuated slowly, because of the rubbish and fragments which blocked the way. Ketling approached the little knight. "I will go down," said he, fixing his teeth. "Go. But delay till the troops have marched out. Go." Here they seized each other in an embrace which lasted some time. The eyes of both were gleaming with an uncommon radiance. Ketling rushed away at last toward the vaults. Pan Michael took the helmet from his head. He looked a while yet on the ruin, on that field of his glory, on the rubbish, the corpses, the fragments of walls, on the breastwork, on the guns. Then raising his eyes, he began to pray. His last words were, "Grant her, O Lord, to endure this patiently, give her peace." Ah! Ketling hastened, not waiting even till the troops had marched out. For at that moment the bastions quivered, an awful roar rent the air. Bastions, towers, walls, horses, guns, living men, corpses, masses of earth, all torn upward with a flame, and mixed, pounded together, as it were, into one dreadful cartridge, flew toward the sky. Thus died Wołodyjowski, the Hector of Kamieniec, the first soldier of the Commonwealth. In the monastery of Saint Stanislav stood a lofty catafalque in the center of the church. It was surrounded with gleaming tapers, and on it lay Pan Wołodyjowski in two coffins, one of lead and one of wood. The lids had been fastened, and the funeral service was just ending. It was the heartfelt wish of the widow that the body should rest in Hreptyoff. But since all Podolia was in the hands of the enemy, it was decided to bury it temporarily in Stanislav, for to that place the exiles of Kamieniec had been sent under a Turkish convoy, and there delivered to the troops of the hetman. All the bells in the monastery were ringing. The church was filled with a throng of nobles and soldiers, who wished to look for the last time at the coffin of the Hector of Kamieniec, and the first cavalier of the Commonwealth. It was whispered that the hetman himself was to come to the funeral, but as he had not appeared so far, and as at any moment the Tartars might come in a shambul, it was determined not to defer the ceremony. Old soldiers, friends or subordinates of the deceased, stood in a circle around the catafalque. Among others were present Pan Michalski, the bowman, Pan Motovidlo, Pan Snitko, Pan Hromika, Pan Yenishiniec, Pan Novoveski, and many others, former officers of the stanitsa. By a marvelous fortune, no man was lacking of those who had sat on the evening benches around the hearth at Hreptyoff. All had brought their heads safely out of that war, except the man who was their leader and model. That good and just knight, terrible to the enemy, loving to his own. That swordsman above swordsmen, with the heart of a dove, lay there high among the tapers, in glory immeasurable, but in the silence of death. Hearts hardened through war were crushed with sorrow at that sight. Yellow gleams from the tapers shone on the stern, suffering faces of warriors, and were reflected in glittering points in the tears dropping down from their eyelids. Within the circle of soldiers lay Basha, in the form of a cross, on the floor, and near her Zagloba, old, broken, decrepit, and trembling. She had followed on foot from Kamieniec the hearse bearing that most precious coffin, and now the moment had come when it was necessary to give that coffin to the earth. Walking the whole way, insensible, as if not belonging to this world, and now at the catafalque, she repeated with unconscious lips, "This life is nothing." She repeated it because that beloved one had commanded her, for that was the last message which he had sent her, but in that repetition and in those expressions were mere sounds, without substance, without truth, without meaning and solace. No. This life is nothing meant merely regret, darkness, despair, torpor, merely misfortune incurable, life beaten and broken, an erroneous announcement that there was nothing above her, neither mercy nor hope. That there was merely a desert, and it will be a desert which God alone can fill when he sends death. They rang the bells, at the great altar mass was at its end. At last thundered the deep voice of the priest, as if calling from the abyss, "Requiescat in pace." A feverish quiver shook Basha, and in her unconscious head rose one thought alone, now, they will take him from me. But that was not yet the end of the ceremony. The knights had prepared many speeches to be spoken at the lowering of the coffin. Meanwhile Father Kamiński ascended the pulpit, the same who had been in Hreptyoff frequently, and who in time of Basia's illness had prepared her for death. People in the church began to spit and cough, as is usual before preaching. Then they were quiet, and all eyes were turned to the pulpit. The rattling of a drum was heard on the pulpit. The hearers were astonished. Father Kamiński beat the drum as if for alarm, he stopped suddenly, and a death-like silence followed. Then the drum was heard a second and a third time. Suddenly the priest threw the drumsticks to the floor of the church, and called, "Pan Colonel Wołodyjowski." A spasmodic scream from Basha answered him. It became simply terrible in the church. Pan Zagloba rose, and aided by Michalski bore out the fainting woman. Meanwhile the priest continued, "In God's name, Pan Wołodyjowski, they are beating the alarm. There is war, the enemy is in the land. And do you not spring up, seize your saber, mount your horse? Have you forgotten your former virtue? Do you leave us alone with sorrow, with alarm?" The breasts of the knights rose. And a universal weeping broke out in the church, and broke out several times again, when the priest lauded the virtue, the love of country, and the bravery of the dead man. His own words carried the preacher away. His face became pale. His forehead was covered with sweat, his voice trembled. Sorrow for the little knight carried him away, sorrow for Kamenets, sorrow for the Commonwealth, ruined by the hands of the followers of the Crescent. And finally he finished his eulogy with this prayer. O Lord, they will turn churches into mosques, and chant the Quran in places where till this time the gospel has been chanted. Thou hast cast us down, O Lord. Thou hast turned thy face from us, and given us into the power of the foul Turk. Inscrutable are thy decrees, but who, O Lord, will resist the Turk now? What armies will war with him on the boundaries? Thou, from whom nothing in the world is concealed, thou knowest best that there is nothing superior to our cavalry. What cavalry can move for thee, O Lord, as ours can? Wilt thou set aside defenders behind whose shoulders all Christendom might glorify thy name? O kind Father, do not desert us. Show us thy mercy. Send us a defender. Send a crusher of the foul Mohammedan. Let him come hither, let him stand among us. Let him raise our fallen hearts. Send him, O Lord. At that moment the people gave way at the door, and into the church walked the hetman, Pan Sobieski. The eyes of all were turned to him, a quiver shook the people. And he went with clatter of spurs to the catafalque, lordly, mighty, with the face of a Caesar. An escort of iron cavalry followed him. Salvator, cried the priest, in prophetic ecstasy. Sobieski knelt at the catafalque, and prayed for the soul of Wołodyjowski. Epilogue. More than a year after the fall of Kamenets, when the dissensions of parties had ceased in some fashion, the Commonwealth came forth at last in defense of its eastern boundaries, and it came forth offensively. The Grand Hetman, Sobieski, marched with 31,000 cavalry and infantry to Hoden, in the Sultan's territory, to strike on the incomparably more powerful legions of Hussein Pasha, stationed at that fortress. The name of Sobieski had become terrible to the enemy. During the year succeeding the capture of Kamenets the hetman accomplished so much, injured the countless army of the Padishah to such a degree, crushed out so many chambuls, rescued such throngs of captives, that old Hussein, though stronger in the number of his men, though standing at the head of chosen cavalry, though aided by Kaplan Pasha, did not dare to meet the hetman in the open field, and decided to defend himself in a fortified camp. The hetman surrounded that camp with his army, and it was known universally that he intended to take it in an offensive battle. Some thought surely that it was an undertaking unheard of in the history of war to attack a superior with an inferior army when the enemy was protected by walls and trenches. Hussein had 120 guns, while in the whole Polish camp there were only 50. The Turkish infantry was threefold greater in number than the power of the hetman. Of Janissaries alone, so terrible in hand-to-hand conflict, there were 80,000. But the hetman believed in his star, in the magic of his name, and finally in the men whom he led. Under him marched regiments trained and tempered in fire, men who had grown up from years of childhood in the bustle of war, who had passed through an uncounted number of expeditions, campaigns, sieges, battles. Many of them remembered the terrible days of Melnitsky, of Zbaraj and Berestechko. Many had gone through all the wars, Swedish, Prussian, Muscovite, civil, Danish, and Hungarian. With him were the escorts of magnates, formed of veterans only. There were soldiers from the stanitsas, for whom war had become what peace is for other men, the ordinary condition in course of life. Under the voevoda of Rus were 15 squadrons of hussars, cavalry considered, even by foreigners, as invincible. There were light squadrons, the very same at the head of which the hetman had inflicted such disasters on detached Tartar chambuls after the fall of Kamenets. There were finally the land infantry, who rushed on Janissaries with the butts of their muskets, without firing a shot. War had reared those veterans, for it had reared whole generations in the Commonwealth. But hitherto they had been scattered, or in the service of opposing parties. Now, when internal agreement had summoned them to one camp and one command, the hetman hoped to crush with such soldiers the stronger Husain and the equally strong Kaplan. These old soldiers were led by trained men whose names were written more than once in the history of recent wars, in the changing wheel of defeats and victories. The hetman himself stood at the head of them all like a sun, and directed thousands with his will, but who were the other leaders who at this camp in Hoden were to cover themselves with immortal glory? There were the two Lithuanian hetmans, the Grand Hetman, Pats, and the Field Hetman, Michael Casimir Radziwill. These two joined the armies of the kingdom a few days before the battle, and now, at command of Sobieski, they took position on the heights which connected Hoden with Chvanets. 12,000 warriors obeyed their commands. Among these were 2,000 chosen infantry. From the Dniester toward the south stood the allied regiments of Wallachia, who left the Turkish camp on the eve of the battle to join their strength with Christians. At the flank of the Wallachians stood with his artillery Pan Kansky, incomparable in the capture of fortified places, in the making of entrenchments, and the handling of cannon. He had trained himself in foreign countries, but soon excelled even foreigners. Behind Kansky stood Koritsky's Russian and Mazovian infantry, farther on, the field hetman of the kingdom, Dmitry Vishnevetsky, cousin of the sickly king. He had under him the light cavalry. Next to him, with his own squadron of infantry and cavalry, stood Pan Yendrii Pototsky, once an opponent of the hetman, now an admirer of his greatness. Behind him and behind Koritsky stood, under Pan Yablonovsky, voevoda of Rus, 15 squadrons of hussars in glittering armor, with helmets casting a threatening shade on their faces, and with wings at their shoulders. A forest of lances reared their points above these squadrons, but the men were calm. They were confident in their invincible force, and sure that it would come to them to decide the victory. There were warriors inferior to these, not in bravery, but in prominence. There was Pan Lujetsky, whose brother the Turks had slain in Bodzanov. For this deed he had sworn undying vengeance. There was Pan Stefan Charniecki, nephew of the great Stefan, and field secretary of the kingdom. He, in time of the siege of Kamenets, had been at the head of a whole band of nobles at Golem, as a partisan of the king, and had almost roused civil war. Now he desired to distinguish himself with bravery. There was Gabriel Solnitsky, who had passed all his life in war, and age had already whitened his head. There were other voevodas and castellans, less acquainted with previous wars, less famous, but therefore more greedy of glory. Among the knighthood not clothed with senatorial dignity, illustrious above others, was Pan Yen, the famous hero of Zbaraj, a soldier held up as a model to the knighthood. He had taken part in every war fought by the Commonwealth during 30 years. His hair was grey, but 6 sons surrounded him, in strength like 6 wild boars. Of these, 4 knew war already, but the 2 younger had to pass their novitiate. Hence they were burning with such eagerness for battle that their father was forced to restrain them with words of advice. The officers looked with great respect on this father and his sons. But still greater admiration was roused by Pan Yarotsky, who, blind of both eyes, like the Bohemian king 31 Yen, joined the campaign. He had neither children nor relatives, attendants led him by the arms. He hoped for no more than to lay down his life in battle, benefit his country, and win glory. There too was Pan Rychitsky, whose father and brother fell during that year. There also was Pan Motovidlo, who had escaped not long before from Tartar bondage, and gone to the field with Pan Myslashevsky. The first wished to avenge his captivity. The second, the injustice which he had suffered at Kamenets, where, in spite of the treaty and his dignity of noble, he had been beaten with sticks by the Janissaries. There were knights of long experience from the stanitsas of the Dniester, the wild Pan Rushchits and the incomparable bowman, Mishalsky, who had brought a sound head out of Kamenets, because the little knight had sent him to Basha with a message. There was Pan Snitko and Pan Yenishiniets and Pan Hromika, and the most unhappy of all, young Pan Adam. Even his friends and relatives wished death to this man, for there remained no consolation for him. When he had regained his health, Pan Adam exterminated Chambuls for a whole year, pursuing Lithuanian Tartars with special animosity. After the defeat of Pan Motovidlo by Kraczynski, he hunted Kraczynski through all Podolia, gave him no rest, and troubled him beyond measure. During those expeditions he caught Adurovich and flayed him alive. He spared no prisoners, but found no relief for his suffering. A month before the battle he joined Jablonovski's hussars. This was the knighthood with which Pan Sobieski took his position at Houghton. Those soldiers were eager to wreak vengeance for the wrongs of the Commonwealth in the first instance, but also for their own. In continual battles with the pagans in that land soaked in blood, almost every man had lost some dear one, and bore within him the memory of some terrible misfortune. The Grand Hetman hastened to battle then, for he saw that rage in the hearts of his soldiers might be compared to the rage of a lioness whose whelps reckless hunters have stolen from the thicket. On November 9, 1674, the affair was begun by skirmishes. Crowds of Turks issued from behind the walls in the morning, crowds of Polish knights hastened to meet them with eagerness. Men fell on both sides, but with greater loss to the Turks. Only a few Turks of note or Poles fell, however. Pan May, in the very beginning of the skirmish, was pierced by the curved saber of a gigantic spahi, but the youngest son of Pan Yen with one blow almost severed the head from that spahi. By this deed he earned the praise of his prudent father, and notable glory. They fought in groups or singly. Those who were looking at the struggle gained courage, greater eagerness rose in them each moment. Meanwhile, detachments of the army were disposed around the Turkish camp, each in the place pointed out by the hetman. Pan Sobieski, taking his position on the old Yassy road, behind the infantry of Koritsky, embraced with his eyes the whole camp of Hussein. And on his face he had the serene calmness which a master certain of his art has before he commences his labor. From time to time he sent adjutants with commands, then with thoughtful glance he looked at the struggle of the skirmishers. Toward evening Pan Jablonovski, voevoda of Rus, came to him. The entrenchments are so extensive, said he, that it is impossible to attack from all sides simultaneously. Tomorrow we shall be in the entrenchments. And after tomorrow we shall cut down those men in 3/4 of an hour, said Sobieski, calmly. Night came in the meanwhile. Skirmishers left the field. The hetman commanded all divisions to approach the entrenchments in the darkness. This Hussein hindered as much as he could with guns of large caliber, but without result. Toward morning the Polish divisions moved forward again somewhat. The infantry began to throw up breastworks. Some regiments had pushed on to within a good musket shot. The Janissaries opened a brisk fire from muskets. At command of the hetman almost no answer was given to these volleys, but the infantry prepared for an attack hand to hand. The soldiers were waiting only for the signal to rush forward passionately. Over their extended line flew grape-shot with whistling and noise like flocks of birds. Pan Kansky's artillery, beginning the conflict at daybreak, did not cease for one moment. Only when the battle was over did it appear what great destruction its missiles had wrought, falling in places covered most thickly with the tents of Janissaries and Spahis. Thus passed the time until midday. But since the day was short, as the month was November, there was need of haste. On a sudden all the trumpets were heard, and drums, great and small. Tens of thousands of throats shouted in one voice. The infantry, supported by light cavalry advancing near them, rushed in a dense throng to the onset. They attacked the Turks at 5 points simultaneously. Yen Denemark and Christopher de Bohun, warriors of experience, led the foreign regiments. The first, fiery by nature, hurried forward so eagerly that he reached the entrenchment before others, and came near destroying his regiment, for he had to meet a salvo from several thousand muskets. He fell himself. His soldiers began to waver. But at that moment de Bohun came to the rescue and prevented a panic. With a step as steady as if on parade, and keeping time to the music, he passed the whole distance to the Turkish entrenchment, answered salvo with salvo, and when the fosse was filled with fascines passed it first, under a storm of bullets. Inclined his cap to the Janissaries, and pierced the first banneret with a sabre. The soldiers, carried away by the example of such a colonel, sprang forward, and then began dreadful struggles in which discipline and training vied with the wild valor of the Janissaries. But dragoons were led quickly from the direction of Taraban by Tetwin and Donhoff. Another regiment was led by Aswer-Greben and Haidpaul, all distinguished soldiers who, except Haidpaul, had covered themselves with great glory under Charniecki in Denmark. The troops of their command were large and sturdy, selected from men on the royal domains, well trained to fighting on foot and on horseback. The gate was defended against them by irregular Janissaries, who, though their number was great, were thrown into confusion quickly and began to retreat. When they came to hand conflict they defended themselves only when they could not find a place of escape. That gate was captured first, and through it cavalry went first to the interior of the camp. At the head of the Polish land infantry Kobylecki, Jabrowski, Piotrkowski, and Galecki struck the entrenchments in 3 other places. The most tremendous struggle raged at the main gate, on the Yassy road, where the Mazovians closed with the guard of Hussein Pasha. The vizier was concerned mainly with that gate, for through it the Polish cavalry might rush to the camp. Hence he resolved to defend it most stubbornly, and urged forward unceasingly detachments of Janissaries. The land infantry took the gate at a blow, and then strained all their strength to retain it. Cannonballs and a storm of bullets from small arms pushed them back. From clouds of smoke new bands of Turkish warriors sprang forth to the attack every moment. Pan Kobylecki, not waiting till they came, rushed at them like a raging bear. And 2 walls of men pressed each other, swaying backward and forward in close quarters, in confusion, in a whirl, in torrents of blood, and on piles of human bodies. They fought with every manner of weapon, with sabers, with knives, with gunstocks, with shovels, with clubs, with stones. The crush became at moments so great, so terrible, that men grappled and fought with fists and with teeth. Hussein tried twice to break the infantry with the impact of cavalry, but the infantry fell upon him each time with such extraordinary resolution that the cavalry had to withdraw in disorder. Pan Sobieski took pity at last on his men, and sent all the camp servants to help them. At the head of these was Pan Motovidlo. This rabble, not employed usually in battle and armed with weapons of any kind, rushed forward with such desire that they roused admiration even in the hetman. It may be that greed of plunder inspired them. Perhaps the fire seized them which enlivened the whole army that day. It is enough that they struck the Janissaries as if they had been smoke, and overpowered them so savagely that in the first onset they forced them back a musket-shot's length from the gate. Hussein threw new regiments into the whirl of battle. And the struggle, renewed in the twinkle of an eye, lasted whole hours. At last Keritsky, at the head of chosen regiments, beset the gate in force. The hussars from a distance moved like a great bird raising itself lazily to flight, and pushed toward the gate also. At this time an adjutant rushed to the hetman from the eastern side of the camp. "The voevoda of Belsk is on the ramparts," cried he, with panting breast. After him came a second. "The hetmans of Lithuania are on the ramparts." After him came others, always with similar news. It had grown dark in the world, but light was beaming from the face of the hetman. He turned to Pan Budzinski, who at that moment was near him, and said, "Next comes the turn of the cavalry, but that will be in the morning." No one in the Polish or the Turkish army knew or imagined that the hetman intended to defer the general attack till the following morning. Nay, adjutants sprang to the captains with the command to be ready at any instant. The infantry stood in closed ranks, sabers and lances were burning the hands of the cavalry. All were awaiting the order impatiently, for the men were chilled and hungry. But no order came. Meanwhile hours passed. The night became as black as morning. Drizzling rain had set in at 1 o'clock in the day, but about midnight a strong wind with frozen rain and snow followed. Gusts of it froze the marrow in men's bones. The horses were barely able to stand in their places, men were benumbed. The sharpest frost, if dry, could not be so bitter as that wind and snow, which cut like a scourge. In constant expectation of the signal, it was not possible to think of eating and drinking or of kindling fires. The weather became more terrible each hour. That was a memorable night, a night of torture and gnashing of teeth. The voices of the captains, "Stand! Stand!" were heard every moment, and the soldiers, trained to obedience, stood in the greatest readiness without movement, and patiently. But in front of them, in rain, storm, and darkness, stood in equal readiness the stiffened regiments of the Turks. Among them, too, no one kindled a fire, no one ate, no one drank. The attack of all the Polish forces might come at any moment, therefore the Spahis could not drop their sabres from their hands. The Janissaries stood like a wall, with their muskets ready to fire. The hardy Polish soldiers, accustomed to the sternness of winter, could pass such a night, but those men reared in the mild climate of Rumelia, or amid the palms of Asia Minor, were suffering more than their powers could endure. At last Hussein discovered why Sobieski did not begin the attack. It was because that frozen rain was the best ally of the Poles. Clearly, if the Spahis and Janissaries were to stand through 12 hours like those, the cold would lay them down on the morrow as grain sheaves are laid. They would not even try to defend themselves, at least till the heat of the battle should warm them. Both Poles and Tartars understood this. About 4 o'clock in the morning 2 pashas came to Hussein, Yanish Pasha and Kiaya Pasha, the leader of the Janissaries, an old warrior of renown and experience. The faces of both were full of anxiety and care. "Lord," said Kiaya, "first, if my lambs stand in this way till daylight, neither bullets nor swords will be needed against them." "Lord," said Yanish Pasha, "my Spahis will freeze, and will not fight in the morning." Hussein twisted his beard, foreseeing defeat for his army and destruction to himself. But what was he to do? Were he to let his men break ranks for even a minute, or let them kindle fires to warm themselves with hot food, the attack would begin immediately. As it was, the trumpets were sounded at intervals near the ramparts, as if the cavalry were just ready to move. Kiaya and Yanish Pasha saw only one escape from disaster, that was, not to wait for the attack, but to strike with all force on the enemy. It was nothing that he was in readiness, for though ready to attack, he did not expect attack himself. Perhaps they might drive him out of the entrenchments. In the worst event defeat was likely in a night battle, in the battle of the morrow it was certain. But Hussein did not venture to follow the advice of the old warriors. "How," said he, "you have furrowed the campground with ditches, seeing in them the one safeguard against that hellish cavalry, that was your advice and your precaution, now you say something different." He did not give that order. He merely gave an order to fire from cannon, to which Pan Kansky answered with great effect instantly. The rain became colder, and cut more and more cruelly. The wind roared, howled, went through clothing and skin, and froze the blood in men's veins. So passed that long November night, in which the strength of the warriors of Islam was failing, and despair, with a foreboding of defeat, seized hold of their hearts. At the very dawn Yanish Pasha went once more to Hussein with advice to withdraw in order of battle to the bridge on the Dniester and begin there the game of war cautiously. "For," said he, "if the troops do not withstand the onrush of the cavalry, they will withdraw to the opposite bank, and the river will give them protection." Kiaya, the leader of the Janissaries, was of another opinion, however. He thought it too late for Yanish's advice, and moreover he feared lest a panic might seize the whole army immediately, if the order were given to withdraw. The Spahis with the aid of the irregular Janissaries must sustain the first shock of the enemy's cavalry, even if all are to perish in doing so. By that time the Janissaries will come to their aid, and when the first impetus of the unbelievers is stopped, perhaps God may send victory. Thus advised, Kiaya and Hussein followed. Mounted multitudes of Turks pushed forward. The Janissaries, regular and irregular, were disposed behind them, around the tents of Hussein. Their deep ranks presented a splendid and fear-inspiring spectacle. The white-bearded Kiaya, Lion of God, who till that time had led only to victory, flew past their close ranks, strengthening them, raising their courage, reminding them of past battles and their own unbroken preponderance. To them also, battle was sweeter than that idle waiting in storm and in rain, in wind which was piercing them to the bone. Hence, though they could barely grasp the muskets and spears in their stiffened hands, they were still cheered by the thought that they would warm them in battle. With far less desire did the Spahis await the attack, because on them was to fall its first fury, because among them were many inhabitants of Asia Minor and of Egypt, who, exceedingly sensitive to cold, were only half living after that night. The horses also suffered not a little, and though covered with splendid caparisons, they stood with heads toward the earth, puffing rolls of steam from their nostrils. The men with blue faces and dull eyes did not even think of victory. They were thinking only that death would be better than torment like that in which the last night had been passed by them, but best of all would be flight to their distant homes, beneath the hot rays of the sun. Among the Polish troops a number of men without sufficient clothing had died before day on the ramparts. In general, however, they endured the cold far better than the Turks, for the hope of victory strengthened them, and a faith, almost blind, that since the hetman had decided that they were to stiffen in the rain, the torment must come out infallibly for their good, and for the evil and destruction of the Turks. Still, even they greeted the first gleams of that morning with gladness. At this same time Sobieski appeared at the battlements. There was no brightness in the sky, but there was brightness on his face. For when he saw that the enemy intended to give battle in the camp he was certain that that day would bring dreadful defeat to Mahomet. Hence he went from regiment to regiment, repeating, for the desecration of churches, for blasphemy against the most holy lady in Kamenets, for injury to Christendom and the Commonwealth, for Kamenets. The soldiers had a terrible look on their faces, as if wishing to say, we can barely restrain ourselves. Let us go, Grand Hetman, and you will see. The grey light of morning grew clearer and clearer, out of the fog rows of horses' heads, forms of men, lances, banners, finally regiments of infantry, emerged more distinctly each moment. First they began to move and advance in the fog toward the enemy, like two rivers, at the flanks of the cavalry, then the light horse moved, leaving only a broad road in the middle, over which the hussars were to rush when the right moment came. Every leader of a regiment in the infantry, every captain, had instructions and knew what to do. Pan Kansky's artillery began to speak more profoundly, calling out from the Turkish side also strong answers. Then musketry fire thundered, a mighty shout was heard throughout the whole camp, the attack had begun. The misty air veiled the view, but sounds of the struggle reached the place where the hussars were in waiting. The rattle of arms could be heard, and the shouting of men. The hetman, who till then had remained with the hussars, and was conversing with Pan Jablonovski, stopped on a sudden and listened. The infantry are fighting with the irregular janissaries, those in the front trenches are scattered, said he to the voevoda. After a time, when the sound of musketry was failing, one mighty salvo roared up on a sudden. After it another very quickly. It was evident that the light squadrons had pushed back the Spahis and were in presence of the janissaries. The Grand Hetman, putting spurs to his horse, rushed like lightning at the head of some tens of men to the battle. The voevoda of Rus remained with the 15 squadrons of hussars, who, standing in order, were waiting only for the signal to spring forward and decide the fate of the struggle. They waited long enough after that. But meanwhile in the depth of the camp it was seething and roaring more and more terribly. The battle seemed at times to roll on to the right, then to the left, now toward the Lithuanian armies, now toward the voevoda of Belsk, precisely as when in time of storm thunders roll over the sky. The artillery fire of the Turks was becoming irregular, while Pan Kansky's batteries played with redoubled vigor. After the course of an hour it seemed to the voevoda of Rus that the weight of the battle was transferred to the center, directly in front of his cavalry. At that moment the Grand Hetman rushed up at the head of his escort. Flame was shooting from his eyes. He reined in his horse near the voevoda of Rus, and exclaimed, "At them, now, with God's aid!" "At them," shouted the voevoda of Rus. And after him the captains repeated the commands. With a terrible noise that forest of lances dropped with one movement toward the heads of the horses, and 15 squadrons of that cavalry accustomed to crush everything before it moved forward like a giant cloud. From the time when, in the 3 days' battle at Warsaw, the Lithuanian hussars, under Prince Polyabinski, split the whole Swedish army like a wedge, and went through it. No one remembered an attack made with such power. Those squadrons started at a trot, but at a distance of 200 paces the captains commanded, at a gallop. The men answering, with a shout, strike. Crush, bent in the saddles, and the horses went at the highest speed. Then that column, moving like a whirlwind, and formed of horses, iron men, and straightened lances, had in it something like the might of an element let loose. And it went like a storm, or a raging river, with roar and outburst. The earth groaned under the weight of it. And if no man had levelled a lance or drawn a sabre, it was evident that the hussars with their very weight and impact would hurl down, trample, and break everything before them, just as a column of wind breaks and crushes a forest. They swept on in this way to the bloody field, covered with bodies, on which the battle was raging. The light squadrons were still struggling on the wings with the Turkish cavalry, which they had succeeded in pushing to the rear considerably, but in the center the deep ranks of the Janissaries stood like an indestructible wall. A number of times the light squadrons had broken themselves against that wall, as a wave rolling on breaks itself against a rocky shore. To crush and destroy it was now the task of the hussars. A number of thousand of muskets thundered, as if one man had fired. A moment more the Janissaries fixed themselves more firmly on their feet, some blink at sight of the terrible onrush, the hands of some are trembling while holding their spears. The hearts of all are beating like hammers, their teeth are set, their breasts are breathing convulsively. The hussars are just on them, the thundering breath of the horses is heard. Destruction, annihilation, death, are flying at them. Allah! Jesus, Mary! These two shouts meet and mingle as terribly as if they had never burst from men's breasts till that moment. The living wall trembles, bends, breaks. The dry crash of broken lances drowns for a time every other sound. After that, is heard the bite of iron, the sound, as it were, of thousands of hammers beating with full force on anvils, as of thousands of flails on a floor, and cries singly and collectively, groans, shouts, reports of pistols and guns. The howling of terror. Attackers and attacked mingle together, rolling in an unimaginable whirl. A slaughter follows, from under the chaos blood flows, warm, steaming, filling the air with raw odor. The first, second, third, and 10th rank of the Janissaries are lying like a pavement, trampled with hoofs, pierced with spears, cut with swords. But the white-bearded Kiaya, Lion of God, hurls all his men into the boiling of the battle. It is nothing that they are put down like grain before a storm. They fight. Rage seizes them, they breathe death, they desire death. The column of horses' breasts pushes them, bends, overturns them. They open the bellies of horses with their knives. Thousands of sabers cut them without rest, blades rise like lightning and fall on their heads, shoulders, and hands. They cut a horseman on the legs, on the knees, they wind around, and bite like venomous worms, they perish and avenge themselves. Kiaya, Lion of God, hurls new ranks again and again into the jaws of death. He encourages them to battle with a cry, and with curved saber erect he rushes into the chaos himself. With that a gigantic hussar, destroying like a flame everything before him, falls on the white-bearded old man, and standing in his stirrups to hew the more terribly, brings down with an awful sweep a two-handed sword on the grey head. Neither the saber nor the headpiece forged in Damascus are proof against the blow, and Kiaya, cleft almost to the shoulders, falls to the ground, as if struck by lightning. Pan Adam, for it was he, had already spread dreadful destruction, for no one could withstand the strength and sullen rage of the man. But now he had given the greatest service by hewing down the old hero, who alone had supported the stubborn battle. The Janissaries shouted in a terrible voice on seeing the death of their leader, and more than 10 of them aimed muskets at the breast of the cavalier. He turned toward them like dark night. And before other hussars could strike them, the shots roared, Pan Adam reined in his horse and bent in the saddle. 2 comrades seized him by the shoulders. But a smile, a guest long unknown, lighted his gloomy face, his eyeballs turned in his head, and his white lips whispered words which in the din of battle no man could distinguish. Meanwhile the last ranks of the Janissaries wavered. The valiant Yanush Pasha tried to renew the battle, but the terror of panic had seized on his men, efforts were useless. The ranks were broken and shivered, pushed back, beaten, trampled, slashed, they could not come to order. At last they burst, as an overstrained chain bursts, and like single links men flew from one another in every direction, howling, shouting, throwing down their weapons, and covering their heads with their hands. The cavalry pursue them. And they, not finding space sufficient for flight singly, gather at times into a dense mass, on whose shoulders ride the cavalry, swimming in blood. Pan Michalski, the bowman, struck the valiant Yanush Pasha such a saber blow on the neck that his spinal marrow gushed forth and stained his silk shirt and the silver scales on his armor. The irregular Janissaries, beaten by the Polish infantry, and a part of the cavalry which was scattered in the very beginning of the battle, in fact, a whole Turkish throng, fled now to the opposite side of the camp, where there was a rugged ravine some tens of feet deep. Terror drove the mad men to that place. Many rushed over the precipice, not to escape death, but death at the hands of the Poles. Pan Budzinski blocked the road to this despairing throng. But the avalanche of fugitives tore him away with it, and threw him to the bottom of the precipice, which after a time was filled almost to the top with piles of slain, wounded, and suffocated men. From this place rose terrible groans. Bodies were quivering, kicking one another, or clawing with their fingers in the spasms of death. Those groans were heard until evening. Until evening those bodies were moving, but more and more slowly, less and less noticeably, till at dark there was silence. Awful were the results of the blow of the hussars. 8,000 Janissaries, slain with swords, lay near the ditch surrounding the tents of Husein Pasha, not counting those who perished in the flight, or at the foot of the precipice. The Polish cavalry were in the tents. Pan Sobieski had triumphed. The trumpets were raising the hoarse sounds of victory, when the battle raged up again on a sudden. After the breaking of the Janissaries the Vizier, Husein Pasha, at the head of his mounted guards and of all that were left of the cavalry, fled through the gate leading to Yassy. But when the squadrons of Dmitry Vishniovetzky, the field hetman, caught him outside and began to hew without mercy, he turned back to the camp to seek escape elsewhere, just as a wild beast surrounded in a forest looks for some outlet. He turned with such speed that he scattered in a moment the light squadron of Cossacks, put to disorder the infantry, occupied partly in plundering the camp, and came within half a pistol shot of the hetman himself. In the very camp, wrote Pan Sobieski, afterward, we were near defeat, the avoidance of which should be ascribed to the extraordinary resolution of the hussars. In fact, the pressure of the Turks was tremendous, produced as it was under the influence of utter despair, and the more terrible that it was entirely unexpected. But the hussars, not cooled yet after the heat of battle, rushed at them on the spot, with the greatest vigor. Przinovsky's squadron moved first, and that brought the attackers to a stand. After it rushed Pan Yen with his men, then the whole army, cavalry, infantry, camp followers, everyone as he was, everyone where he was, all rushed with the greatest rage on the enemy, and there was a battle, somewhat disordered, but not yielding in fury to the attack of the hussars on the Janissaries. When the struggle was over the knights remembered with wonder the bravery of the Turks, who, attacked by Vishniovetzky and the hetmans of Lithuania, surrounded on all sides, defended themselves so madly that though Sobieski permitted the Poles to take prisoners then, they were able to seize barely a handful of captives. When the heavy squadrons scattered them at last, after half an hour's battle, single groups and later single horsemen fought to the last breath, shouting, Allah! Many glorious deeds were done, the memory of which has not perished among men. The field hetman of Lithuania cut down a powerful pasha who had slain Pan Radomina, Pan Kimbar, and Pan Radoltovsky, but the hetman, coming to him unobserved, cut off his head at a blow. Pan Sobieski slew in presence of the army a Spahi who had fired a pistol at him. Pan Budzinski, escaping from the ravine by some miracle, though bruised and wounded, threw himself at once into the whirl of battle, and fought till he fainted from exhaustion. He was sick long, but after some months recovered his health, and went again to the field, with great glory to himself. Of men less known Pan Ruszczyk raged most, taking off horsemen as a wolf seizes sheep from a flock. Pan Yen on his part worked wonders, around him his sons fought like young lions. With sadness and gloom did these knights think afterward of what that swordsman above swordsman, Pan Michael, would have done on such a day, were it not that for a year he had been in the earth resting in God and in glory. But others, taught in his school, gained sufficient renown for him and themselves on that bloody field. 2 of the old knights of Hreptyoff fell in that renewed battle, Pan Motovidlo and the terrible bowman, Michalski. A number of balls pierced the breast of Motovidlo simultaneously, and he fell as an oak falls, which has come to its time. Eyewitnesses said that he fell by the hand of those Cossack brothers who under the lead of Hohol had struggled to the last against their mother, Poland, and Christendom. Pan Michalski, wonderful to relate, perished by an arrow, which some fleeing Turk had sent after him. It passed through his throat just in the moment when, at the perfect defeat of the pagans, he was reaching his hand to the quiver, to send fresh, unerring messengers of death in pursuit of the fugitives. But his soul had to join the soul of Didyuk, so that the friendship begun on the Turkish galley might endure with the bonds of eternity. The old comrades of Hreptyoff found the 3 bodies after the battle and took farewell tearfully, though they envied them the glorious death. Pan Adam had a smile on his lips, and calm serenity on his face. Pan Motovidlo seemed to be sleeping quietly, and Pan Michalski had his eyes raised, as if in prayer. They were buried together on that glorious field of Hoden under the cliff on which, to the eternal memory of the day, their 3 names were cut out beneath a cross. The leader of the whole Turkish army, Hussein Pasha, escaped on a swift Anatolian steed, but only to receive in Stambul a silk string from the hands of the Sultan. Of the splendid Turkish army merely small bands were able to bear away sound heads from defeat. The last legions of Hussein Pasha's cavalry gave themselves into the hands of the armies of the Commonwealth. In this way the field hetman drove them to the Grand Hetman, and he drove them to the Lithuanian hetmans, they again to the field hetman, so the turn went till nearly all of them had perished. Of the Janissaries almost no man escaped. The whole immense camp was streaming with blood, mixed with snow and rain. So many bodies were lying there that only frost, ravens, and wolves prevented a pestilence, which comes usually from bodies decaying. The Polish troops fell into such ardor of battle that without drawing breath well after the victory, they captured Hoden. In the camp itself immense booty was taken. 120 guns and with them 300 flags and banners did Pan Sobieski take from that field, on which for the second time in the course of a century the Polish saber celebrated a grand triumph. Pan Sobieski himself stood in the tent of Hussein Pasha, which was sparkling with rubies and gold, and from it he sent news of the fortunate victory to every side by swift couriers. Then cavalry and infantry assembled. All the squadrons, Polish, Lithuanian, and Cossack, the whole army, stood in order of battle. A Thanksgiving Mass was celebrated, and on that same square where the day previous muezzins had cried, La Allah illa Allah, was sounded Te Deum Laudamus. The hetman, lying in the form of a cross, heard Mass and the hymn, and when he rose, tears of joy were flowing down his worthy face. At sight of that the legions of knights, the blood not yet wiped from them, and while still trembling from their efforts in battle, gave out 3 times the loud thundering shout. Vivat Jonas Victor! 10 years later, when the majesty of King Yen III, Sobieski, hurled to the dust the Turkish power at Vienna, that shout was repeated from sea to sea, from mountain to mountain, throughout the world, wherever bells called the faithful to prayer. Here ends this series of books, written in the course of a number of years and with no little toil, for the strengthening of hearts. The end.